Hello, everybody. Welcome to the fertility track of the Giant Health Event 2020, curated by the Fertility Show. I hope you're well wherever you are joining us from in the world, and I hope the technology is all working for you. We know what technology is like. My name is Jessica Hepburn, and my job this morning is to introduce the speakers to you, our wonderful speakers, and also chair the Q&A at the end of each session. And there is also an opportunity for you to ask any questions that you would like. Just a little bit about me. I am a former fertility patient myself. I went through 11 rounds of IVF. I subsequently wrote 2 books about my experience, The Pursuit of Motherhood and 21 Miles Swimming in Search of the Meaning of Motherhood. And then I founded Fertility Fest, which is the world's first arts festival dedicated to fertility. And today I'm here in my capacity as the content director for the Fertility Show, who are sponsoring this track. Now, 1 in 6 couples around the world are estimated to be affected by infertility, but in actual fact, many more people are now going through fertility treatment because, of course, it's being used by same-sex couples and also solo parents who may have no fertility problems at all. And the Fertility Show is the only dedicated fertility event in the UK that takes place in London every year, and it's been running for around 10 years. It attracts over 100 exhibitors a year and 3,500 visitors. And in its lifetime, it has created thousands of families. It also supports Fertility Network UK, who are the national charity supporting fertility patients, with a very generous donation each year to their work. Now, this event this morning is going to focus on fertility tech, and we've invited along some of our best exhibitors and speakers to talk about the development and innovations in tech in fertility. We're going to be hearing about the use of tech in fertility and infertility, how a digital approach might help fertility through things like fertility apps. We're going to be looking at how AI is assisting embryo selection in the lab, and how phenotype matching is bringing together fertility patients and donors of eggs, sperms, and gametes. And we're also finally going to be looking at something that I know people are always interested in: money, fertility tech investment. My job is simply to introduce each speaker and chair the Q&A, as I said, and I'm delighted that we're kicking off with a brilliant speaker and also a very good friend of mine, Professor Joyce Harper. Joyce is Professor of Reproductive Science at the Institute of Women's Health at the University College London, and she has been working in fertility and IVF for over 30 years. She also, and in fact many of our speakers do this morning, has personal experience of fertility treatment. She has 3 sons born through IVF. And her new book, Your Fertility, is coming out in spring next year. So we're going to be kicking off with Joyce now with an introduction to the use of tech in fertility and infertility. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Joyce Harper and I'm Professor of Reproductive Science at the Institute for Women's Health at University College London. And it's a real pleasure to give you a talk today on the use of tech in fertility and infertility. My disclosures are that I'm partner in a company called the Embryology and PhD Academy, and we train embryologists who work in the clinical IVF laboratory. And I'm CEO and founder of a web-based forum called Global Women Connected. I am also very pleased that I'm author of a book called Your Fertile Years, which I've actually been writing for almost 33 years, and it's now in press with Sheldon, and it will be in hard copy early next year, but it's for pre-order now on Amazon. And my talk today is absolutely covered in my book as well. And I've done a number of studies on femtech with a couple of companies, Natural Cycles and Clearblue, and I've been paid by these companies to give talks over the last few years. So what I want to talk to you about today is fertility and infertility and how tech can be used. I'm going to talk about the menstrual cycle and the fertile window. And then on infertility, I'm going to talk about female fertility decline, fertility treatment, and just finish off talking about my view on the future of reproduction. So let's start with the menstrual cycle. Now, I started actually writing my book on the fertile years because when I started in this field back in 1987, I was really aware that my friends didn't understand how their menstrual cycle worked and certainly didn't understand about ovulation and about fertility. So what I want women to understand is that there's two key events in their menstrual cycle. I'm sure they all know about their period, but ovulation is the day that your eggs released, and this is your day of peak fertility. If we have been taught anything about fertility or our menstrual cycle, we might have got the textbook understanding that a menstrual cycle is normally 28 days and we ovulate in the middle around day 14, and we can see that represented here in this picture. And what we probably might not know is that actually anything between days 21 and 35 of a length of a menstrual cycle is actually considered normal. But I really questioned this 28-day cycle throughout the whole of my career. And a few years ago, I contacted the fertility and contraception app called Natural Cycles. I had been very aware they were one of the first apps to collect a huge amount of data on women's menstrual cycles. But they don't just look at the dates, which I'm going to come on to in a moment. They also measure a marker of ovulation. They actually measure basal body temperature. And I'll explain how that's linked to ovulation in the next slide. So I went to Natural Cycles and said, please, can we have a look at all your millions of data now on so many menstrual cycles from women? Let's have a look at these cycles and find out if this 28 days and day of ovulation on day 14 is really correct. And we found in this study, we looked at over 600,000 menstrual cycles, and we found that yes, for sure, 65% of cycles were around about 28 days. They were ranging from 25 to 30 days, but actually only 13% of the cycles we analysed had a 28-day cycle. And what was really surprising was ovulation was actually on average on day 17, not on day 14. Is that important? Well, it is, because the actual apps that people are using are telling people the textbook definition of our menstrual cycle and ovulation. And actually, this is information about how we can measure the fertile window. So the fertile window is the day of ovulation. That's the day, as I said, the egg is released. But the egg only lives for about 24 hours. It's only viable and can be fertilized and could get a woman pregnant for about 24 hours after ovulation. But we class the fertile window as 6 days, which is the 5 days before ovulation and the actual day of ovulation. And this is because sperm can exist in the female genital tract for up to 5 days. So if you're ovulating on day 17 and you have intercourse on day 12 of your cycle, the sperm can survive for those 5 days and you could still get pregnant. So I think this is really important for women to understand, whether they're trying to get pregnant or trying not to get pregnant. So what I really want to demonstrate in this slide is that if you're just looking at your dates, you could really miss things. Women in our study, some women ovulated as early as day 10 and some as late as day 26. And it's normally related to the length of their menstrual cycle. We're very much individual. We're not this 28 day textbook cycle with ovulation on day 14. So by just looking at the dates, our study with Natural Cycles showed that this was really an inaccurate way of predicting ovulation. There are three methods, are the main three. These are the main three methods that are used to be a marker of ovulation. Basal body temperature is what Natural Cycles use. And if a woman measures her temperature every day of her cycle, this is day 1 on the left, and day 30 on the right. Just around the time of ovulation, her basal body temperature goes slightly up. And this happens on the day of ovulation. So by measuring her cycle over several months, she can see the pattern and figure out when she is actually ovulating. So we call this basal body temperature. A woman can also check her cervical mucus. This is a little bit complicated. She really needs to be trained to show how to do this, but the consistency and the color of the cervical mucus changes through a woman's menstrual cycle, and especially there's specific changes around the time of ovulation. So this can tell us that ovulation is about to happen. And I think a very easy way is to use an ovulation stick. This measures a hormone called luteinizing hormone, and luteinizing hormone rises about 24 to 40 hours before a woman ovulates. So again, it's telling us that the woman is going to ovulate. So how can tech help us in our menstrual cycle and with regards to our fertile window? Well, I'm all for menstrual cycle and fertility apps. I am definitely a fan. Menstrual cycle apps are really useful in tracking our cycle and predicting our next cycle. They can help women who are suffering from premenstrual syndrome to be aware that their cycle's coming. Women that have irregular cycles, there might be something wrong, and this can help track those cycles and help a woman really understand about how her body's working. The problem I do have is that most menstrual cycle trackers also tell a woman the day she ovulates. And so as a result, they tell them their fertile window. And this is highly inaccurate unless they're measuring one of the markers of ovulation, as I showed you on the previous slide, such as temperature, cervical mucus, or luteinizing hormone. Then if we're just looking at dates, prediction of ovulation is highly inaccurate. So my issue with this is that if a woman's trying not to get pregnant, the app may be telling her she's ovulating and she thinks, oh, well, I've ovulated, I'm fine, I'm not at risk of getting pregnant anymore, so I can have unprotected sex. So if the app's saying she does this on day 14, day 15, etc., she may feel she could have unprotected sex and she might not be ovulating until day 17. So you could see that could result in unwanted pregnancies. But also for those couples trying to get pregnant, again, the app may be missing the fertile window. If she's ovulating on day 17, the app told her she's ovulating on day 14, she might totally miss the fertile window. So with Clearblue, we've done a study that we haven't published yet, but we looked at these 10 very common, highly downloaded menstrual cycle apps, and we inputted data for 5 relatively fictitious women, but a woman with a constant 28-day cycle, a short cycle, woman 3 had an average of 28 days, but it did move. Woman 4 had long cycles, and women 5 had very irregular cycles, on average of 31 days. So if we look at this graph here, sorry, it's a bit complicated, but these are the first bunch of women 1, woman 2, 3, 4, 5. So really, we were inputting the same information into all 10 of these apps. And the important message from this is that these 10 apps for these 5 different fictitious women actually all predicted different days of ovulation. You can see here that really, if the apps were using the same algorithm to give this information, we'd expect all of these 5 for woman 1 to be the same, or for woman 2 to be the same. But we can see how varied these apps are, and none of them are accurate for day of ovulation. This app in the middle here, one of the apps didn't actually predict the day of ovulation, which I'm all for, unless we measure a marker of ovulation. So one app always put ovulation on day 13, this gray bar here, no matter how long the cycle was. The other apps really varied. And so the take-home message is that these apps are really good for helping you with your menstrual cycle dates and checking that your menstrual cycle is not doing anything odd or being very irregular, etc. Great for PMS. But I really wish that they didn't tell women the day they're ovulating if they haven't measured a mark of ovulation. Just looking at these dates is highly inaccurate. So please do not take this as correct information about ovulation. So whether you're trying to or not to get pregnant, this is not an accurate marker of ovulation. So earlier this year, we published our study on fertility apps. We looked at almost 100 apps, and there's a lot of information in that paper. It's freely accessible. And we looked at the ratings. These apps are rated pretty good from the women that are using them. But when we looked at what they are measuring, remember, these are marketing, or when you Google fertility apps, these are apps that came up in the search as a fertility app. And over half of them were only looking at dates. 39% were looking at dates plus basal body temperature, and sometimes plus other things such as luteinizing hormone, but mainly basal body temperature. 5% were looking at dates plus mucus plus sometimes something else, and just 1%, one of them, was looking at dates and just luteinizing hormone. So any of the three at the bottom, the BBT, mucus, or LH, are all measuring a marker of ovulation. So I think those are good apps to market as a fertility app, but these 54% would be very inaccurate for anyone who's trying to get pregnant. So dates only, when you're just looking at dates, it is an inaccurate. We need to measure a marker of ovulation to identify ovulation. So let's move on to infertility. Well, we have a major gender inequality with our fertility. A woman ovulates only 1 egg per month. She ovulates about 500 in her fertile years. A man, every time he ejaculates, on average, produces about 100 million sperm per ejaculate. So you can see there's a major gender inequality there in reproduction. I'm sure you could all think of some famous older dads. When I normally do this with an audience, George Clooney is normally the first one that they mention. We've had a few mentioned recently, Donald Trump. One thing all of these men have in common is a much younger partner. You can do this game with your friends later. Ask them to think of 5 older dads, and it won't take you long before you name 5. Saying 5 older mums is much, much harder. We've got a very few that I could have used as examples. One thing they all have in common is they've probably all had expensive fertility treatment. It's very unlikely that they got pregnant naturally at these ages. It does happen. There's always exception to the rule. You may well know somebody who did get pregnant naturally in their late 40s or early 50s, but it really, really is the exception. So we have a problem because the quantity and quality of a woman's eggs declines daily once she's gone through puberty, or even before puberty. Women are born with all the eggs we are going to have. We lose quite a lot when we're still a fetus. We have about 1 to 2 million potential eggs at birth. We have about 400,000 at puberty. The rest have just died. From puberty, we ovulate 1, but this is something many people don't know, that we lose up to 1,000 a month. So it's normally about 800 to 900, but it varies. Every woman's different. So we've got 400,000 at puberty. Remember, we're only going to ovulate about 500. So all those others are going to die at some time between puberty and the menopause. So by age 37, we've lost about 90% of our eggs. And by the menopause, they've all gone. But it's not just the quantity, it's also the quality. Eggs have very fragile chromosomes. I don't want to get technical about chromosomes, but we get 1 set from mum and 1 set from dad. And the ones in women we know can be quite abnormal. So what we see as a woman ages, these chromosomes become more confused, and we can have an increased risk of miscarriage, an increased risk of a chromosomally abnormal child, and a decreased chance of conception. So this is our classic graph that we always refer to in fertility. As a woman ages, this is her age down the bottom, but her fertility goes down, especially around the age of 35, and her risk of a miscarriage or spontaneous abortion will go up, again, especially becoming important around the age of 35. So my saying is evolution has not kept up with feminism. But this is the data we have globally. This is the most recent data. This is the mean age, so the average age women have the birth of their first child. If we look at all of these countries here, the White triangles are 1995 and the black, diamonds are 1970. So you can see from 1970 to 1995, the age of first birth has gone up in almost every country. And the blue columns are 2017. And again, you'll see this has gone up and getting very close in a number of countries to age 35. Number of countries here, growing number of countries, where the average age of first child is above the age of 30. And if we look at the total fertility rate, so this is the average number of children a woman would have in that country. When I was young, we used to say couples had 2.4 children. This has gone down globally. In the 1950s, globally it was 5, now it's 2.5. And in the EU, the average now is 1.6. So UK is 1.8, and we can see all of these countries here, it's 1.3, which is getting very close to just one child. And I'm sure you're all aware of the China one-child policy, and this has now been stopped because they didn't have enough young people to come in and sustain the country. So this leads to economic problems. What we're seeing is an increase in the number of couples not having the desired family size. And in the UK, we know that 20% of women past childbearing age are childless. And some will be by choice, but some will be by circumstance. Why are women delaying having children? Well, why not? We have a choice. We are now being more educated, having better careers, want to do other things. There's financial reasons. Two really important reasons are not found the right partner, or the partner will not commit. And women feel there's no rush. They see celebrities having children later and think, well, I don't need to rush. I can do what they're doing. A lot feel that assisted reproductive technology is the answer. This is mainly in vitro fertilization or test tube babies. And here's the world's first test tube baby, Louise Brown. She was born in 1978. And this is us on her birthday year. She had a very busy year a couple of years ago, celebrating her 40th birthday. But it's all about the egg. So even with fertility treatment, this is data from the UK governing body, the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Authority. And this is their latest data that shows the birth rate per embryo transferred. And they collect all the data for the under 35s together, because it's not a huge difference if you're 34 or 28. But once you get over 35 or over, your chance of getting pregnant by fertility treatment really rapidly declines. And around age 44, the chance is just a few percent, and no clinic, no data anywhere will go above 45, because the chance of having a child by fertility treatment with your own egg at 45 is really zero. But if we look at donor eggs, so if you use an egg from a woman who's under 35 years of age, no matter what age you are, your live birth rate is around about the same. So it just shows it's all about the egg. And these are two women who had a donor egg and successfully carried their own children. So the womb stays relatively fertile, but the egg doesn't. So is egg freezing the answer? So egg freezing is where we can take the eggs from a woman when she's of a more fertile age, ideally, in my view, around the age of 30 and not much beyond that. We can freeze the eggs and put her fertility on hold, and she could then do other things and hopefully return to these eggs in the future and have the egg of a younger woman, in effect, her own eggs. I call this plan B, not plan A. I think we need to make sure that we have good fertility education. And I really don't want to see the graduation present to our daughters to be rush off to the IVF clinic to freeze your eggs. It's expensive. You need to have multiple rounds, in my view. If you collect 10 eggs when you're 28 and 10 eggs when you're 38, we can't tell which of them are going to be good, but chances are at 38, which is actually the average age women freeze their eggs in the UK, those 10 eggs are going to be much more lower quality and have chromosome abnormalities than the 10 eggs when you were 28. So it's no guarantee, even if you freeze them when you're 28, there's no guarantee they can result in a baby. And we have regulations in many countries. And in the UK, we have a 10-year time limit at the moment that we're hopefully going to get overturned soon, so that that will make it a lot fairer. But I still call it Plan B. Plan A, I think, should be natural conception. I went through years of fertility treatment, and I don't want people to end up in a fertility clinic as I did. I want people to have natural conception if they can. But it's certainly an option that we need to discuss. So to finish off, I just want to talk about some of the technology in assisted reproduction. I've first published on these over 10 years ago. There's a number of technologies that we've now termed IVF adjuncts or IVF add-ons. So we have our routine fertility cycle, and sometimes clinics add on treatments. But if we're adding on these treatments, we are claiming that they're going to improve your chance of having a baby. And this is from the Human Fertilization and Embryology website. I'm part of the committee that's looked at all of these add-ons, and we have done a very systematic review of the data, the studies that have looked at this. And the gold standard study is the randomized controlled trial. And the randomized controlled trial is a study where one group doesn't have the treatment, doesn't have the add-on, and the other group does. And then at the end of the studies, you look to see, was the live birth rate the same in both groups, in the control and the treatment? So we gave the add-ons a traffic light system. It's green if the data shows that it does improve live birth rate. It's amber if it doesn't yet, but there's some data, it might be conflicting, but it's not yet really been confirmed. And red means there's no data, either because studies haven't been done or the studies have been done and they don't show any benefit of having this procedure. So this has been highly controversial. These are my two most recent papers looking at this technology. So we're going to hear about some of the technology today. So it'd be good to remember that we might hear technology that sounds really fantastic and going to really improve things, but we need to do the proper robust studies, the randomized controlled trials, to be sure that this really is a benefit to patients. So taking all of this on board, I've been really interested in fertility education, as I said, since 1987. And in 2016, we set up a group called the UK Fertility Education Initiative. We worked with a number of partners to set this up, and it's headed by myself, Adam Balin, and Jackie Boven. And we've published a number of papers. We've made some animations you'll find on YouTube. I've done some work with the wonderful Jessica Hepburn and Gabby Vortner on looking at how we could educate young people about our messages. And we looked at theatrical and visual arts. And really importantly, we finally got the words reproductive health and fertility in the UK curricula. So we're really glad that this will now be taught in schools. And then I head an international fertility education campaign. We developed a fertility education poster. We've got a multidisciplinary team from around the world. We've translated the poster into about 30 languages, and we are now working with a number of different countries to develop their fertility education, both websites, getting it in the curriculum, doing research, etc. So to finish off, how will we make our future children? When I've talked about a few of these, such as freezing eggs, we've also got people using surrogacy, we've got same-sex couples having children now, and in the near future bubbling under, something that I talk about a lot is using genetic testing to decide which is going to be the healthiest embryo. Maybe around the corner, we might be able to make eggs from stem cells, such as from some cells from our skin, which would totally override the problem of female fertility decline. And then in Brave New World, Aldous Huxley in 1932 talked about a world where we make all the babies in the lab and we don't even carry them. We even have an artificial womb that will carry our child. So we're not sure when or if any of these will come in, but they're certainly bubbling under. So our take-home messages are: make informed choices. We need to work on fertility education, and women need to decide, men and women need to decide if they want children. And if they do, in my view, women have got three options. They should start trying now and ideally know when they are ovulating. They could wait until they feel they're ready, but they need to be informed and understand about fertility decline. And there is an option of freezing their eggs, plan B, remember, not plan A. So this is my social media at Prof Joyce Harper, and I look forward to any questions. Thank you very much.
This COVID world. I've just been told that we're going live in 10 seconds. So I am hoping, oh, I've been told to put my camera on. I think I've got my camera on. I think I've got my camera on. And we're live. I just want to thank Joyce for that fantastic presentation. I think it's so important to hear the basics of fertility and also the developments in technology. You know, because actually what I find in the work that I do is that so many people don't know, we're never taught the basics, don't know the basics. And I also mean people who work in the profession. I think so it's so important. Unfortunately, I think we're running late now, so we're going to have to press on and not have a Q&A. And I'm going to introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker is Andrea Trego. Now, Andrea is truly a fertility inspiration. She is a past TEDx speaker, and if you haven't seen her TED talk, I highly recommend it. She has combined her own fertility experience with her professional experience as a nurse to improve accessibility to fertility support through the foundation of the Enhanced Fertility Program app. Which is what she's going to be talking to us about today. It's an evidence-based approach to femtech, and she is going to specifically be talking about how she believes a digital approach to improving fertility health worldwide can work. Over to you, Andrea.
Hello, welcome to Giant Health. My name is Andrea Trego. I'm a fertility nurse consultant, and today I would like to talk to you about a digital approach to improving fertility health worldwide. Well, the World Health Organization has declared infertility a global public health issue affecting 1 in 6 couples worldwide with significant burden to populations. And the World Health Organization has called for a greater emphasis on innovative, safe, and cost-effective solutions that improve accessibility to fertility health. Accessibility not only in terms of physical accessibility, but also economic accessibility and information accessibility. There's a call for solutions that increase awareness and knowledge, solutions that incorporate the biopsychosocial perspective and the wider determinants that impact on patients' experience of fertility problems, and also solutions that are patient outcome driven. During this talk, I will share how my journey as a nurse and fertility patient has inspired me to find a solution to make fertility education, support, and care accessible for all, starting with an idea to developing a product, validating with research, and finally helping so many patients worldwide find the information, support, and clinical care that they need. But I would like to start by telling you a bit about myself and why I'm so passionate about this topic. Well, I am a fertility nurse and a senior lecturer, but I was actually diagnosed with infertility when I was very young at the age of 17. And it was my experience of going through this challenging diagnosis that prompted me and inspired me to be involved in everything that I'm doing today. Eventually, I was invited to be a TED Talk speaker, and I have founded the Enhanced Fertility Program, which has received a few awards along the way, and that's what I am bringing you here today. I would like to start from the beginning. I would like to start by reflecting on what fertility health is, because it's so much more than the absence of disease. Fertility health is a complete physical, mental, and social well-being. It implies that people are able to have a satisfying and safe sex life, and that they have the capability to reproduce and the freedom to decide if, when, and how often to do so. I think it's also important to highlight that reproductive rights are human rights. And this began to develop as a subset of human rights at the United Nations 1968 International Conference on Human Rights. It recognizes the basic rights of all couples and individuals free of discrimination, their ability to decide freely and responsibly the number, spacing, the timing of their children, and to have the information and the means to do so, and the right to attain the highest standard of sexual and reproductive health. So, who are we and how did I make this happen? Well, the Enhanced Fertility Program is an exciting and revolutionary digital program that makes fertility education, support, and care accessible to all patients. It is my mission and the mission of my team to increase accessibility to fertility support and care worldwide. We want patients to find the fertility treatment and care they need when they need it, and we want them to feel supported along the way. We want them to have access to trustworthy, evidence-based information and support, and we strive with making them feel informed, hopeful, and supported when trying to conceive. Our journey started in 2018 when we had this idea and developed our initial enhanced fertility program. We launched it at the Fertility Show in Manchester, and we were able to get feedback from 80 patients. Their feedback allowed us to improve the service further, and in 2019, we were accepted into London South Bank University Business Program. Here, we had the opportunity to learn more about the product and how we could reach our patients' needs. We ended up doing a very interesting clinical trial where we got more information about we could perfect the enhanced fertility program. We also ended up collaborating with Mumsnet in a clinical research where our patients used the enhanced fertility program for 3 months. And finally, in 2019, 2020, we took the program to 5 clinics who embraced this journey of offering support during fertility treatments. And finally, this year, we were able to reach many more patients worldwide. Our goal is to make fertility education and support accessible for all. The Enhanced Fertility Program has an online course with 5 modules: understanding fertility, conception and treatment, nutrition and hydration, physical activity, habits and environmental factors, managing emotions. You also have access to 22 evidence-based interventions, 15 mindfulness recordings, cognitive behavioral therapy exercises, monthly support groups, access to consultations with nurses and psychologists worldwide, and access to special group sessions. Patients can access the Enhanced Fertility Program through our website, efp.clinic, or by downloading the app through the App Store or Google Play Store. Our pillars are to learn, to provide evidence-based information to our patients' fingertips, to transform, to find ways to optimize their fertility, to support connecting them with clinicians who can help them physically and emotionally, and also to connect with others who are going through similar journeys. Here are a few screenshots of what the app looks like. In the first image, we have a fertility self-assessment questionnaire to give patients an idea of what they can focus on whilst they are using the app. Then you have here an image of what a typical lesson within the online course looks like. We always have a short video and text and references at the bottom. The third image is an example of what one of our mindfulness recordings looks like. For example, mindfulness for the 2-week wait. Here we have 3 examples of our CBT exercises. These have been proven to be so popular with our users. Patients can download these CBT exercises, complete them, and then they can discuss their exercises with our clinicians. Here we have the accessibility to a monthly support group, which is free. We have consultations with professionals all over the world, and we have wellness circles, which are mini programs on specific topics that patients might want to explore. For example, communication and relationships, New Year, New Plan, or for example, when should I consider egg, sperm, and embryo donation? Or fertility for the LGBTQIA community? or life beyond infertility, or pregnancy after fertility treatment. It's important that we have these mini programs available for patients who want to explore these topics. And patients can also connect with different clinics that we are already collaborating with, either through our website or from inside the app. Here's what we found so far. We found that fertility patients do become very literate over time, but in the beginning of the journey, they are not well informed or educated about fertility or conception. Patients seek basic information in the beginning of the journey, and they seek more advanced information as the journey advances. We've also learned that patients take the information that has been provided by their doctors and clinicians, and they turn to social media for validation and feedback, and then they return to the clinic to make their decision. So 50% of decision-making by patients is actually happening online. About social media, we've learned that patients spend on average 2 hours and 23 minutes a day. And patients are seeking information and support, but they are concerned whether the information they are getting is actually trustworthy. In terms of Google, we know that patients spend on average 30 minutes before deciding to contact a clinic, but can they find you? About the program, we've learned that patients appreciate the biopsychosocial support, the information in easy terms, the consistency and layout of how the information is curated to them, the connection with others, the accessibility and the minimal cost of the consultations. We found that patients felt more supported, that they improved their ability to cope with treatment, that they highly recommended the service to others in similar journeys, and that after a 3-month follow-up, patients continued engaged with the content they were getting. We have also been receiving a lot of good feedback and reviews from different patients, which is available on Trustpilot. And we're lucky enough that we have several patients worldwide downloading the app, and this number is increasing every day. So why do fertility clinics want to partner with the Enhanced Fertility Program? Well, we offer fertility clinics 3 things. We offer them a ready-to-go strategy to support your current patients, to nurture those patients that are already within your care. You have this ability to improve your patients' education and experience. By nurturing your existing patients, they will feel emotionally ready to carry on with further treatment, even when things get tough. And they will refer your clinic to others in similar circumstances. Secondly, we are offering clinics a ready-to-go content strategy with written, audio, video on social media channels that exposes your clinic to a large community of new patients, allowing you to create brand awareness and lead generation. And finally, we are offering clinics the ability to participate in our social research. So how can you engage with us? The first step is to schedule a call. We want to understand how we can help you develop a patient experience, support, and engagement strategy that works for you. We also want to understand what kind of patients you want to attract and what kind of services you are offering. Step number 2 is to enroll in our free pilot program. Here you will get to experience the Enhanced Fertility Program. And step 3 is about you making a choice of whether you want to continue and finally make that final step of being part of our team. This is the team behind the scenes making it all happen. We also collaborate with other nurses, psychologists, and experts worldwide to provide support to patients wherever they are. So are you ready to partner with us? Well, get in touch. whilst they were having fertility treatment.
And that's great. So this really is a global app, because do you, I mean, obviously, this is a UK conference, I believe, although probably there might be visitors from around the world. Do you feel that fertility is going to become more and more international?
I think so. There is already so many patients going to different countries for treatments. And I know the coronavirus pandemic has been a real struggle for clinics as well as for patients, but I think it's global. I think it's not realistic to expect every country in the world to have the same reproductive regulations and laws. So
Yeah.
we just need to make the best out of the situation as patients and as clinicians as well, because I need to find the treatment that
Andrea,
is.
I think we're having some technical problems now because we're getting a lot of playback. So I think we probably ought to come to the end of this this Q&A. I don't know how you're doing. Are you getting the playback?
A little bit.
Yeah, I've got double voice here, so I can't hear you. Oh. Right. I don't know what to do now, because are you still there, Andrea?
I'm here, Jessica.
This is an adventure. Let us call this an adventure in technology. I'm getting a message here saying that people can hear us, but I think we are about to go on to our next talk anyway. Is there anything else that you would like to say before we finish, Andrea?
Well, if anyone has any questions, they can get in touch with me, andrea@efp.clinic. We also have a stand here at Giant Health. We're having some technical problems accessing it, but if we're not there, it's not because we're not trying. Just send us an email at andrea@efp.clinic and we will get in touch with you.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say, as a former fertility patient, I really, really hope that any fertility clinics out there watching do take up the app, because I think this will really, really improve the experience for their patients. So thank you, Andrea, very much, and we'll see you soon. Right, who is Dr. Michelle Perugini, and she is going to be talking to us about how AI is impacting fertility outcomes. Michelle is an internationally renowned expert in health and medical research. She's an academic and a researcher, and she's also an entrepreneur. In fact, she has recently been named the South Australian Percy Entrepreneur of the year 2020, the year of COVID. She is the co-founder and CEO of Precision, which is an AI health company. And she's going to be talking to us today about their first commercial product, which is called the Life Whisperer, which aims to improve embryo selection in laboratories. And for any IVF patient, this is such an important part of the process. I learned very quickly as an IVF patient myself that the embryologist was one of the most important people in the process, because they looked after and selected your embryos. And Michelle is another of our speakers who has been on her own fertility journey. And I would venture to think that it is that has driven her to be so passionate about proving IVF outcomes. Over to Michelle.
Hi everyone, my name's Michelle Perugini and I'm really pleased to be speaking to you today at the Giant Health Conference about artificial intelligence and how we use it to create scalable healthcare products and some of the challenges that are holding the industry back, as well as a case study in fertility talking about how AI is positively impacting fertility outcomes globally. I'm the CEO of a company called PressGen. We're an AI healthcare company. We have a global first mission, and our reason for being is to create scalable AI healthcare products that can improve women's healthcare outcomes globally. When we talk about artificial intelligence, what's really interesting to know is that globally connected, diverse data can produce the world's most powerful, unbiased and scalable AI. But what I want to do is step through some of the challenges to actually getting that data and some of the things that are holding AI back in the healthcare sector. But why do we care about bringing technology to healthcare? It's quite simple. Clinicians are making critical decisions on behalf of their patients in very time-poor environments. And they're the primary caregivers. They have an inability within the time of a consult to be able to make those critical decisions and trawl through very large historical data sets to make the best decision. And for patients, it's about better outcomes, lower cost, and increasing transparency of treatment. And what technology like AI can do is actually improve efficiency of clinical decisioning. It can create clinical decision support to the extent that it can improve accuracy of diagnoses and drive those better patient outcomes whilst helping the clinicians make those decisions in those time-poor environments. And when we look at AI healthcare as a sector, it's an enormous sector already, and it's having a massive impact on various parts of the healthcare sector. But one of the interesting facts is that for $35 billion of spend in AI, there's a return, a health economic return of around 150 billion. That's around a 5-fold return. And so that talks to the incredible efficiency that AI can provide within the clinical environment. Some of the places where AI is currently being used in healthcare is for personalised medicine, for example, trawling through very large data sets of genetic data for different individuals and trying to understand how those individuals respond to new drug treatments or their prognosis, likely prognosis for different diseases. In the pharmaceutical sector, AI is being used a lot. It's a really growing field in terms of in silico drug discovery, trying to identify drug targets without having to empirically test them all. You can trawl through many thousands in a computer model simulation. And diagnostics is the area where we work in as a company, really providing clinical decision support to the extent that we can help doctors to make better clinical decisions using AI. So what's holding back AI in healthcare? One of the main challenges is these AI products are typically not scaling well. And healthcare is a global problem, which means it needs a global AI solution. And if it's not being built right, then the AI can be quite biased, brittle, and very unreliable. So what do we need to build globally scalable AI products? It's quite counterintuitive, actually. Many believe that solving the right data problem is about getting more data, and that will solve scalability and accuracy performance issues. But it's actually not the case. It's not about more data. It's about the right data, and that right data needs to be globally diverse. So we need to train AI on data that represents different patient demographics and different clinical settings if you want that AI to be able to apply out in a scalable way to different clinics around the world. But obviously, collecting that globally diverse data set is challenging in the healthcare sector for 3 reasons. There are data privacy laws that prevent the movement and centralisation of global data outside of the current country of origin for AI training. So it's very difficult to get all the data that's locked up in those different clinical environments to be able to centralise it and build an AI model effectively. Clinical collaboration is another reason. Data is locked up in many clinics that are distributed all around the world, and they know that that data has value and they don't necessarily want to give it away for free. And data quality. Clinical data is inherently poor quality, but only 1% of poor quality data can significantly impact AI scalability and accuracy. So we need to be able to solve these challenges in order to build scalable AI. So our approach at PressGen has been a fundamental paradigm shift in the way that scalable AI healthcare products are built, essentially to make them out of the box and translatable to different clinical environments around the world. And we have a global cloud platform to do this that allows us to collaborate with clinics all around the world and allows them to contribute their data locally in a very safe and secure way. We also have a royalty-based incentive model where we incentivize clinics globally to contribute their data so that we can build scalable AI products, and they then receive a royalty once those products are commercialized. And in terms of the data privacy and safety, we have a really unique federated learning system that sits on our cloud platform that, instead of centralizing all that data from all around the world, we actually send our AI out to train locally on the data that's distributed globally. And it gains that collective intelligence as if it had been trained on a central data set. And automated data cleaning. This is really interesting. We have a very unique algorithm that can automatically detect and remove poor quality data that is going to impact the accuracy of the training of the AI. So what I want to talk about now is the femtech sector. This is a sector that we're really focused on, improving women's health outcomes. It's a largely underserved market, but it's a huge global market that's really growing. And one of the interesting things about femtech is that there's a lot of synergies between the different subsectors of women's health, including, you know, across from fertility to obstetrics and gynecology, even into female incident cancers, which often involve female reproductive organs. But what I want to talk about today is Life Whisperer, which is our first product in the fertility sector that's looking at embryo assessment during the IVF process. Why do we care about IVF? Well, it's a huge growing problem globally. There's around 200 million infertile couples worldwide, and the actual process of IVF is extremely traumatic and stressful for patients, and it's quite financially constraining as well. And despite the technology having been around for over 40 years, IVF success rates are still quite low at around 20%. And one of the really important things about IVF is the endpoint where you end up having embryos to select from. Selecting that embryo to transfer to the patient is critical to a successful pregnancy outcome. So what we are doing is we are using technology to try and improve that process. So this is what is currently being done in the IVF laboratories. Eggs are retrieved from a female recipient or patient, and they're fertilized with sperm in a culture dish. Those fertilized eggs are then allowed to develop into embryos over a period of 5 days. And as I said, at that day 5 point, the clinician or the embryologist needs to select the very best embryo that is going to ensure that a pregnancy can result for the patient, because they're only transferring one. And how they currently do this is through manual visual inspection through a microscope and a very simple grading system. It's quite subjective and obviously limited to what the eye can see. Or there's genetic screening, which is quite invasive and requires cutting out part of the developing embryo for a full genetic test. And that only tells us about the genetic integrity of the embryo, not the likelihood of a pregnancy resulting. So what we have done is we have created an AI that has been built collaboratively with and for clinics globally on a global clinical data set. We've trained our AI actually on almost 20,000 images from day 5 embryos where we knew whether a pregnancy resulted or not, and the AI has then learnt the features that are associated with either good or poor embryos and the pregnancy outcome that is likely to result. And this particular product is already now approved in 2/3 of the world's IVF market, and we've demonstrated scale, and we've got initial users in 5 countries. Of course, the product has been clinically tested extensively. We've got a published clinical study which took in 12 international clinics, very, very high profile clinics across Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and also the US. And what we showed is that compared to that manual visual assessment, Life Whisperer was actually 25% more accurate at being able to determine whether an embryo would go on to give rise to a pregnancy. And what this means in real numbers is that it's a 15% decrease in the time to pregnancy for patients, according to our study. And this actually saves, on average for patients, $2,000 per IVF treatment cycle, because on average, they're needing to go through fewer treatment cycles. And for clinics, it actually provides a revenue increase of around $5,000, because the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th cycles of IVF for a given patient are charged at a much lower rate than the first IVF treatment cycles. So to create efficiencies and improve success rates for clinics, it's really a very good revenue opportunity for them to be able to get more patients pregnant quicker through that process. And we're starting to see now the very first babies being born as a result of having used Life Whisperer AI embryo assessment during their embryo selection process. And in fact, this week, we've just released the very first baby that has been born in Australia from the Life Whisperer product, which is really exciting. And for patients, this is an amazing ability of technology to really improve what is a very traumatic process for them. So the way that when I talk about scalability of AI earlier in the talk, what I was talking about is being able to build products that could be delivered into different clinical environments very cheaply, very rapidly, and without continuous AI training and development. And so because we've been able to create such a scalable AI product with Life Whisperer, we can deliver it for very low cost to patients because that product can be delivered all around the world. And for clinics, we actually don't even charge them online access or any licensing or subscription fees. It's just a simple pay-per-use model for the patient that the clinic can either pass on to the patient or embed in the overall costs of the IVF treatment. And for the clinics to set up, it can be done in minutes. The system is a very simple drag and drop of the embryo images onto the web-based application, and the score that Life Whisperer gives that relates to the likelihood of a pregnancy resulting happens in around 10 seconds. There's no other annotations of the images. There's nothing that the clinician or embryologist needs to do other than to drag and drop the patient embryos onto the system and let the analysis happen. And that score then guides them as to which embryo to transfer. And what we're interested in now is applying AI across the whole IVF process. And so I talked today about embryo viability assessment, which is really exciting and has already been used to impact patients globally. But our second product, which is due to be released next year, in the first half of next year, is actually looking at non-invasive genetic assessment of embryos. Just using the embryo images and AI, we have shown that we can identify genetic abnormalities within the embryos. And what this allows us to do is provide a genetic pre-screen for patients that don't elect to do PGTA testing, or we can provide a pre-screen that allows the clinicians to choose which embryos they should send for PGTA testing. So this is really exciting product. And we're also looking at other applications within the fertility or IVF process, including oocyte assessment, which is the precursor to the embryo, and also sperm assessment. And beyond the IVF process, we're looking at other application areas within the femtech sector, including endometriosis. So I'll finish there and just say thank you so much for having me speak at this conference today. I'm really excited about hearing any questions that you have during the Q&A session. And if anyone would like to reach out to me, we're on social media, or you can go to our website and get the details. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Michelle, how are you? This is Jessica. Can you see me?
I can see you and I can hear you, Jessica.
Right.
Great to speak with you.
Yes, I'm like hoping that the technology is working. We've had some real problems. I did actually manage to get to see most of your talk, whereas the other ones I haven't seen at all, which has been a bit of a problem in putting questions together. Right, how are we doing? All good. I think we're going live now. I hope. Can our producer give us the thumbs up that we are live, please? We're learning how to use this technology, and the moment I get a sign to say that we are live, I am going to be delighted to be interviewing Michelle, how do I pronounce your surname? Perugini.
Perugini.
Such a lovely name. We are live now. Hello, everyone. This is Jessica Hepburn, the host and chair of the Fertility Track. We've just had our third talk this morning by Dr. Michelle Perugini. I hope I pronounced her name correctly, who is the co-founder of Precision. I wasn't quite sure, Michelle, how to pronounce that either. You've got beautiful sounding names of your companies. Is that right? Precision.
Yes.
And this is much easier. The first commercial product of it is the Life Whisperer, which is this amazing AI technology that is helping embryologists select embryos in the lab. Can I start, before we sort of delve a little deeper into the talk that you just gave, Michelle? When I introduced you, I don't know whether you managed to see my introduction with the technology. I did say that I believe that you have a fertility story yourself. Is that what's driven you to develop these products?
That's certainly true, and it's certainly what's driven my passion around this first product. But I do come from a long kind of history of healthcare background in terms of my academic background as well. But you're right, when I was trying to conceive my first child, it didn't come naturally, and there was no particular reason for that, no family history, no medical reason, just the fact that we were trying for a very long time and it wasn't happening, and we tried all sorts of fertility treatments. And I guess what it did is gave me an appreciation of how terrible that feeling is when, you know, a lifelong decision like that is kind of taken out of your hands, and you know, where you're really reliant on what is a fairly, you know, not necessarily a completely scientific approach to try and help with that process. It's a really stressful and traumatic journey for patients.
Absolutely. So you had that terrible diagnosis that I had as well, which isn't a diagnosis, which is unexplained infertility. Did you?
I had, in the end, I had kind of borderline polycystic ovaries. Right. So I had cysts all over my ovaries, but they didn't think that was the reason, but there was no other particular reason. And yeah, it was just, I think a lot of the blame gets passed to the patient. You know, maybe you're working too much, maybe there's too much stress, you know, perhaps you need to change your diet or your exercise regimes. And it's a lot of kind of blame and very little kind of evidence base behind that process, and it's very difficult.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I really thought was brilliant about your talk, if you don't mind me saying, Michelle, is that you came out with this statistic, which is, you know, I think people think that IVF is a magic bullet and that it's going to work every time for everyone. And actually, although the statistics have improved massively since Louise Brown was born just over 40 years ago, the first IVF baby, the sort of, I mean, you quoted 20%, which is even lower than I think that the statistics are in the UK. I think for all cycles, it's running around 25%. But the maximum success rate is in the early 30s. And I thought it was brilliant that you shared that with us. And obviously, this technology that you're developing is really aiming to improve that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. The expectation when you're an infertile patient, you think, well, there's these amazing technologies available to me, IVF, and, you know, surely then I'll go through that process and I'll come home with a baby. And I think one of the challenges, and we've done a lot of, you know, through development of our products, we've done a lot of patient engagement actually and tried to understand what some of the challenges of the patients are in that process. And actually the biggest one is transparency is their biggest issue. And it's not actually the fact that, you know, because early on we thought, well, if they're getting kind of a grade or a score around their embryo, it might make them feel terrible if it's a low scoring embryo. It's actually not the case. What they want is to actually manage their expectations around a likely outcome. And the worst thing for a patient is when the doctor is telling you that you have a beautiful embryo and then you don't end up getting pregnant and there's no reason why. That's the worst case. So it's, I think transparency is really important, and I think it's important for patients to understand, you know, where they're at in that journey and have some sort of evidence or discussion points or some sort of objective measures to base their expectations.
Oh, Michelle, I agree with that so much. And one of the things that I always say is that, like, what makes a good fertility clinic for a patient, you know, ultimately isn't necessarily whether they come out with a baby or not. You know, actually, you're absolutely right. If you feel that you have had good care and your expectations have been managed well, exactly as you say, so that, you know, not least so that you can move on to other options if you need to. That is actually what good fertility healthcare looks like to me, and I think for many. So can we drill down a little bit further into your AI technology? Because you spoke, obviously, traditionally the embryologist looked at the embryos under the microscope and took a view as to which was going to be the most successful, but that wasn't based on anything other than their eye, really, and experience. And then sort of following that came these things, you know, the embryoscope that took 24-hour footage of your embryo, and that was supposed to improve selection. But your technology, if I understand it correctly, goes one step further, does it? It puts all this into a system with all the other data of you know, millions of embryos, presumably, to be able to select them. Can you just, in layperson's terms, talk that through exactly how it works a bit in more detail?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Our technology goes one step further to compared to those other kind of embryo grading technologies. And what we're doing is looking at using AI, training on tens of thousands of historical embryo images. And ours is the only system that has been trained on embryos where they have been transferred to a patient in a single embryo transfer, and where we know whether a pregnancy resulted or not. And the reason that that's important is because it means that our algorithm has learnt the features that are associated with a pregnancy outcome, not necessarily just growth milestones, which are important and potentially somewhat predictive, but we're actually predicting pregnancy outcome through analysing or training our AI algorithm to look at all these images of past cases where it knows whether a pregnancy resulted or not. And essentially all it does is it learns the features that relate to a good or a poor embryo and everything in between, and it gives a confidence value around new embryo images that it analyses, and it kind of compares them to that historical benchmark. And so one of the really amazing things about AI is that it's completely objective. It's not, you know, it's not requiring any sort of it's based on knowledge that it's gained. It's not requiring any subjective measurements. It's not requiring the embryologist to annotate the images or put in any other preconceived kind of scoring. It's a true objective measure of that embryo. And so, you know, it's not a replacement for those other technologies. We like to think of it as another piece of information that can guide that embryo assessment process. Yeah. And obviously, as humans, we're limited to what our eye can see down the microscope. So, of course, technology can help to improve that.
Presumably, the more clinics that get involved, I mean, the better the data is going to become, and the more, hopefully, successful outcomes there will be. I mean, is that the aim?
That's absolutely the aim, and it's entirely why we have this collaborative clinic model. We have clinic collaborators all around the world. We never build a product without many, many clinical collaborators, so that we get that diversity of data that I talked about, which is really important, because if you can't build these AI products for scale, if you can't build them to meet the needs of different clinical environments, then what ends up happening is becomes very expensive to deliver, and that cost then needs to be either borne by the clinics or passed on to the patients. And so it's all, for us, it's all about that global clinical collaboration, get the right data, build AI that's scalable, deliver it at low cost so it's affordable and accessible for patients anywhere.
That's amazing. So I mean, you've developed I know you're based in Australia and you've developed that technology there, presumably, but it's worldwide. I mean, I presume you're aware in this country, in the UK, our regulator, the HFEA, the Human Fertilization and Embryology Authority, has developed this traffic light system around new technologies in fertility healthcare. And that traffic light system is really based on where those technologies are in terms of have they undergone clinical trials, randomized controlled clinical trials. Where does your technology sit in terms of it? I mean, I know that you say it's been approved in two-thirds of the IVF market, so it's safe to use, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's been through those trials yet, has it, or has it?
I guess one of the things to understand is that, not to say that randomized control trials aren't a good means of testing, but these type of approaches of AI for embryo assessment, for example, are not designed to be used as standalone tools. And so it's actually quite difficult to test them in an RCT setting.
Right.
They're designed to be clinical decision support. And the way that you test them is by assessing their predictive power against actual real world data, where you find out what the pregnancy outcomes were, and then you assess how predictive the algorithm was at predicting that outcome. So randomized control trials are one approach to test that, but it's kind of an outdated approach, and it's not the only approach to test these types of products. And of course, in the fertility sector, it's actually really difficult to do an effective clinical study because you don't have the benefit of being able to transfer every embryo within a given patient cohort.
Yeah.
You only get the chance of doing one and then tracking that embryo through. So I guess it's something that we're considering, but what we have done is extensive international clinical studies on retrospective data that has been collected, so we can absolutely assess the predictive power of our algorithm, which is the most important thing. We can assess the sensitivity and how well it predicted the outcome. We've also got many clinics that are using the technology now, and those results stack up in real use, which is the important metric. And in terms of the HFEA, we've actually had really good engagement with the HFEA. And I think one of the things that they're trying to do is broaden their scope and understanding of these new age technologies that don't really fit their current criteria. And so they're well aware of it.
Yeah. And I actually think what you've just said is really, really important and interesting. And I wish we had more time to discuss this, Michelle, because it's something I'm really interested in. I think maybe, in part that traffic light system evolved because many patients are put into positions where that they feel that they need to pay for costly, like what was described here as add-on treatments, that haven't necessarily been proven, and they're trying to sort of make the information clearer for patients. But so I would just, as a sort of final question, then say, would it be, better to encourage clinics not to actually include this in their practice and in their packages rather than using them as add-on prices for patients? Would that be a sort of fairer approach, perhaps?
Well, we do have a lot of clinics that do that embed, because our solution is relatively cheap, comparable to the overall treatment cycle. We do have a lot of clinics that embed it and use it for every patient that comes through their clinic door because they see the value. But then there's some other clinics that prefer to charge an add-on to the patient. And either way, our view is that it's a relatively small cost to potentially save that patient an additional treatment cycle. So it's a massive value to the patient. But I would say with the HFEA traffic light system, things like PGTA don't really fit in there. It's given a red in that system because it doesn't fit the traditional testing metric. Same with the time-lapse imaging technology, that's got an amber on the system, doesn't really fit with the current testing paradigm. So I think there's going to be a process of renewal of that system, and clinics shouldn't exclude technologies because of that traffic light system. They should look at the evidence base and clinical studies that have been done.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you. I think it's so important that we have these conversations, because ultimately I think what we're all working towards is an environment where fertility patients have better outcomes. And I certainly really enjoyed listening to your presentation, and I feel that this is the future. This absolutely is the future. And I said, I don't know if you heard in my introduction, that you realize as a fertility patients that your embryologists and the work that they're doing in the lab with your embryos are some of the most important people, if not the most important people, as part of the process. So anything that technology can do to help them make those decisions seems to me a brilliant thing. So thank you, Michelle, very much for joining us, and I hope that our paths cross again soon.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right, people, fertility giant health people out there. We're now on to our next speaker, I believe, who is Josh Rackshaw now. Yes, I'm just getting a sign to introduce Josh. I'm about to introduce you indeed. So Josh is the product owner at Fenomatch, which is a company dedicated to improving the donor selection process for IVF patients. So that's donor sperm, donor eggs, donor gametes, donor embryos. Josh is going to tell us in detail how this works in his company. But what I will say before he starts is that this is a technology that is currently being used by over 100 clinics worldwide, and it has created over 7,500 families, which is amazing. He's going to be the title of his talk is AI Phenotype Matching for IVF Patients and Donors. Over to you, Josh, and I look forward to chatting to you afterwards.
Hello, everybody. This is Josh from Phenomatch. Thank you to Laura Biggs for helping to organize this. Thank you to Jessica for hosting these talks. And thanks to everyone who's watching. I know how busy and complicated everything is at the moment, so I really appreciate your time. I want to start by showing a question. And it's a question that will be familiar to anybody in a couple who's considered fertility treatment with egg or sperm donation. And the question is, will our baby look like us? This is a fairly natural question to ask. It's a common worry. We know that patients think about it a lot. And Phenomatch was born to try and help. And the way that we help is by providing AI facial matching with objective analysis of the facial resemblance between the donor and the recipient, or the recipient's partner. When we do this facial matching, we focus on traits which are phenotypic, the ones which are passed on to our children via DNA. And of course, our goal here is to increase the degree of facial resemblance between parents and donor-assisted children. So if you're a heterosexual couple or a homosexual couple and you're looking for a donor, either sperm or egg donation, you can go to one of the clinics that we work with, and they will take a photograph of your face, and our algorithm will analyze 12,000 data points to build essentially a map, and the map is compared to the potential donors. And then your doctor gets a list of the donors with the most similar, with the greatest facial resemblance at the top. And obviously the other factors such as genetic screening and also the other phenotypic factors and blood type will also be included in the analysis. The doctor can do that directly within the Phenomatch platform. So I just want to give you some numbers. I want to demonstrate the stage we are at, because I know that when we talk about artificial intelligence, it might seem like we are talking about the future or talking about research. But just to be clear, we started operating commercially in 2018. and that was here in Spain, because Phenomatch is a Spanish company. The first Phenomatch babies were in May 2019. We currently work with around 100 clinics, and we've helped around 7,000 families get started. I believe we're closer to 7,500 now. So that's the stage we're at the moment. That's how things are going. We have several clinics in Europe. Many, of course, are in Spain. We are also in South America. We are in Asia, and we're in Russia as well. So let's get to the slightly technical part. I hope this will still be still interesting. I'm sure that you've heard a lot about neural networks already today, but essentially, yeah, it's an algorithm. It's a neural network, and we started out with the training on 864 faces from 108 families, and we had a 1-to-1 gender ratio, and we were working with various different ethnicities, of course. Why did we need 108 different families? Well, what we're looking for is the phenotypic traits, which are those shared by various family members. So by analyzing the degree of similarity between members of the same family, we can ensure that our algorithm is looking at phenotype, which is what's important when we're talking about donor-assisted children. We've tested the algorithm, of course, and in the last test, which I did earlier this month, in fact it was last month because it's December now, of course, I gave the algorithm 600 human faces, and within those 600 human faces was my brother. And I asked the algorithm to say which of these people was most similar to me, and it was able to identify my brother. Got a very high score, which indicates a very high degree of certainty and a very high facial resemblance, and it's able to do that, of course, within a matter of seconds. We have a very powerful server system, and the algorithm is very quick and, of course, very accurate and gets very good results. Yeah, so many people think of Phenomatch as a variation on facial recognition. Facial recognition is something that's fairly common nowadays. I'm sure if you have an iPhone and you bought your iPhone in the last 3 or 4 years, you probably unlock it using your face. That's facial recognition. What Phenomatch does is very different. We identify phenotypic traits and assigning a score from 0 to 100 based on the degree of facial resemblance. So I want to show you an example. I'm going to show you 2 photographs of 2 people, and you might not be a doctor, you might not be a medical professional, but if you look really closely, you might be able to see some degree of facial resemblance. And you won't see it straight away, but if you look, you'll see it. Okay, so that is my mum and my brother at my brother's wedding last year, and this was pre-COVID, of course. And you can see very clearly traits like the shape of the nose, the smile in the teeth, and the hairline, of course, and overall what we consider the look, the way this person looks. And that's what our algorithm is focused on. It's an improvement on traditional donor selection, because as well as filtering donors by phenotypic traits like eye color or height, we can look at the whole face. And what's more, our algorithm can find egg or sperm donors using photos of men or women. As you can see in the image, phenotypic traits are shared by both genders. So we can, of course, work with lesbian and gay couples seeking sperm or egg donation, as well as heterosexual couples, of course. So since we began in 2018, as I said, here in Spain, we've been collecting feedback from our clinics here, of course, on the home territory, as well as in South America, India, Russia, and around Europe, of course. One of the first changes that we made, and this was a few years ago now, was the introduction of the patient certificate system. So these are certificates that can be issued to the patient either via email, or they can also be printed with the patient's details, and there is also a verification code. So that can be checked on our website, phenomatch.com, in order to validate the PhenoMatch process. The certificates don't actually have any identifying information about the donor, although the certificates can be modified to include that information, translation of the region where the tool has been used. But it's something that patients have asked for, this certificate system, and it's something that patients really appreciate. It's a link to the PhenoMatch system that tells them that the PhenoMatch has been done and the facial matching has been used. So that was something that we implemented after one of our clinics mentioned that the patients really would appreciate something like that. Time saving. This is a comment that we absolutely love, of course, because time saving is the result of good design, and the design of PhenoMatch, especially the UI. It's not something that I was personally responsible for, but I think it's something we've done very well. We have a web app which is very easy to use, very well designed, and we find that when the clinics come from a situation where they don't have specific software for donor database management, or they're using generic database management software, that makes things slightly complicated, and it makes certain processes take longer. But with PhenoMatch, you have something which was specifically designed to deal with egg banks and sperm banks. So it's a donor database. And it also helps to connect to external donor databases. And we meet, of course, GDPR in Europe, which is very important, as well as I believe the data privacy regulations in Brazil are also very strict, and we're operating there with absolutely no problems, as well as in Russia, which has its own legislation. So our software is designed in order to match the legislation of these various territories. So it's secure, it's encrypted. We don't use the personal data for anything other than the facial matching. And apart from all of those things, the user interface is very well designed, very easy to use. It's web-based, of course, so it's available anywhere on mobile phones, on tablets, on laptops, on computers, and it's something we've spent a lot of time working on, and it's something that we're getting great feedback about. Ethnicity verification. Okay, the platform also has many features that help to avoid or minimize human error. There are several of them, of course, but the one we added most recently is artificial intelligence ethnicity verification. So if a donor's photo doesn't appear to match their stated ethnicity, we can inform the user, and then the user can manually verify that. And also, if you're doing the facial matching and there is or appears to be a mismatch of ethnicities between the recipient and one or more of the potential donors, the system also notifies the user. So AI ethnicity verification, yeah, that's very big, that sounds very exciting, but as I said, there are many features related to avoiding and minimizing the risk of human error, which are built into the platform. Okay, and finally, and this is absolutely one of the key things for us, because you can use our software to connect to external databases and other sperm and egg banks, we can help clinics to access a greater number of donors. And this is a key part of what we do. The facial matching, like all artificial intelligence, works better and gets better results when you have a large data set. And by improving or increasing the number of potential donors that you have, you're going to get better results every time, just because of the fact that you have a wider choice. So that's more or less everything I have to say. I hope it's been interesting. I personally find it fascinating. I know not everybody would agree with that, but that's what we do. So my email address is on the screen. If you've got any feedback, if you've got any questions, if you're interested in working with us, of course, please get in touch. And yeah, I'll hand you back to our host.
And also someone who has done a lot of work with fertility patients over the last few years, including many people who've been through donor treatment, whether that's sperm, egg, or embryo donation. You know, what a sort of huge process that is to go through. And this facial matching, I can see, will be incredibly a popular technology with patients. I mean, I'm sure that's what you're finding, Josh, is it?
Yes, that's definitely one thing that one of the feedbacks that we've been getting from the patients and from the clinics is how popular it is and how patients really love being able to have just that connection with the donor, especially when donation is anonymous.
Yes, yeah. So, but I guess we have to drill down on the ethics, don't we? So can we do that a bit? Because, you know, like, what is it, I understand that patients will want to choose egg, sperm, embryo donation that look like them. Are there any sort of issues around that you've had to explore from an ethical point of view?
Well, you know, I really love ethics. It's sort of one of my areas of expertise. I've written a book called Bad Decisions in Spanish about ethics, and I was also part of the creation of the Zaragoza Declaration on ethics related to artificial intelligence, which was a European Union project, which was fantastic. From an ethical point of view, the main thing I think is probably anonymity. And our point of view is that the tool helps to maintain anonymity, especially, well, you know, in regions where anonymity is the law. Doctors are already working with identifying data from the donors because, you know, of course, we have DNA, which is identifying, and doctors usually have access to the names of the donors, again, depending on the region. In the UK, for example, there's a national donor database.
Can you look at participants? People still watching?
So the photograph of the face is just another more medical data which is identifying, and as long as it's dealt with properly by the doctors and the people that are in charge of the process, then there aren't really any ethical issues.
So you say the main ethical issue is the anonymity of anonymity around donation. So you're thinking of the donor there, are you, in particular? I just wonder whether, you know, does it, so I mean, where do you stand in terms of disclosure to donor children? Because obviously if you look very much like your parents, could there be, and is it a good thing or a bad thing, do you think, more of an inclination to perhaps not disclose to your children that they're donor children? I mean, where do you stand on that ethical question?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. It's not something.
It's an important one, though, isn't it, Josh? I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my personal view is always for disclosure, and I think the legislation is moving that way in terms of where children, the children's rights are concerned. I always think that's the right way. I think early disclosure has the least psychological effect. So if you if you've had a donor-assisted child, then the best recommendation, I believe, on a psychological level is to disclose that as soon as possible and explain it, and then that stops it from becoming a huge secret.
Yeah.
In terms of PhenoMatch, I don't really consider that our technology is helping donors to, or parents of donor-assisted children.
Or encouraging.
Sort of,
I think maybe maybe encouraging for less disclosure. I mean, I do think it's really interesting, and perhaps for anyone listening, you can, because you're probably more up on the legislation than I am, because you're working in this. Like, there is very different views on anonymity and on disclosure in different countries. But I'm really interested to hear that you're saying it's moving in a direction where disclosure is going to become the given. Do you think?
What I think we're moving towards is a situation where there's less anonymity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Disclosure, I don't, as far as I don't know what legislation there is in terms of disclosure to the donor-assisted children.
Yes, yeah.
I
don't think there is any, is there, at the moment? Yes,
yeah.
You're right.
But I do think that children have the right to know and the right to access that information about where they've come from.
And could there be any, again, staying around the ethical questions, could there be any, one of the things that and I think that, we're going to be talking about this is in the next session is about gene editing, and of course the fears around that are around designer babies. Do you think, I mean, obviously your technology is very much designed to create a matching with the parents, but could there be a situation, and how do you avoid a situation where I come in and I say, well, actually I don't want to match, I want the opposite of me? I mean, because I want to have a beautiful child,
Yes.
Is that a possibility?
It's definitely, I mean, this is a possibility, of course. We all know that that's possible. It depends where you get your donor from. It depends on the legislation where you are. For example, in the United States, you can choose your donor from a catalog. PhenoMatch, in a sense, is a quite traditional tool, because what we do exclusively is the phenotype matching. So that means what you're talking about is not something that we do, and it's not something that we're focusing on at the moment.
Yeah. So your technology sort of does the opposite of that. So, and it's very much geared to that. And just tell us, again, the growth of it in the last, I mean, you said, I think the company established in 2018, is that correct?
That's right.
And it started to roll out in Spain, started to roll out where, I mean, what clinics is it being used in around the country now?
Around the country of Spain, that's of course where we have most of our clinics.
Yes.
We've just started, I believe, 2 months ago with our first clinic in Russia, and we're also looking at clinics in the United States at the moment, and of course in the UK, which is very exciting to me because I'm from England. Of course.
Yeah. Very impressed that you wrote a book in Spanish, because yes, you don't sound as if you're Spanish.
Yeah, I did. It was translated and published in Spanish. I did write it in English, actually.
Oh, you didn't need to disclose that, but there you go. Believe in disclosure. I know.
Yes. I've just seen a question from Phil Spur on the chat. Is it okay if I deal with that?
Yes, do, definitely.
So Phil says, given the framework in place governing anonymity of donors, is there any way that this technology could result with legal ramifications? This is a good question. And it's true that, aside from the ethics, which I personally find fascinating, we're always looking at legislation and laws. And it's one of the things that we make sure whenever we move into a new territory that we are operating legally. And yeah, like I said, in the countries where we operate, the doctors and the medical teams of the clinics are able to access information about the donors. Of course, that information is necessary to do their jobs. Donors only have to be anonymous towards the recipients, towards the patient, towards the general public. So we can operate legally almost anywhere around the world. It just depends what information is available on donors.
Right. So where you started to tell us where the clinics, what clinics you're working with, but you're having good conversations with the UK as well at the moment.
Yes, that's right. Tomorrow, I believe. Yeah, tomorrow. That's right. At 2, I have a conversation with Andrew Coots from the International Fertility Company, and I'll be talking with Salome from Clinic Vista Hermosa, which is a Spanish clinic, and we'll be talking about access to PhenoMatch for English patients, both those that choose to go for treatment in the UK and those that go for treatment abroad.
And tell us, like where you see things in terms of your business plan as a company. Where do you see things developing over the next few years for you?
Well, I think at the moment we have a product that works, and it's, that's something which I'm incredibly proud of. It is a solution to a very specific problem, and it's very efficient and very accurate, and it saves the clinics a lot of time. So the next step, I think, is the international rollout. I think, and for me, that's one of the most exciting parts. We're looking to get more clinics in more regions and more territories. And I think that's the situation over the next couple of years.
And in terms of the recruitment of donors, how are you finding that in different countries?
Recruitment of the donors is something which is really, really key to our technology, basically. Just like with any AI, the more data you have, the better results that you get. And so donor recruitment is one of the first things that we talk about whenever we talk to one of the new clinics. How do you get donors? How many donors do you have? How many do you have access to? And another one of the features of PhenoMatch is the ability to connect automatically to other databases. So if you have a clinic in London, and for example, that clinic might have their own gamete bank with their own sperm and own eggs, we can allow doctors from that clinic to not only access those gametes, those donor egg and donor sperm, but also to access external databases that are stored around the country and also abroad through the platform.
So do you think we might see more collaboration between clinics in that respect?
I hope so.
Worldwide?
It's definitely something that would be better for the patient, of course. Yeah. It would be much better for the patient. And of course, realistically, I know that there are clinics that maybe don't have as many donors as would be ideal. And so this is a really big opportunity.
And at the moment, I mean, I know that a lot of patients in the UK are going abroad for donor treatment for a variety of reasons. I mean, are you allowed to say, where you feel that the pool of donors is very strong, where there needs to be more development? Is that something that because you're not involved in recruiting donors yourself as a company, you're offering the technology once the donors are recruited, are you?
Yes, that's right. What we offer is the phenomatching technology. So we can match patients by their facial resemblance. So we can find the donor with the greatest facial resemblance, and we can match by all the industry standard criteria too. So we don't do a lot, in fact, we don't do any donor recruitment. That's something that clinics and banks are responsible for themselves. However, what I can say is that I think the problems that clinics and banks tend to have are the same, at least in Spain and the US. And I think the biggest issue tends to be with ethnic minorities, with Black donors, with Asian donors.
Yes, absolutely. That is a real problem. We've had quite a lot of publicity about that in the UK recently, that how hard it is to get donors from ethnic minority communities. So hopefully we will see a change in that. What do you think, as a sort of final question, and I know you're not involved in the recruitment of donors, but your technology is going to work the best for patients the more donors that we have. what do you think that we need to be saying to people about about the importance and the returns from donating? Like what do you think is going to encourage people?
That's a really good question, because the move away from anonymous donation is going to make things extra complicated in that sense. However, I think clinics need to communicate the legal rights and the legal responsibilities of donors, because a lot of that is kind of in a gray area. There needs to be more disclosure in terms of what people will be able to do with DNA testing in 10, 20, 30 years, because the idea of anonymity is little by little falling apart.
It is falling apart, yes.
Yeah. And I think also we're just generally in a moment of industry change. And hopefully once this sort of new generation of legislation is applied in terms of anonymity, hopefully things will be a little simpler for everyone, and we'll see more and more donors, I think.
So would you like to see a world where the legislation was the same world over? I mean, is that the sort of thing that you would call for?
I mean, no, is the answer to that question.
Right, okay.
I think that this is an issue that, is always going to be complicated, even within the European Union, even with countries like France, Spain, Germany, the UK, Italy, Ukraine, all have different legislation. And I don't necessarily think that uniformity of legislation is something that's completely ideal. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Well, thank you, Josh. Is there anything, before we just move on to our final speaker today, is there anything that you would like to finish with, or in terms of where people can get more information? Because I absolutely know that your technology is going to be extremely popular with patients, and we are only going to see more patients seeking donation in the future. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to say is probably the best way to get in touch with us is visiting us at phenomatch.com. And because we're a Spanish company, Phenomatch is spelled with an F. So that's FENO and then match.com. And thank you, Jessica, Laura, and thank you to all the other speakers.
Thank you. Right, we are now on to our final talk for today, and it is from Dr. Uzma Chowdhury from Octopus Ventures, and it's on a subject which I know that everyone loves, money, because Octopus are an investment company, and Uzma conducts due diligence and deal making around frontier technologies within the health and biotech fields. She's going to be talking to us about the future of fertility tech, including the development of technologies such as gene editing, which of course is right at the frontier of infertility tech. In fact, the creators of gene editing just won the Nobel Prize. And she's also going to be talking, I think, about some other areas of technology development that I, and perhaps all of us listening, have never heard of. So we look forward to being educated. Over to you, Uzma.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak about Octopus Ventures and our interest in the femtech and fertility space at the Giant Health platform today. I am Uzma. I am part of the Octopus Ventures investment team, along with 28 other investment professionals. We have expertise within 4 core areas, and these include deep tech, which is technology that can drive the next industrial revolution, such as quantum computing. Another team that is looking at future of health, and this includes everything from digital health platforms to biotech and life sciences, although we don't touch therapeutics. Then we have a team that's looking at future of money and primarily looking at the fintech and insurtech space. We have a team that's looking at consumer businesses, And we also have another another team looking at growth types of investments, and these are mostly Series B plus investment rounds. In terms of, I guess, a bit more about the health team, where there are 5 of us focused on identifying category defining businesses that would change the future of health as we know today. And some of the areas where we have delved into over the last few years have been taboo, mental health, femtech, and recently fertility. And we also have been looking at sort of more frontier tech opportunities from a personalized healthcare perspective, looking at stratifying patients, better diagnostic assays, and new synthetic biology platforms to create novel types of treatments and therapeutics. And so those are some of the areas that we spend a lot of our time looking into and meet a bunch of businesses there. Within Femtech, I think we remain excited about Femtech, and I think our portfolio company LB is testament to this, with a pioneering founder and entrepreneur in the space that has looked at addressing problems of women with their new breast pump product, and historically a pelvic floor trainer device. And we continue to look for businesses that are looking at femtech issues, but also fertility. I think fertility is an area that we feel is ripe for innovation. We feel that there are many ways to drive efficiency and better outcomes in that space. And mostly we feel that there are issues with accessibility of fertility treatments, of fertility solutions, but also the cost of such treatments, which currently is only really making these treatments accessible to a small portion of the population. I think there is also lots of exciting research and R&D happening on a number of other fronts, which will help people identify the risk of infertility early on, and as such allow interventions to prevent infertility. Right now, where we're looking at making people more fertile, I think in future some of this R&D will lead to actually being able to reverse infertility and make infertile people fertile. There is also lots of exciting research on transplant of ovarian and testicular tissue, which can open new doors and new opportunities in allowing reproductive opportunities to transgender and gay populations, but also to populations that have hit menopause or beyond their fertility window. There is so much happening in the male contraception space as well, and I think that fertility isn't something that only affects women. Fertility is also an issue for the male population, and as you spend more time looking through the literature and publications, male fertility has really, really drastically decreased over the last couple of decades, and that is a problem. And there are a number of startups that are looking at early on identifying fertility issues and issues with sperm motility and sperm quality, to allow these populations to take interventions and store their sperm early on, if there is a risk of losing their fertility over time. Moreover, there's interesting research happening in the male contraception space. So although typically today contraception relies heavily on the female population, and it's very, very little of the contraceptive responsibility lies on men. In future, there is the possibility of actually having more male contraceptive options, although that is something that is still maybe 7 to 10 years away at minimum. And I think there is loads that there is a significant opportunity in actually learning a bit more about fertility, a bit more about how fertility changes for different patient groups, and actually looking at all the data we have on broader population to allow for personalization and really try to deconvolute some of the patterns and underlying reasons why some people may be becoming maybe more at risk of losing fertility early on, or may have a shorter window of fertility. And this sort of more personalized approach will allow men and women more control over their fertility and decisions relating to their fertility. So I think there is so much information within the hormonal profiles, the genetic profiles, and the mental health and medical history of patients. And historically, no one has actually, tried to bring all of those data points together to understand a bit more about someone's predisposition to conception or loss of fertility, or I guess even so far as potential, effectiveness of a specific drug for them. And so I think this whole wave of personalization that is coming across, medicine and healthcare broadly will also push innovation within fertility as well. As I mentioned, one of the big issues with fertility today is access to these solutions and access to fertility treatments, and the number of places that you can go to for fertility services. And I think seeing a bit more activity on that front of actually giving women and men more insight and more control over, and more information about their fertility through businesses that are looking at using various different types of tests and, clinical tests such as saliva tests or blood tests to track their fertility. And so moving this attitude of, more reactive rather than proactive towards fertility is going to be another big change that I envisage over the next 5 to 10 years. I think historically people only really sort of realize that they can't conceive or are having fertility issues when they try to conceive. In future, I think with some of the businesses and solutions that I've seen people build, I think that most people will start taking more ownership of their fertility and understand what's happening with their fertility and over time, and won't necessarily only find out that they have fertility issues when they're trying to conceive, to really moving from a reactive kind of position to a proactive positioning on fertility tracking and fertility enhancement. And these are all areas where I think there is lots of exciting stuff happening, all the way from, sort of digital platforms to more R&D heavy businesses that are coming out of lab, trying to understand how to better classify and stratify sperms and eggs and into their quality, but understanding their rate of success, but also from a perspective of stratifying fertility status of people, and being able to do that in, I guess more from a early point of view rather than in hindsight when people are struggling to conceive. So I think overall on we've met a bunch of businesses in this space, and we are very much excited about a few that we have in our pipeline, and hopefully we'll be pushing out and announcing. But there are loads of areas where I still see huge gaps. So, for example, endometriosis. The diagnosis and treatment of endometriosis is an unsolved problem, and it's a huge and a big problem. And actually, to understand how many people who end up struggling conceiving because of endometriosis, it's actually quite a hard problem for patients that suffer with endometriosis. And really, I think there will be lots of advancement in areas like, and our knowledge about and our ability to treat and diagnose conditions like endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome. And some of these, again, I guess they end up being diagnosed when people are having fertility issues or conception issues. And again, being able to better diagnose and treat these conditions may not only make a huge difference to the quality of life for those who are afflicted with those conditions, but also for their fertility and for their fertility planning. And so I think that's an area where I'm quite interested in seeing novel solutions and novel diagnostic methods and novel treatments. There's also, I think, a significant amount of overlap between hormonal health and your fertility and your mental well-being, yet hormonal health can very much be like a black box that, I guess is hardly touched. And so that's an area that I'm personally really keen on understanding, is how do you deconvolute the relationship of hormone, not only, sort of, I guess, the complexity of how females' hormones change on a 28-day basis, but also throughout their sort of puberty to adolescence to maybe when they're trying to conceive to when they hit menopause. So it's a complicated sort of hormonal change that a woman would go through in her life. And similarly, I guess men will have a different type of hormonal sort of like profile changes, but they will, all of these affect not only your quality of life, your fertility, your I guess fertility options, and also your overall well-being and happiness. So it would be great, I guess, to see some innovation in the space where people are trying to really unravel the fine links between hormonal health and the broader general well-being and fertility of people. And I guess another area that where I think we get really, really excited about is, these huge gap in contraception market on the other end. So, I guess fertility is one side, but contraception is also an area where we have seen very, very little innovation in the last few decades. And to think that some of the contraceptive options that are available have very potent side effects, and yet still, they are being prescribed on the regular, and actually how much time is spent in understanding whether that particular contraceptive is suitable to a person, to their mental well-being profile, to their genetic profile, to their overall I guess fertility goals in future, and their predispositions to specific conditions, for example migraines or depression, etc. And I feel like there is a big gap in the market on this end as well, that actually we don't have any way of having more personalized contraceptives or contraceptives that don't have strong side effects. And so really keen on seeing some solutions on that front too. And I guess to sum it all up, it seems like fertility and femtech is an area which is really ripe for innovation. There are several I guess, subsections of this where I feel there is a huge gap of innovation that has been historically stagnant due to several reasons. But now that, you know, we're seeing more and more startups addressing these problems, or addressing women's problems, addressing fertility issues, I am very hopeful about seeing a whole slew of new innovations in this space. But yeah, I think if you have any other questions for me, I am happy to take them over email, or just drop me a message and I shall come back to you. Thank you very much for listening to me today. And as always, very happy to sit down and discuss some of my thoughts with you about the space, but also if you have any ideas that you would like to share, or if you're thinking about a venture or building a business, then we would love to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Hello, I don't know if we're live. Oh, we're live now. We're really slick now. We are doing the business, and I want to thank Uzma for that great talk, which was really fascinating. And what I thought was really interesting, Uzma is sadly not joining us for a live Q&A. So I just want to sum up what I thought was really interesting, is that not only did she talk through some of the developments that are happening at the moment in terms of femtech and fertility tech, she also pointed to some of the developments that she thinks, you know, that there are or gaps in the market that she thinks that we should be exploring. And actually, if anyone is watching out there and saw Uzma's talk and is developing technology around some of those areas that she was particularly interested in, well, she's a venture capitalist, so I would get in touch with her. And she did say at the end of the talk that she is really interested in hearing from people, including startups that are developing those new technologies. So and that is it for the fertility track at the Giant Health 2020 conference. I want to thank all our speakers for their time. I want to also apologize for the technology problems at a tech conference that we had at the beginning of the day, particularly. I do think that we got a little bit more streamlined. Please do contact the speakers, and some of them are exhibiting at the conference, and hopefully you'll be able to contact them there. Otherwise, I'm sure that you can find their details on the Giant conference platform, or Google, or do contact us at the Fertility Show, and we will put you in touch. So that's it for now. I just want to say thank you very much for joining the fertility track at Giant 2020, which has been sponsored by the Fertility Show, the UK's largest patient event, which wasn't able to run this year live, but we will be running a series of online talks from next year leading up to the next live show in September 2021. See you there. Thanks. Bye.
and welcome to this year's session, Resetting Patient Care, with the Shakers and the Breakers. My name is Pilar Fernandez Hermida. I am the founder of iExpand and your curator today at Giant 2020. First, I would like to thank our sponsors and speakers. In times where saying no might seem the easier option, you have shown true leadership and commitment to keep the ball rolling. Thank you very much. Healthcare is a truly global affair. And ahead of us, we will have an afternoon filled with speakers coming from 5 different continents and sharing multiple perspectives: public sector, private sector, startups, market leaders. We will hear from the likes of UNH, HL7 Norway, InterSystems, Etisalat Digital, Happify, and Pedigree, MyMobi Health, Ada Health. Is going to be phenomenal. Make sure not to miss it. There will be 2 tracks, the Shakers and the Breakers, each followed by a panel and live Q&A. Feel free to join us live or on demand. If you join us live, feel free to greet us on the chat, say who you are, where you're logging from, and ask us any questions. Let's keep it super dynamic. Let's break the internet. Well, actually, on second thought, let's not break the internet, but we really like to interact with you. Does it matter? There is a lot of hype about virtual care models finally taking the patient to the center and realizing the potential of personalized and preventative medicine. But let me tell you something. For virtual care models to be really impactful, they need to be adopted at scale and by many. And at the moment, our systems are broken. At best, the systems are fragmented and operate in silos. At worst, they cannot even guarantee access to basic services to many of their citizens. Using an analogy, we are lost in translation. Our systems speak different languages. From a semantics perspective, they are not always meaningful to their patients. And then each of them use different rules, which makes it very hard to articulate anything at scale. And this fragmentation goes beyond technology. It also includes bureaucratic, regulatory, cultural, and educational barriers that we must address right here, right now, because the clock is ticking. We need to shake old models. We need to break unnecessary barriers and let go of all antiquated business models. Only then will we be able to drop the digital from healthcare, because healthcare will be a continuum of interventions, online and offline, throughout the lifestyle, the care, and the cure pathways of each of us. The good news is that there are some organizations already doing that. This is our very own Shakers and Breakers, and we have some of them here today with us. The Shakers come from within the healthcare systems and are addressing fragmentation from there. The Breakers come from outside the healthcare systems and are trying to break down some of these walls to bring patient-centric services for all. Not all of them are here, but I can guarantee you that each of the speakers today will have a compelling story to share that will leave you inspired and powered up. Without further delay, let's launch part 1. Let's meet the Shakers. Thank you. Introducing innovations into the healthcare systems at scale and addressing the fragmentation issues listed in the introduction is no easy task, even for our most enthusiastic Shakers and Breakers. There will be times where we are going to feel discouraged with all the barriers, so it might be a good idea to remind ourselves why we're doing this, why all the effort. After food and shelter, access to healthcare and education are the world's biggest equalizers. Access to quality healthcare is a universal right. And if there is one organization in the world that oversees that each of us, no matter where we are, no matter our economic standing, gets access to quality healthcare, that is the United Nations. Our next speaker, Pradip Kakatil, comes from one of the United Nations' most innovative agencies, UNH. Pradip is going to share with us how UNH is taking a very innovative and proactive approach to answer one question or one problem that they constantly hear from a lot of MOHs in the world, especially in the global south. They shared with them that their biggest problem was not lack of innovations, there were just too many. The biggest issues for them is how they could trust those innovations, how they could integrate them at a scale, but also in viable business model, taking into account their local context and conditions. Let's hear how they are doing that. Pradeep, it is an honor to have you opening our session, and welcome to Giant.
Good afternoon. It's such a pleasure to be here with everyone, not only just to share my views and the experience that I have from the work that I've been doing on bringing innovations to countries, but also it's been such a rich experience listening to so many different people about the work that you're doing. So I'll share a little bit about the work that we do. I work with the joint UN program on HIV and AIDS, the UNAIDS program, which brings together 11 different UN entities to respond to HIV. And I've worked on HIV for almost 3 decades. I started in 1991. I was a journalist and a filmmaker. I came to HIV by accident when a friend of mine tested positive. The AIDS movement has been really about innovations. We have seen so many innovations over the years. It's transformed access to healthcare. I'll give you a couple of examples. When I started, there was no treatment for people living with HIV. It was a death sentence. It was seen as that was the end. But over the years, there was some forms of treatment, but it was way too expensive. It was $10,000 per person per year. And then today, because of innovations, both in terms of pricing, but also due to trade negotiations and the way companies have worked together, innovators have worked together. Today, the same treatment and the best quality treatment is available at $75 per person per year, and HIV is no longer a death sentence. Similarly, in those days, in the early 2000s, a person living with HIV had to take 16 pills a day, every day. But today, we have come to a stage where there's one pill that is sufficient, or now, most recently, last month, there's been introduction of an injection, which is sufficient every 2 months. So there have been so many innovations that the AIDS movement has brought that a couple of years ago, we started to understand how can we really bring some of these innovations that we have learned and the lessons we have learned from the AIDS movement, how can we bring it to broader health as we are moving towards universal health coverage? And that is where the Health Innovation Exchange was set up. It's a platform that works with ministries of health, both in the developing world, but also with the developed world, to identify the challenges that ministers of health are facing and to find solutions that respond to their needs, and then to find resources, investments to take some of these innovations to scale. So let me start with a quick story and then try and illustrate some of the examples of the work that we do. In the early days, as I said, when we started looking at the lessons from HIV and tried to move towards finding a solution to take these innovations to scale in countries, we started off initially by saying, looking at what everybody does, which is we said, okay, let's just set up a fund which will invest behind innovations. We will work with countries and we'll find some of those solutions, which is going to transform the way healthcare is delivered. Thankfully, we had conversations with several ministers, many of them from Africa, Asia, and also from Europe. What was interesting from every minister that we spoke to was that the first message was, we don't need more innovations. We have plenty of solutions. But whose solutions are they? For who are you building those solutions? What they were basically saying was that nobody comes to the ministers of health to understand what their challenges are. What are their problems? What are their pain points? And how can these innovations really respond to their needs? And not just, usually far too often, many of the solutions are trying to find the problem. So what the ministers were telling us was, come to us, listen to us, understand what our real world challenges are, and then these innovations will be very helpful. The second message that we got from every minister was, we cannot trust anybody because everybody is trying to sell something to us. So do we know whether solution A is good or solution B, or is it solution Z that we need to be looking at? So there was a lot of lack of trust between the innovators and the ministries of health. Number three, the problem that we very quickly understood was that many of the solutions for health impact, if you want to have impact on health, many of those solutions lie outside the health sector. And let me give you an example. Minister after minister that we spoke to from across Asia and Africa, every one of them said, look, we want to leverage digital health. We want to be able to bring the best of digital health to transform our health situation. But what was happening was that every country, if you look at it, anywhere between 30 to 70% of the health facilities did not have access to quality energy, if I can put it that. Many of them were off-grid. Many of the primary health centers were off-grid. Many of the secondary and tertiary hospitals were often lacking quality energy, which is why if you look at several countries, 70% of the medical devices that are introduced expire within the first 2 years. So you have these graveyard of machinery, health machinery in every hospital that you go to because of this poor quality. But what was happening was that the ministers of health often would not speak to their electricity counterparts who had the resources and the plans for rolling out energy. So there was this disconnect within the health landscape and across different sectors. And then there was a huge challenge that we came across, which was even when we worked with ministers to identify what their challenges were, we found innovators who could actually respond to those challenges and find absolutely fantastic solutions that had been tested elsewhere, which were ready for scale. The investments that are available in the developing world, the investments in health is very, very minimal, and that just cannot be. So there was no resource available, despite all the donor conversation about investing in innovations for health. There's very little money that's actually hitting the ground where there is any risk for scaling. So what we really found was that there was not enough resources within the ministry, and there was not enough external funding that was coming. So there was need for really developing a new model of financing where we could bring innovative financing, private investments to take some of these solutions to scale. So that's what the Health Innovation Exchange does. What we do is we work with ministries, identify challenges, bring our network of innovators from across the world, both from the developed global north as well as the global south, bring them together to find those solutions that can really have impact. And then we work with them to make sure that the solutions are locally owned and embedded so that there is ownership for it. And then we bring investors who can take some of these solutions to scale. So we have had over the last 2.5 years, we have been able to mobilize about $200 million for scaling up innovations, investing predominantly behind innovations and making sure that they are able to scale. We are very much about local production in Africa. We have been supporting a lot of that. And what we are working now currently, and COVID has been a huge eye-opener, but maybe there are two issues that I would like to just touch upon before I close. One, that we are failing when it comes to health overall. And COVID has been a great example for that. But also let me take the example of what happened last year. I turned 50 last year, and I was on a panel with a few ministers, and one of the ministers was the Minister of Health of Sierra Leone. And I was just before the panel, we were just sitting and chatting. And then at one point of time, he said, look, if you're in Sierra Leone, if you were from there, you have 1 more year to go before you die. And I was like shocked. The life expectancy in Sierra Leone is 51. And the life expectancy in Geneva, in Switzerland, where I live, it is 86. 3.5 decades, 35 years is the difference. And that disparity, not all of it is because of access to healthcare, but a significant part of it is because of access to healthcare. Today, we have the tools, we have the resources, we have the ability to transform that and make sure that people have access to life and livelihood. Number two, what I also find is that COVID has demonstrated that health is absolutely central to development. What I'm seeing today, I don't have to go into the data for COVID, 60 million plus infected. We have seen over 1.5 million deaths. We are seeing, and for me, the human cost of it, 400 to 500 million people will fall back to extreme poverty because of COVID. And when it comes to economic costs, we are talking about anywhere between 8 to 15 trillion dollars in economic impact. So what we need to we have an opportunity to transform the way we look at healthcare. We have an opportunity to rebuild better. And that's where our focus has been from the Health Innovation Exchange. Based on our lessons, what we have done now is, one, we believe that we have three things that we need to do. One, we need to ensure that if countries do not have, and the health systems do not have access to energy, we will not be able to go on scale, and we'll not be able to get real-time information, which is absolutely critical when it comes to pandemic control. So we have partnered with the International Solar Alliance, which is an alliance of 80 plus member countries that brings the ministers of energy together. Along with them, we have launched, as of mid-October, we have launched a $150 million fund, which is the Solar for Health Fund, which will invest in energy security for health infrastructure. Number two, we are very optimistic about the connectivity, which is going to transform health landscape, be it use of artificial intelligence, be it real-time data, be it telemedicine. For all of that, you need robust connectivity. And what we are really, really happy about is the growing 4G and 5G connectivity, but also with a lot of the low orbit satellites, which are going up with several partners who are involved in it. Connectivity in remotest parts of any country will be something which will be broadband quality very soon. So we want to see how we can leverage that to have impact. The third part is that we believe that the innovations today, there are sufficient innovations and tools which we can package together to have maximum impact. So if I had one message, what I would say is that we want donors, we want private industry, we want governments to invest in health, because that will not only have impact for the health access, but it will also have huge impact on economic development. I'll stop there. It's been such a pleasure, and I look forward to answering any questions that you have in the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such an inspiring opening keynote. And congratulations to the UNAIDS for the launching of the Health Innovation Exchange, a much needed initiative to address fragmentation and divides and promote supranational collaboration between the Global North and the Global South. Now, moving down to the national level, and given that most health systems are public, how does a government go about to tackle fragmentation at national level? What does it take for them to shake the status quo and facilitate the transition? Coming next, we have Line Selle, who will talk to us about the journey that Norway started 8 years ago to become one of Europe's first national patient portals. Line, welcome to our session.
My name is Line Selle, and I'm an enterprise architect in Tietoevry. I'm also the chair of HL7 Norway, and I'm involved with several different areas in HL7 International. I'm here today to talk about enabling the patient anywhere, anytime, and the work that we've been doing on Patient Portal in Norway. I've been a part of that work throughout my work in Helse Vest and National ICT, as well as HL7 Norway. So I'm going to start today talking a little bit about the Norwegian healthcare model. In Norway, most of healthcare is governmentally owned, and 85% of healthcare is publicly funded. We have 4 health regions that are responsible for specialist care. We have also 365 municipalities responsible for primary care, like GPs, public health, long-term care, and rehabilitation. Before 2010, we had a lot of fragmented systems throughout the municipalities as also the regions. After 2010 and a little bit prior to that, hospitals started to consolidate their EHRs, but we still, until this day, have a lot of fragmented systems, at least in the municipalities. The patient data in Norway is not owned by the hospitals or the systems, it's owned by the patient by law. So we have been able to actually get a transcript of all the information that is in the hospital systems, but we have had to do so by asking the hospitals to give us a transcript by paper. So with all these kind of systems, we had a saying in Norway saying you have to be healthy in order to be sick, because you had to keep your track of your own healthcare records when you're passing by through GPs, into hospitals and back again. So we did have some messages going on, and we did start on that work in 2000, but we still had a lot of work to do. So the government started out delivering out a white paper, One Citizen, One Record, in 2012-2013, which actually stated the way to go for healthcare records in Norway. We wanted it to be one record for each citizen, so it would be easier to track the healthcare for the patient. Helse Norge started integrating towards hospitals in 2013, starting in Helse Vest. Helse Norge now also include parts of primary care. So a little bit of overview of Helse Norge, the way it is today. We have a lot of available services, and we have been in quite agile these days. We have Corona tools here, a lot of information as well as test results. This is the first place that the patient will get their test results for Corona. In addition to that, we have messages from healthcare service, like an inbox. The first 2 messages that we started out was actually appointments and status of referrals. These kind of gave a little bit less phone calls to the hospitals, because that's what the patient asked for mostly. And we also have an overview of your e-prescription, your patient journal in full from the hospital, all the documents, and we have an overview of your healthcare contacts, as well as your vaccines, critical information and donor information, information about what kind of research studies that you have agreed to participate in, and also which kind of health registries that you are registered to. We also include tools for information about your health and learning about what you can do to actually become healthier. So as a standardization woman, I need to say this. It's interoperability that's stitching it all together. We do still have a lot of systems, and we need to integrate those in order to get all the information that we need. We started using HL7 for status referral, appointments, etc. That was actually V3, and we have now moved over to HL7 Fire. IHE XCA is used for sharing documents, But as I actually mentioned a little bit prior to this, we started out in 2000 sending messages across the healthcare sector in Norway using a national Norwegian XML standard, where we have messages for continuity of care, referrals, discharge summary, and several of more. We also reused some standards from financial sector, like authentication, bank ID. That has been something that most persons in Norway already have, so it's easy to incorporate this into healthcare. So how did we actually make this happen? The solid anchoring we had from the government to the leadership of the different areas within healthcare in Norway has been crucial for this project. But also the expectations from the patient. For instance, when we started in Helse Vest, the patient in Helse Vest did have these opportunities to see their appointments, etc. Then the patient otherwise, in other parts of Norway wanted the same thing. And it's also the expectation, if you have it from other kind of sector, like the bank, why can't healthcare give me my information? Workers in healthcare know that it's a little bit difficult with the security and privacy rules that we have in healthcare, but it's still a part of the expectations from the patient. And on standards, that's been one of the good factors that's we've all agreed that we need to use standards to get the right information to the right place to the right time. And if we do it right the first time, it's easier and it will give easier development in the end and lower price. There's always room for improvement. Using the vendors has not been done a lot in the healthcare portal. It's a web portal, it's not an API management yet. So we should be able to offer more services from vendors into the patient portal. We are working in Norway to actually better the foundation of the basic data, like addresses, etc. So this is something that's been going on for several years already. But we still have a lot of work to do to make sure that the data is secure and transferred in a way that will maintain the privacy of the patient. We still have a lot of fragmented system in primary care. That's the major issue nowadays in Norway, and we have a big project that's going to start now, Akson. So if you're interested in healthcare in Norway, I suggest that you follow on Akson. We also need a more common funding towards common initiatives. Still, there are a lot of municipalities, regions that want to do their own project. So we need to actually improve our nationwide initiatives so that we can have more projects coming up nationally. We also need to share more data with the practitioner. For now, this solution is actually based on what the patient needs. And we still have left to actually include the practitioner. But this is coming up right now. So we are having a pilot now in the eastern part of Norway, starting out to share the same documents that the patient are getting. So this was a short intro to Helse Norge. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me. If you have any questions after this, please don't hesitate to send me an email. Thank you all.
such an inspiring presentation that also provides very interesting insights for any other health system undertaking the same journey. Now, moving next, we are going to hear from a different perspective, the one from the industry leaders. Industry market leaders play a pivotal role not only in addressing fragmentation from a technology level, but also tackling other type of fragmentation, which is the one in the supply chains and procurement. Because let's face it, even though health systems love the innovation from SMEs and startups, when it comes to procuring, they tend to favor larger companies. Duncan Allen from InterSystems is going to share with us in the next session how their company is not only addressing fragmentation at the technology level by joining all the dots, but also it's providing a collaboration platform that will enable for the shakers and the breakers to collaborate together and to make sure that the right innovations get to our health systems and therefore to each of us. Duncan, welcome to our session.
Good afternoon. My name is Duncan Allen from InterSystems, and over the next few minutes, I'm going to be talking about working with both shakers and the breakers to improve healthcare outcomes. We actually consider ourselves to be a shaker ourselves, and we have many solutions and products that are suitable for the healthcare market, but the one that's relevant to this presentation is our Iris for Health platform, which is the world's first and only data platform specifically engineered to extract value from healthcare data. And as you will see, it is empowering our partners to rapidly create and scale healthcare's next breakthrough applications. So you may know already of us, but rather than me tell you about InterSystems, if you don't, I'm going to let a couple of analysts do that for me. We are an industry leader. So Gartner placed us in the Magic Quadrant for operational database management systems. But not only are we an industry leader, we are a leader in healthcare, and KLAS, a specialist analyst in the healthcare market, put us in the leader category for many years. In 2020 is no exception, leader category for healthcare interoperability platforms. So that's InterSystems, but really what I'd like to talk about is the fiscal challenges we're all facing, and as well as clinical challenges. And one that everyone is very familiar with, I'm sure, if they're listening to this, is that a relatively small amount of the population can consume a large amount of healthcare costs in any health economy. This is just one study which shows that 45% of total healthcare costs are being consumed by 3% of the population. And in particular, I'd like to talk to you about the 1% who are on end-of-life care pathways, unfortunately. Not only are they very costly to the health economy, but there's a clinical challenge as well. There is typically a lack of coordination amongst carers who are looking after these this cohort, and patients often feel they have no control over the way their wishes are adhered to and respected. And this leads to distress for carers and the patient and their family. And worst of all, they can often find it difficult to justify particular types of prescription or medicalization. And probably the very worst of all is unnecessary hospital admission, which comes as a result of a paramedic or an emergency care doctor doing what they have to do to treat the patient when they can't access the patient's care plan. So a very innovative and passionate partner of ours is an organisation called Coordinate My Care, and I class them as a shaker and a breaker solution, and their system has been implemented across one of the most, maybe the most complex health system in the UK, which is London, currently serving 9 million citizens. And it is a very innovative and yet in some ways simple idea, in that they put the patient in control of their urgent care plan. So as you can see on the left, a patient can create an urgent care plan, which they would typically do. They could do that with another healthcare professional, and then that care plan is made available to all urgent care providers, and that in this case includes 111 service, 999, out of hours GPs, GPs themselves of course, and emergency departments. And there are, for patients on an end of life care pathway, there's some very important and very personal information in this type of care plan, which can include do not attempt to resuscitate, and it can also include preferred place of death. And it's very important that paramedics know these facts, as well as other facts which are pertinent to their care when they are called to treat in an urgent situation. Otherwise, they can't follow those wishes. Now, if you would like to know more about Coordinate My Care, I do recommend you go to their website, and on their landing page is a link to a video which has several prominent people talking about this solution, including Matt Hancock, who is our Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. Moving on then to a different type of challenge in healthcare, and this is around, I call it an acute challenge. It manifests itself most in the acute sector, and studies that were commissioned in 2001 and a different study in 2009 really showed that up to 10% of hospital patients are known to suffer an adverse drug error. Now, I do believe since those times things have improved, but in terms of the percentage, but the issue still remains. And at that time, both those studies were saying that 1,200 lives could be actually saved per year. And in terms of costs, which is the other part of the equation, each adverse error was extending patient stays by 8.5 days, which was estimated to be costing the NHS £500 million a year. So welcome to WellSky International. This is a long-term partner of InterSystems, and I call it a shaker solution because they've been around in the market for a long time, in fact decades. They've been providing a world-class pharmacy management system which was developed by pharmacists with pharmacists for pharmacists, and it is very widely used in the NHS and overseas. But they've recently extended that capability in the last few years into a full EPMA solution. That's why they're a shaker. They're making a real difference by delivering organisational-wide electronic prescribing and medicines administration right across entire communities, and of course addressing the problem, the challenge, if you like, of issues associated with an important part of the care process, which is prescription of medicines. And then last but not least, I'd like to talk about what we all know is a huge global challenge. It's estimated that 850,000 people in the UK do live with dementia, and that figure is not going down. Sadly, it's estimated to be 1 million within the next 5 years. And that's actually personal to me because my own father is one of those that is suffering from Alzheimer's. And it's not just the clinical challenge, like all these challenges, there's also a fiscal challenge. And it's estimated the global cost of this condition, there are different studies, but all of them run into several trillions of dollars. It's a massive cost to the world. And of course, attempts to treat dementia sadly do remain unsuccessful. However, and I know this from my personal experience with my father, it is known that early intervention treatments can arrest the process and avoid it progressing as rapidly as it would do if it was untreated. But the issue is that current methods of early diagnosis are expensive and time consuming. It can take several tests, several consultations before a diagnosis is confirmed. And I know that was the case. I sat through a couple of those consultations with my own father. I know that was the case in his sad diagnosis of Alzheimer's. So is cognitivity neurosciences, and without doubt at all, this is a breaker solution in the market. This very innovative organization has developed a cognitive testing platform, which they refer to as the integrated cognitive assessment. And this is a platform or a tool that looks at the responses of a patient to a particular set of images that are presented to them, and the timing and the accuracy of their responses to those images is processed using artificial intelligence, machine learning techniques to detect signs of impairment that you would normally associate with dementia across large areas of the brain. So they've already completed studies in the UK, and further clinical studies are planned for the UK, North America and Europe, and we InterSystems are working with them as their technology partner. Very proud to be doing that in the UK with a grant that is actually provided by Innovate UK. And in this ADEPT trial, they're actually integrating the ICA into existing NHS systems to make adoption simpler, and that is something that we are able to help with and make a lot easier for them to do with our own Iris for Health platform. And the outcome of this, they hope, is that it will prove the economic case for changing policies about how we as a society deal with Alzheimer's and other dementia conditions. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you for giving up a few minutes of your time, valuable time on today. And one thing I just would like to say is to commend the partners and other partners we work with, but particularly the partners mentioned here for that's WellSky International, Coordinate My Care, and Cognitivity Neurosciences, when I can say it properly, that is, for really their passion, their vision, and their innovation, that they and to some extent bravery that they show in bringing these new solutions to the market and really making a huge difference in areas of healthcare provision and healthcare outcomes. Thank you very much. I think there's a chance for questions shortly, and I look forward to hearing from you if you do have any. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your presentation, and congratulations to InterSystems for the launch of Iris. Having arrived to the end of our presentations for the first part, it is time for us to launch our first panel, where we will be joined by our three speakers, UNAIDS, InterSystems, and HL7 Norway. Our moderator for the first panel is no other than Dr. Petra Wilson, Managing Director of Health Connect Partners, and also one of the most respected health tech experts in Europe. Petra, it is an honor to have us with you today, sharing this panel. The floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. It's a great pleasure to have you here with us today. We've got an amazing panel for you of experts you've already heard their presentations. They're really engaged and interesting to listen to, and I have the great advantage of being able to ask them some questions to dive a little bit further into the presentations that you've already seen. My name is Petra Wilson. I work for a small company called Health Connect Partners. We do all sorts of things, but particularly our focus is on building trust in data and allowing data in healthcare to be used to maximum good and maximum potential. Data is, of course, the core element of everything that drives the solutions that we've heard our experts speak about. So we're going to keep that in mind as we ask our experts to answer some questions. However, before I go into those questions, I'd like to invite each of our experts to introduce themselves. So first off, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Duncan Allen from InterSystems. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Petra. My name is Duncan Allen. As you say, I am from InterSystems, which is a fairly established software company working in healthcare. I've been with InterSystems some 18 years, so although we're quite well established and large now, we haven't always been, so I can see things from both perspectives.
Thank you very much, Duncan. And Lena, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Petra. Hi, my name is Line Sele. I work as an enterprise architect in Tietoevry. I'm also the chair of HL7 Norway, and I'm a lot involved with HL7 International as well. My presentation has been around the fact that I've been in healthcare in Norway for over 10 years, working in Helse Vest and National ICT. So, been working through the government point of view for several years.
Thank you very much. And lastly, but certainly not least, Pradeep, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you very much, Petra. My name is Pradeep Kakatil. I come from India. I serve with the Joint UN Program on HIV and AIDS. I'm based out of Geneva, which is our headquarters. We have presence in 75 countries. Most of our work has been on looking at what is preventing people from having access to health, particularly around HIV, but also broader health. So it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you.
Thank you very much. So as you can see, we've got all the main components of bringing a good health IT solution to the end user being the healthcare provider, the healthcare system, and of course, ultimately, the patient, because that's ultimately who we're all trying to serve. And I suppose actually the citizen, because ideally we don't want people to become patients. We want them to be able to remain citizens as long as possible. So without any further discussion, I'm going to begin by asking each of you to think a little bit about the role of co-creation in bringing health IT solutions to the end user. Each of you have kind of touched upon the notion of co-creation a little bit in your presentations, and have noted particularly that it is important to allow systems to grow up from the point of need. And Pradeep, in particular, you noted the fact that sometimes solutions come to market looking for a problem rather than the other way around. Would you like to expand on that a little bit?
Thank you, Petra. I think when we look at bringing new solutions to countries, there are, I would say, 3 parameters that we need to look at. And far too often, for all good reasons, we try to skip those. One is the purpose. What is the problem we are trying to solve? Whose problem is it? Who are the problem holders? And how can we really co-create, work with them? Unfortunately, what we try to do is try and do a cut and paste model, which sometimes works, but far too often creates more problems than solve the problems which exist. And I'm not saying this in particular for any one industry, but it's true of several industries. And we've been, and there are various reasons for it. Part of it is financial, part of it is because of lack of linkages with the local market. So one is the purpose, and that is where we really need to start looking at what is the problem and how can we really start looking at solutions which may exist elsewhere, but how do you adapt it for the local context? The second part is trust. Far too often what happens is that there is a lack of trust between the ones who want to find solutions and the ones who have solutions, because it's often, I think profit in the past and probably also currently is seen as a bad word, and everybody is saying, you guys are trying to make a profit out of me. which is often not the case. I've worked with both sides, and I really believe that all of us want to solve a problem. And as part of that, all of us want to be sustainable. I mean, that's really needed. But far too often that doesn't translate. That is purely because of a lack of trust. And the trust deficit is something that we need to address, which means that we need to provide platforms that brings these, I would say, those who want to see a problem solved and those who have the solutions together. And the third is context. Far too often the solutions that we are trying to provide do not respond to the local realities. I mean, it's not surprising that if you look at it, any hospital you go to in the global south, 70% of the medical equipment that comes into the country gets destroyed within the first 2 years. It doesn't work. And you will have this one room which the hospitals will never show to anybody who comes there, but that's full of all this junk. And unfortunately, they can't write it off, but it is there. So how can we, and this is where there are so many challenges. And you spoke about citizens, how can we engage citizens right from the beginning in that design? The challenge, of course, is that it's a huge risk. The market is still not mature, it's small, so nobody wants to invest huge amounts of money. So we need to rethink what are the incentives that we can build for innovators to go and find solutions that are context specific, that works closely with the communities, that really addresses the problems. And some of it is happening now, and I do believe that we need to incentivize it a little bit more.
Thank you, thank you. I think we'll come back to the issue about incentivization towards the end of this session. Duncan, I'd like to move to you. In your opening presentation, you very nicely linked us back to the title, which is about who are the movers, shakers, and breakers. Where does co-creation fit into that shaking and breaking model that we've seen work so successfully in health IT?
So we have, I'll give it a slightly different perspective from Pradeep, because we work with software partners to help them develop new products. So really, when I talk about co-creation, it's really talking about working in harmony with other software companies who are developing applications. So we have something that's, in my experience, almost unique in the marketplace, in that we, in most of our territories, we have a team of what we term sales engineers, and their role, they're usually either very experienced developers or technical architects. And their role is really to work with our partners to enable them to get the most out of our technology. And it's a unique combination of training, mentoring, and sometimes even getting involved in co-production. So that kind of partnership really has been very effective for us and for our partners over the years. I would expand it slightly from just co-creation, in that we like to work with our partners right through their value chain, from not just development, but also marketing, sales, implementation, and support. And we add value where we can throughout that value chain, which some find really useful, some don't. But very often we'll get engaged in joint marketing. We can even get involved in joint sales campaigns. And if there's an issue with support, we'll jump on it as soon as we can and make sure the partner's got the support they need to resolve any issues for the client.
Thank you, that's great. And thank you for taking us beyond co-creation through co-production and actually working in partnership throughout. And I'm sure that's one of the things that Pradeep was nodding towards as well, that need to actually remain engaged, so that we don't have those rooms in hospitals that have the door locked and nobody ever sees again. Lena, you also talked about some of these issues in your presentation, and you noted particularly that it's important to focus more on the healthcare professionals. I'm sure that's got an element of co-creation linked to it as well. Perhaps you'd like to say a little bit more about that, or whatever else you want to mention on co-creation.
I'm not sure if I actually focus on healthcare professionals, but absolutely we need those along as well. on the co-creation side in Norway, we do have a lot of fragmented systems throughout healthcare in Norway, and we need to collaborate with all in order to give out services as one. And the patient platform in Norway is governmentally built up, but we do need to collect data from all the different systems that are handling patients. So that's been quite a lot of work, and it's going to continue for years to come. But at the same time, as I mentioned in my presentation, we haven't allowed other services to access the patient platform so far, and that's connected to the trust issue that Pradeep mentioned here prior to this. So we don't trust anyone to access or come into the systems other than just giving in the data that we've been needed so far. Linking it to more innovative systems, services should enable the patient even more to access their own healthcare data.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'd like to actually stay with you for a minute, Lina, because you work also with HR7, and HR7, of course, is all about standardization and helping the interoperability, which is so important to making the system work. But in terms of procurement, I wonder, do you find that the people procuring systems actually have enough knowledge about standardization? And are we procuring in an intelligent way? Or maybe it's not about standardization, maybe it's about other issues that we need to think about in how procurement happens. So if we've co-created solutions, or if we're moving more towards co-creation, how do we then make sure that the procurement system is actually functioning well? So I'd like to turn to each of you in turn to think a little bit about procurement, but start off with you, Lina, and where do you think we're going right in the procurement system, and where do we still need further work?
I do believe that procurement in Norway has increased their knowledge a lot around standardization, and they're actually getting the right expertise in when they're doing the procurement. So we are working quite a lot to increase that even more, because if you don't actually set the standards in the procurement phase, it's so much easier to leave it out in the other end because of pricing, etc. So I do believe that money also has a lot to do in the procurement phase, because you kind of skip out the parts that you feel that are not so important, like the one standard that you really need or want. So we do need knowledge in procurement about the different standards, about the different areas. And I do believe that we are heading in the right directions, but we still have a lot of work doing in Norway as well on that part. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. That's still some way to go. We now have actually two different perspectives. InterSystems works predominantly sort of more in the developed world, and UNA's functions a lot in low and middle income countries or the global south. It'd be interesting to hear your two experiences about where and how procurement works and how we can support more intelligent procurement. So maybe start with you, Duncan. How do you feel procurement works? That must be the sharp end of what you do Monday to Friday.
Yeah, we have to certainly get that right as a business. So most of my experience in recent years is very much focused on the UK and in England in particular. I think I would start by saying the most important standards that need to proliferate are interoperability standards. I'm sure Lina would agree. And you know, any new application, no matter what it's doing, that's coming into the healthcare environment, comes into an economy that's been established for decades, and it's only going to be effective if it can share data with other applications. So that's really a prerequisite for success, as far as I'm concerned. I think you know, without bigging them up too much, but I will give them, you know, definite credit where it's due. And NHS England does have various manifestations of standards bodies that have promoted standards over the last few years. The NHS Information Authority a few decades back did a very good job of ensuring that procurement mandated support for HL7 version 2, which I'm sure you're pleased to hear, Lena. And you'll find in the infrastructure within England, certainly, and most of the UK, that most applications that have been bought support at minimum a standard version of HL7 version 2, which makes integration, which we get involved in, a lot simpler and quicker. And the bodies, the central bodies now, NHS Digital and NHSX, are both promoting the latest interoperability standards like FHIR and the relevant STU. And I detect a lot of enthusiasm for that within users in the NHS, or CIOs and CTOs in the NHS. And the key, absolute key, is that as many procurement documents coming out mandate it, because you know, and it's quite simple. If you mandate something, it means that's a gateway to selling into the market. So the vendors, whether they want to invest in it or not, will do if they want to be part of the solution for the NHS. So in summary, I think NHS England has done a pretty good job over the last few years in promoting and ensuring interoperability standards are commonplace.
That's good to hear. In my experience, that's not the case throughout Europe. But I wonder, Pradeep, what's it like when we talk about the global south and other parts of the world?
I think Duncan said it. I mean, most of these systems, including the procurement systems, have been set up over several decades. So there is a history, a kind of institutional culture that has evolved in ministries of health, but also in other ministries. And I think all of us from the global north need to take part of the blame for having set up those systems over the years. So there's a bit of a problem there. But also we need to recognize that the changes that are happening, the kind of solutions that are available to countries today, they are changing so rapidly. So for countries to keep up with that change and to know what is legitimate, what is not, what is appropriate, what is not, that is really, and Lena, you spoke about the knowledge and importance of that information. I've sat with minister after minister, with each of them telling me, look, nobody comes to tell me what those solutions are. We need somebody neutral who can come and tell us. Most of them, the information that they get about a new technology, or whether it is a new app or digital tools, any of that is from often a friend of theirs who is either who has set up a new app or wants to introduce a new system. So there is a huge gap in that education or ability to provide that information in a way that can be understood, so that then translates to procurement. Number two, I think there is a huge challenge that I see, because in many of these countries, especially in the low-income countries, a lot of the procurement is driven by donor systems. So there may be 2-3 donors who are paying for a bulk of the procurement. And the risk appetite in any of this, particularly when it is introducing new technology, is very, very minimal. So there is need for a lot more of education. There's need to work on the culture of innovation and ability to embrace new technologies and innovations. And then that needs to translate into procurement processes. A lot of it, unfortunately, boils down to how do we invest in building some of those, at least fundamental knowledge, and building some of those common tools, information tools that's available to countries. There's a lot of work to be done.
Great. So I think we've got some interesting pictures here. So going back a bit, we thought about the need to co-create. We thought about the need to once we've got a product, to make sure that it is procured in the right way and really support that. And I think all of you have in one way or another suggested that there could be some further work there. However, let's go back to the beginning. Before anything can be procured, it has to be invented. We're fortunate, all of us work in a field where there's huge amounts of innovation. We sometimes see a gap between invention and innovation, where we get some great ideas coming up in the universities and in SMEs, small to medium-sized enterprises, who then get stuck in what in our industry we've often called pilotitis. They're great in pilot, scaling them up into innovation and into everyday use takes that little bit longer. And just as a quick aside, I have been saying for actually about 20 years, we'll know we've achieved digital health when we stop calling it digital health. None of us talk about, well, almost none of us talk about e-commerce anymore. We expect to be able to buy goods and services both in a bricks and mortar environment and in a virtual environment, particularly now in these COVID times. We don't have that yet with healthcare. What I would like you to end our session on is to really think about what can we do to nurture innovation, to recognize that a lot of the innovation that we're so dependent on comes from the university spin-offs, from the small, medium enterprises, comes actually from people tinkering in their bedrooms and garages still. How can we nurture that, and how can we nurture that for the very different markets that we have? We have sort of, in a way, hot houses like Norway. We've got bigger markets like the UK. We've got huge markets like the Global South, all of them dependent on innovation. But how good are we actually at nurturing it? Lynn, I'd like to come to you first. How can we nurture innovation, and what are we getting right? Where do we still have to go? Thank you.
I think we are working quite a lot with innovation in Norway. Sorry, but still we have a long way to go, because many of the innovative projects kind of ends up like pilot projects in a hospital or in small environments. So we need to lift those up even further. And since we did discuss the procurement phase, I do believe that we should actually use the procurement phase in order to set expectations that the innovative companies are a part of that as well. Because for now, there are requirements that the companies needs to be good standing financially, etc. And that will kill a lot of innovative companies. So we need to actually address that in the procurement phase, so that we can enable the small companies to actually lift their solutions up. We should also give opportunities across the sector to lift the innovative world even more. So if we have good pilots, we need to have some way of lifting that even further up, to just not stay as a pilot, but also be a more national solution.
Thank you very much. Now, Duncan, turning to you, InterSystems isn't an SME now, but was at one point. And I know you've been with the company for quite a few years, so you may have even lived through some of this. Tell us a little bit more about that and where we can go further.
Yeah. So I'd break this question down into two, really. There's really, how do you move from a pilot to a production system, and then how do you then commercially contract or sell that solution to the end user? So one thing that I sometimes I almost want to say, it makes me want to cry, because I meet quite a lot of brilliant people who've got a brilliant idea, and they focus on the development of that idea, which is absolutely right, without thinking about that underlying technology platform. So I meet quite a few people that are using all sorts of mixtures of open source database and open source this and a bit of software that we've borrowed from somewhere else. And you cannot possibly scale those solutions, and you cannot possibly expect them to be all the things that production systems need to be, which is secure and available. So that's really what we do. We offer ourselves as a technology partner that can take you through the pilot phase and then scale both to production systems that have the qualities that you need from production systems. And you can't get away from it. Those production systems in healthcare need to be secure and they need to be available, otherwise they're not usable. So that's what we do, really. We provide that pathway. And some things, it's a bit of a trite phrase, but I do say to people that engage in pilots, why not plan to succeed? And planning to succeed means you have to have thought about how you go from pilot to production once a pilot's successful. So that's just my little soapbox, but I see it far too often. And the companies that have thought about it, have become incredibly successful when they got it right. I mean, one of the largest healthcare companies in the world is Epic Systems, and Epic started, and worked on built their solutions and still have their solutions running on the InterSystems platform. So that's probably the most extreme example, but you can scale to enormous lengths when you get the right technology platform. If you don't choose ours, choose another one, of course, but make sure you've chosen one. And then I think the other thing that I would say is that the commercial aspects of this is that I genuinely believe that certainly the British government, I think most Western governments, maybe all governments, see SMEs as very important in terms of getting growth in the economy. When the economy comes out of difficult times, which I think we're probably in now or heading for now, it's usually the SME activity that kickstarts the economy. So not only do they bring innovation and new ideas and new benefits to the organisations they sell to, but they also bring benefits to the wider economy. So I think there is a genuine desire by government to engage with SMEs, and that includes, obviously, in the case of the market I service, the NHS. But I agree with Lena that some of the prerequisites, if you like, make it difficult for very small companies to engage. There are a couple of ways around that, and we had to find our way around that way back in the past when we were a lot smaller. So there are framework procurements, which are only usually, they're quite. I'm trying to get on one, or we're trying to renew one at the moment. I can tell you it's a huge amount of work to do it, and it's by OJU rules, which may be about to change in the UK, but I'm sure we'll get equally stringent rules. But once you're on a framework, then the procurement process is quite repeatable and lower effort. But what we found is there are specialists that exist in the UK that are on a lot of frameworks, specialise in getting on frameworks, and then will subcontract to smaller companies. And I would recommend that any SME that wants to sell through a framework initially starts by working with organisations like that. And in the UK, give a name check to Insight UK, but there are others, Softcat, who are both, for a few percentage points, can help you get onto sell through a framework that you don't necessarily have done all the hard yards for, that I'm currently going through with my colleagues on a framework renewal.
Thank you for that bit of advice to SMEs, and we'll try and come back to that. We are running short on time, so Pradeep, I'd like to ask you to sort of take this question about how we can nurture innovation to the global picture, because it's a very different story there, I think.
Petra, the problem that I see is, one, you spoke about pilotitis. The problem that I see is that there are wrong incentives for innovation. It often ends up being, and Duncan also said this, it often starts in a project mode. So you usually start with something on a pilot, it's a project, it is for 2 years, 3 years. And the moment the interest wanes or the minister changes or the donor changes, that collapses. And then you start all over again. This is the story of innovation in Global South, time and time again. So the incentives need to change. We need to, I think Duncan is very right. We need to start by thinking off scale. We need to have a much larger vision. Now, what is preventing that is also that we are working in a bit of a silo. And this is where I see that the health impact often relies on other sectors. And my simple challenge when I work in the Global South is that most of the countries, at least in many cases, 2/3 of the country's health infrastructure does not have energy security, which means most of your digital solutions are meaningless, because if you have no electricity, or you have electricity for 2 hours, 3 hours a day, just doesn't work. So we need to think at a bigger architecture picture that will enable plugging in innovations into that system, rather than trying to do these little pilots which will not scale. 3 for me is, we need to start looking at, again, far too often, it's probably an extension of the silos. We work within geographical boundaries. And I think that with the kind of technologies that we are speaking about, I think that limitation, which is the old school thinking, needs to be thrown out, and we need to start thinking much more across borders. And sometimes what I'm fascinated by is that many of the frugal innovations that are coming from the Global South will be absolutely critical for the Global North. I mean, vaccines, COVID vaccines. Probably Nigeria has a lot more in terms of lessons and experience in teaching the Global North on how to roll out vaccines en masse, right? So we need to see what are the systems that are there, and how can we take those and build those. The last point for me, it comes back to really, how do we work in, it's been said before, how do we start investing for the longer term? I think, Duncan, you said that being a privately held company, you don't have to think about shareholders every quarter. How can we really start taking a 5-year, 10-year vision, rather than either knee-jerk response when there is a pandemic that hits you, everybody is focused on health. And the moment we get off that, you're back to business as normal. We are not thinking longer term. So we need to have that bigger picture thinking, and we need to, and that's where the international organizations, all of us are failing in providing that bigger picture within which innovations fit in, technologies fit in. And the investments need to be fitting into that bigger picture, rather than taking this knee-jerk response.
Great, thank you. We've come to the end of our session. I'm going to try to take something like a minute or so to sum up what I've heard, and I hope that I do you justice in this. So we've talked about the importance of co-creation and taking that right through the flow from co-creation, co-production, through to long-term partnership going forward. We've looked a little bit around standards. We've recognized that standards are actually really well developed. We're getting there in terms of standards education, but there's probably more that still needs to be done. And in terms of innovation, I love what we've ended with, Pradeep, that actually the Global South has got something to teach the Global North. There is something in the frugality of the Global South which we can learn about. So I'm going to take a lesson from Pradeep, who broke everything down into 3s, and I'm going to give you 2 lots of 3 phrases that I've taken away from this. And the first one is, much related to co-creation, is let's think long term. Let's really plan to succeed, to use your phrase, Duncan, which I think is great. But also let's make sure that we get the incentives right, whether that's about incentivizing SMEs to really be part. And Lena, I think you pointed really well to the fact that sometimes the way in which we build procurement demands actually excludes SMEs, even though if you ask the ministers in charge of this whether they want to nurture SMEs, they say yes, and then they build procurement systems that exclude SMEs. The three words that I would take away from this are the following: trust, partnership, and education. And I think that one thing that's really come through from this is that if we don't have trust, and co-creation is a great way of building trust, we're not going to get anywhere. We really need to partner, whether it's in procurement, standards development, or actually rolling out a solution. And all of that requires continued education, whether it's the education actually in the schools so that we're developing the software engineers that we need for the future, or whether it's education on the part of procurers about what they actually need. So for me, that's, I hope, sums it up. I'm going to just quickly ask you if you'd like to refute anything of what I've said, because I've been putting words in your mouth. Are you happy with that as a takeaway?
I am.
Yeah, I think
Likewise.
that's a great summary, Petra. Yeah.
Then I
summary.
Thank you very much. Then I'd really like to thank you all for joining us. Thank the audience for watching. I'm sure you'll have the contact details of our three presenters, and you'll be able to reach out to them should you have any further questions. So with that, I'd like to say thank you very much and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back to the studio. I would like to thank Petra Wilson and our panelists for such a delightful presentation and discussion. And now we'd like to take, we have taken some live questions from the public. We'd like to start with Pradeep, because there was a question about the Health Innovation Exchange. You mentioned, how it's going to help bridge the gap with the Global South, but the question is about what is the call for action for the Global North, the governments, the industry that might want to join forces with you? Up to you.
Pilar, thank you very much. That's a very interesting question, because more and more what we are seeing in health is that this global North and South divide is a very artificial one. Yes, there may be certain specific necessities, but COVID has demonstrated that there's nothing. We are all interdependent. We are one big, nice village, whether we like it or not. We might have our borders, but the virus doesn't. And that's something which we have seen. So in terms of call for action, I would say 3 or 4 things. One, we need to start thinking of health as an investment. We need to start thinking long term, because it is not about, and I know that, it came through in several of the presentations that we cannot look for the immediate term and hope for the immediate profit and then say that, okay, we are done with it, because that doesn't work that way. Number 2 is scale. We need to start thinking about scale, because the moment we are, at this point, we are still thinking in millions, but if we start looking at billions, which is what the pharmaceutical industry has learned, if we can start looking at health from delivering to millions to delivering for billions, then we have a very different story to tell. The third point that I would say is that there is so many experiences that we who are in Europe have learned, many policies, many of the interoperability that you spoke about. These policies, we need to look at the lessons learned. We need to be able to share that widely so that we don't have to make the same mistakes. Every country doesn't have to make the same mistakes again and again. And the last part that I would say is that we need to invest in building capacities, which means that when you're looking at local, building local enterprise, work with them, invest in them, build their capacities. And it's a win-win, because these are markets which are growing. It's the medium to long term, those are the markets that we need to work very closely with. So both from an impact perspective, but also from a business sustainability perspective, I think these are good investments. So that's where I see a huge opportunity. The virus will drive us to cooperate better and collaborate better.
Thank you so much. So I guess the call for action for all the shakers and breakers out there, no matter where you are, let's join forces and let's help build a better world with technology. The next one, you mentioned something about interoperability anyhow, and this is a bit the question that I would like to pass on to Line, because there was a bit of a riffraff on the chat. In some confusions that we need an expert like you to clarify. HL7, FIRE, which one is best? Or what's the difference?
Yeah, thank you. That's a question I get a lot. Many people kind of split between HL7 version 2 and FIRE. FIRE is a product within HL7, so going from HL7 to FIRE is the same. But many people started using version 2 in most countries that started doing interoperability. Version 2 was the big standard that's everyone using and are still using today. But people want to go to new technologies, faster technologies like FIRE offer. And they're starting to go into those directions. In Norway, we also have a national standard that has the same XML old way of exchanging data, and we want to go to FIRE, which has the REST format, etc. But it's not just switching over. Everyone working with interoperability knows that changing one integration over to a new standard, it's very pricey thing to do. So I have a saying that says, don't fix it if it works. So just kind of switching over to a new standard just because it's new and fancy is not the way to do it if you want to keep interoperability. You need to move over in those areas that will benefit your company and your patients or your clinicians to the best way.
Thank you so much. And yeah, and you enlightened me today. I was one of the confused ones as well. You mentioned something, if it works, don't fix it. But for those of you that need something to fix the interoperability challenge, I'm moving now to Duncan from InterSystems. We have a question. It's about a person that has a tech application. So how can Iris platform help them? And what's the process? What can you do for them? And to what level?
Well, I'd like to say to any level, but well, just to pick up on the point that Pradeep made, it's very true. COVID has taught us that we are a global village. We all live on the same planet. So first, to make it clear that our Iris platform is available anywhere in the world, and we can support it anywhere in the world. And we have offices in most of the major countries throughout the world. But in terms of what we can do for our partners, and I talked about three examples. We help with, I sometimes call it, the coal mining, but it's the hard work that's not very glamorous. It's I hope you don't mind me saying this, Lena. Sometimes the interoperability, the security, the scalability, the ability to migrate to the cloud. These are all things that you need to do to have an operational system, and you might well not have them in your pilot. And we can do all of that for you, and you can concentrate on what makes you different, what makes you special, what differentiates you in the marketplace with your expertise. So I say to anyone that wants to work with this, focus your efforts on the functionality that you understand and the domain you understand, and leave all the rest to us, and we'll do it for you very cheaply and very efficiently. You don't need to consume developers on these elements of the solution. And as Lena rightly said, sometimes switching between interoperability standards can be very expensive. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I would say that's a quick summary of what we can do. And we also have BI tools as well, so that not only can we help you store data, we can help you analyze it and build dashboards to analyze it in real time too. That's quite a lengthy answer, I know, but key things are scalability, interoperability, security, and BI. Take those four, we bring all of those four to your application and make it very efficient.
Thank you so much. I think we can just squeeze in a last quick question. And it's about basically uptake. Yeah, there was a question about these patient portals. it could be for either of you or even also Pradeep, with his vision is like, how willing are patients to use in your respective environments?
I can start. In Norway, you have the possibility to opt out of the patient portal, so they won't share any data for you on that portal. But still, we kind of see that most of the patients really want to see their data, because that's the only option they have. But we have seen some people that does not want to see their data going online at all. So but it should always be a possibility for the patient to take their own choices whether their data should be shared or not.
That's very, very good. It's about trust as well.
Yes.
Also, to a certain extent, education, in the sense that people need to know, how to use platforms, etc. So would you like to make any comment on this, Duncan or Pradeep?
Sure, I will, yeah. I think a couple of things. I think patients like to benefit from patient portals in the sense that they feel more in control. And I think that is a very powerful emotion, a very helpful emotion. And particularly patients that have got a severe disease or an acute health issue seems to find that very compelling. I think the people that aren't using the patient portals so much are people that have good health, which I suppose is probably a good thing. But yeah, I think those are the two comments I would make.
Thank you. Pradeep, would you like to? The sound?
Okay, two quick things. One, ownership. How do we ensure that it is designed with the patient and their ownership is absolutely critical, because without that, the trust is not going to be there. And number two is that the education which you mentioned is so critical, because far too often we design this and it gets so complex and complicated that people don't really feel the sense of how they're benefiting from it. We need to destigmatize use of technology in some settings, and that's something which certainly both in the global north as well as in the south, we need to do much more.
Thank you so much. And with this, that's a wrap for panel 2. And using Petra's conclusions, it's all about trust, about education, but also partnerships to address this fragmentation, the issues that we have mentioned today. And since you have delighted us so much with your sessions and with this discussion, now we are in the break. We would like to delight you with one language that doesn't need interoperability because it's universal. We have a musical break with Isabella Cerejo, streaming directly from Spain. For those of you who like to enjoy the coffee with us, we'll be back, in 10 minutes. And for those of you who want to switch back on, we will be live at in 10 minutes time. So thank you so much. Thank you to our speakers, to our moderator, and thank you to our listeners for being there with us. See you in 10 minutes and enjoy the music. First song is called Café, no translation needed.
Thank you very much, Pilar. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Isabella Cerejo from Spain. Thanks to IXPAN and Gian for this opportunity. We want to sing you one of our favorite songs, Café. Da, sabaraba, sabaraba, da, da, sabaraba, sabaraba, da, sabaraba, sabaraba, da, da, sabaraba. Sabaraba, un día más, rompe el silencio su tic-tac, miro el reloj, es hora de recomenzar, que sobre mí el peso de la humanidad, confío en él, mi héroe me vendrá a salvar, negro placer, pone el cerebro en modo on, solo tu olor me da la motivación, siento el dolor, los huesos vuelven a crujir, me arrastraré, a tientas llegaré hasta ti, café, la fe, Solo un sorbito y ya siento el mundo a mis pies. Calor, color, dueño absoluto del latido de mi corazón. Amor, sabor, nunca defrauda, siempre sabe llevar el timón. Tú marcas la dirección. Sabaraba, sabaraba, da, sabaraba, sabaraba. Quiero volar, el mundo no espera por mí, hay que luchar. La jungla te invita a sufrir, parece que no nos podemos relajar. Firmes los pies, no hay tiempo para tropezar. Café, la fe, solo un sorbito y ya siento el mundo a mis pies. Calor, color, dueño absoluto del latido de mi corazón. Amor, sabor, nunca defrauda, siempre sabe llevar el timón. Tú marcas la dirección. Miro el espejo y me cuesta reconocer. Despertaré, no hay un segundo que perder, sintiendo el peso de los días al pasar. Cada mañana es un triunfo más, un despertar, un tiempo, una oportunidad de practicar el juego, una partida más. Pulsa el botón del néctar de la eternidad, del manantial, brota el milagro un día más. Negro placer, la musa de mi inspiración, pensar en ti acelera mi corazón. Si tiempo atrás me consagré a tu religión, devota soy del aroma de tu infusión. Café, la fe, solo un sorbito y ya siento el mundo a mis pies. Calor, color, dueño absoluto del latido de mi corazón. Amor, sabor, nunca defrauda, siempre sabe llevar el timón. Tú marcas la dirección. No, 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 no. Tú marcas la dirección. Tú marcas la dirección. No, 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 no. Tú marcas la dirección. I took this word from Brazil, and this is cafuné. Uno más de tantos viajes repetidos a cualquier lugar. Otra vez un salto sin paracaídas, donde aterrizar. Y una noche junto al mar, tu guitarra, mi canción, el preludio de un colchón donde me envolvió tu voz, y jugando entre tus pies nos bañó el amanecer. Agua, besos, cafuné para sofocar mi sed con el sabor de tu piel. De tu boca mi piel, milímetros de fantasía, cachaza dulce como miel, flotando en tu canción, la música que me envolvía, de bossa nova hasta los pies. Y el cielo se abrirá si no hay temor a la caída, sin más frontera que el amanecer. Y el cuerpo latirá cerrando cada vieja herida con el salitre de tu piel. Recorrí sus calles mientras me perdía, enredada en ti, y escuché la música que se escondía en cada adoquín. y otra noche junto al mar. Tu guitarra, mi canción, el preludio de un colchón donde me envolvió tu voz, y jugando entre tus pies me perdí el amanecer. Agua, besos, cafuné para sofocar mi ser con el sabor de tu piel. De tu boca mi piel, milímetros de fantasía, cachaza dulce como miel, flotando en tu canción, la música que me envolvía, de bossa nova hasta los pies. Y el cielo se abrirá si no hay temor a la caída, sin más frontera que el amanecer. Y el cuerpo latirá cerrando cada vieja herida con el salitre de tu piel. Sin más frontera que el amanecer. Con el salitre de tu piel. So this is the last song. Thanks everyone for hearing, and this song is named Latidos. Descuidado en el amanecer, flota como un halo sin temer. Reescribí mis silencios. De este lado del invierno está, se acomoda leve el renacer, saboreando mis desiertos a un centímetro del tiempo que cambió. En aquel instante en que sin saber la mañana despertó, en tu mirada azul y en mi mirada tú, tan dentro. Descuidado me dejé caer, suave como el viento que se cree entre hojas, viajero en la brisa que se despertó, ágil como el viento que invadió con tu risa cada hueco en la eternidad del minuto en que te vi. Tu mirada azul, mi mirada en ti, y un camino por seguir, cada dirección. Y en mi corazón tus latidos. Oh, oh, no, no, yeah, yeah, oh, oh. En la eternidad, el minuto en que te vi, tu mirada azul, mi mirada en ti, y un camino por seguir, cada dirección. Y en mi corazón tus latidos.
part of this track. Meet the breakers. In this session, we will hear from a stellar lineup of innovators stemming from 4 continents. We will hear from the likes of Etisalat Digital, Happify, MyMobi Health, Empedigree, and Ada Health. The presentations will be followed by a panel and a live Q&A. So feel free to join us live or on demand. And for those of you who join us live, please say hi on the chat, tell us where you're from, and ask us any questions, which we will try to answer live. Okay, so for those joining us just now, who are the breakers? I will tell you what they are not. The breakers are not companies trying to break health systems by bringing inefficient or unsafe solutions. The breakers are companies that, coming from outside the healthcare systems, are trying to fill patient-centric gaps. Like in order to do so, sometimes they must break down some walls in the often antiquated and silo systems that they encounter. In the next hour, we will hear how some of them are doing that. What you will notice is that each of them is following a very different path. And that's because, like in medicine, how you apply digital health sometimes depends very much on the context and the capacity. Now, sit down, enjoy. Coming up, the breakers. Breakers can be many shapes and sizes. They can also be established companies breaking into healthcare. Telcos belong to such a group. Why are they new entrants? It's because the models for them to break beyond typical connectivity services in healthcare have not always worked. Having said that, some telcos are getting it right, and they are realizing their potential to become the end-to-end delivery platform for healthcare services, no matter where you are. For those of you who like quizzes, I will tell you that the top 3 start with a T. But watch out this space, because soon we will be adding an E, the E for our next speaker, Etisalat Digital. Originating from Dubai and from a region with a global ambition to become a health and tech reference, Khalid Adin from Etisalat will share with us how this company is transforming their business model to become a key player in this space. A warm welcome to Khalid Adin. Khalid, welcome.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you very much. For inviting me and in this amazing event of Giant 2020. My name is Khalid Adin. I am the head of Etisalat Digital Healthcare Vertical in Etisalat in Dubai. Today, I would like to share with you my thoughts about how the telco is engaging in the healthcare industry. I've been working for this industry for the last 17 years, and it's an enormous and great pleasure and honor, to be part of the community of the healthcare industry. We know healthcare industry is facing many, many challenges, and technology will have the role to play and to address them. And this is obvious. We have seen and witnessed that recently within the COVID-19 and even before that. In the healthcare industry, we know how many challenges we're facing. So there is a lack of medical professionals, lack of infrastructure, shortage in the budgets and efficiency of the budgets, to address those challenges. The population is aging and is growing. There is a shift of the paradigm in terms of how to manage the non-communicable diseases and preventive care. There is a lack of the IT budget in order as well, to be, to continue providing the healthcare services, to the population and to the citizens in a more efficient way, variation in systems, challenges on the interoperability and integration between different care models. So definitely the role of the technology is crucial to overcome all of those challenges. And we witnessed that, in many other countries where they are using the technology to, to support the healthcare professional in day-to-day and the patient to provide, a perfect service. So, telcos they have a very, very important role. Care or the healthcare industry require a lot of coordination. There is a huge stakeholders and healthcare providers and community care. We talk about, healthcare insurances that they are providing as well, some type of services, pharmaceutical companies, pharmacies, mental health issues, and all of that. So having said that, telcos, they have a strong capability and a crucial role that they have to play, beyond the connectivity, and, to provide the healthcare services. Moving forward, there is a value and a value chain in that is definitely that create, a space for the telco in order to come actually, due to their local presence, due to their capabilities of, bringing end-to-end services to the customers. There is definitely financial strength that the telco they have in order, to have a different business model, a disruptive business model. So healthcare offers a lot of sustainability opportunity as well, because we're gonna always need to address the healthcare. We're gonna need, so, during the COVID-19, we have witnessed that, for example, that people, they need two things, very, very important. One is food, second is healthcare. So these two are essentials for any population or any countries, in order to continue growing and so forth. So today, coming from the healthcare industry and after so many years in the telco, my role, it was actually, to come to create, first of all, a value proposition, to set up a vertical within the digital healthcare, within the telco, within Etisalat, which is the main telco operator. In the region here in the GCC, we operate in 16 countries, and in UAE, it's the main operator that is operating in all the countries. So I would like, to continue just to show you that we have different ways to do the business in the healthcare industry. Telcos, they comes up, with a different approach, a disruptive approach to bridge the gaps and to support in the healthcare industry community. So, and this is depend on the strategy of each telco. Within, so there are three, I would say there are three very important layers or business models to support or to contribute to the healthcare industry. So network as a service, where we have to manage the customer networks in the cloud, scaling up and down and providing, networking capabilities and compute capabilities and network and so on in order to, support the healthcare industry. Any player that they require, those services, this is one layer. Second layer is that application enabler. That means that you start to aggregate a lot of applications and data for multiple partners to multiple users and to provide a data management and end-to-end service. This is another very, very important business model that we have seen many operators and telcos that they are providing, in the healthcare industry. Third role, which is really crucial, and we have seen, some key player and that we are moving all the way to that, which is to highly customize end-to-end service to solutions, B2B and B2B2C as well. So more scalable, includes software, consultancy services, advisory services, and integration services. So in Etisalat Digital, I would like to share with you our story, which is very, very interesting as well in this part of the world. So where we started within Etisalat Digital is like a business unit that is driving the digital transformation for the enterprise and governments. It has three key pillars. The first one is the best digital experts. It belongs a lot of people that they come and they that are part of Etisalat Digital are designers, enterprise architects, digital architects, data scientists, data engineers, and so on and so forth. Then the second pillar is to invest in the platforms. So we come and say we're going to have to invest in a lot of platforms in order to support all the industries. Among them is the healthcare. We talk about creating cloud services, creating services in the cloud in order to provide them to the healthcare industry. Global cybersecurity, which is a very, very important point. Command control centers. We have data centers here in UAE, 9 data centers that we are, where we set up our cloud and we are providing services to our customer. And the most important is to come with a complete different business model and service model. It has to be 24/7, it has to be agile, it has to be customizable, it has to be flexible for the customer as well, for especially those that they are changing a lot of or having a lot of challenges. So we envision that the technology is an enabler to transform the healthcare, and we would like to be present in every stage of the life of the individual. And with that, since he's born till he dies. And we believe on the personalized medicine, a more proactive medicine than reactive, a decentralized, where there is a more network of health, connected health, in order to provide services. I mean, wherever you go, connected in, within different primary, with secondary care, with tertiary care, and with our care, and preventive, especially where we are for the elderly patients and for the people that they have a no communicable disease and all of that. We need to address their disease from preventive perspective, and with that, launching initiative like the chronic disease management and so on. So this is our vision, and this is our mission, is that we believe that everyone should have an access to a best quality of healthcare regardless. And for that, we created a value proposition where we want to have, first of all, we start with hospitals. So we came to the hospitals in a very early stage, and we address the challenges that they have to become smarter. And we need to look at the buildings to have the hospitals buildings in running and operating in a more efficient way. Talking about smart parking, talking about real-time location service, talking about energy efficiency of the hospital, since they consume a lot of energy. And then we move to the smart for the patient. We need to have solution for them to facilitate their journey. And we talk about appointment, QM management, in-payment, SMS, and so on. Then for professional, we comes up with solution where we can help the professional to do their day-to-day, providing solutions like telemedicine solution, medical imaging in the cloud, HR and EMR in the cloud, and so on and so forth. Once we have the smart hospital smarter, we go and we look on the health information framework, which is a more connected health, a more integrated care models, and having interoperability between different platforms. And that's the role that Etisalat Digital Healthcare is playing, to connect many dots and in order to provide an end-to-end service. So for that, we have launched many initiatives like the Unified Medical Records, the e-claim, the telemedicine, the medical imaging in the cloud, e-prescription, e-dispensation, and now we are moving to have a complete healthcare command center to deliver that as a service to our customers. And once we have more health information framework and connected health, we move to address the population health management, which is the, from preventive perspective, doing monitoring solutions, doing chronic disease management, monitoring solutions for our patients, doing more preventive care model instead to be more reactive, doing more promotion of health about the main diseases that are in the country, or to provide more awareness to our patients. So this is our value proposition. And for that, this is just a snapshot of all the services that Etisalat is delivering for each one of them, in order from a more elastic offering with the consultancy services and end-to-end managed service. This is the value, is that we go to the customer, we partner with our customers, and we design the journey and we deliver the service from end to end. So having said that, we have done as well for the Health Information Exchange many other initiatives like the Unified Medical Record, genomics, helping, because if we want to launch initiative like the genomics, you need to sequence the DNA, and for that you need a lot of capabilities of compute, storage, backup, communication, security, and so that. Our model is to find the right partner, to partner, and to partner, and to partner in order to deliver an end-to-end service. The same for the medical imaging network. We created a complete network in the cloud to provide the radiology services, to the customer, instead of that the customer need to, have a cash out of a huge capex to set up, his radiology department. So this is just, and for that, Etisalat, we have been working very, very hard to create some platforms to deliver them as a service. This is just like a use cases where I would like to share with you. For example, telemedicine solution. We need an SMS gateway. We need a payment gateway. You need a video call service that is approved by the regulator in the country. You need a cloud and compute, and then you need the software. So all of these services, SMS, payments, video, cloud compute, and all of that are services that the telcos already has as assets. So we partner with solution providers or software providers of the telemedicine, and we deliver all of this as an end-to-end service. The same for medical imaging, and the third for the cloud, EMR in the clouds, in order to increase the adoption of initiative like the health information exchange, or to have a more connected healthcare. So this is a snapshot of some, of some platforms that we have been sharing with our customers, and we deliver them as in a service model. And then we have as well done some initiatives in the innovation part, which is we created a challenge within the Bay Future Accelerator, which is to reduce the patient emergency room visits in the UAE due to the life-threatening situation. And for that, we have launched initiatives of chronic disease management for elderly patients. Then we are working right now with Department of Health of Abu Dhabi, and using the platform of Plug and Play to create the next generation of connected health for synchronous, asynchronous telehealth and remote monitoring platform. Meanwhile, during the COVID-19, we are as well in a discussion and working together with the World Economic Forum and Dubai Future Foundation to create, to overcome the challenge of the vaccine supply chain using the blockchain technology during the COVID-19. We are working right now on the prototype, developing the infrastructure, and in coordination between different stakeholders using the blockchain toolkits of the World Economic Forum. So with that, I would like, just to thank you for being part of this initiative. Thank you, Giants 2020, and I expand for arranging all of that. And I will be just staying in case that you have any kind of question. Thank you very much, and stay safe.
Khalid, thank you so much for such an insightful presentation. I am certainly excited about the future that telcos have to play in this space. Mabruk. Now, the concept of mens sana in corpore sano, healthy mind, healthy body, was first attributed to Thales in ancient Greece. That was nearly 3,000 years ago. Fast forward 2020, and it seems that we're still in catch-up mode with that concept. Mental health has become a global epidemic. Health systems cannot cope, and yet we humans cannot cope either. Luckily, this is one of the areas where well-orchestrated digital health solutions have proven to be effective, and their delivery model means that they can be deployed at a scale and break access barriers. Our next speaker comes from one of the best value propositions in the market. It certainly has the best name. Coming up, Chris Wasden from Happify. Welcome to our session.
Hello, my name is Chris Wasden, and I'm from Happify Health. And today I would like to talk about our digital therapeutic and care delivery platform and how we use it to span the entire healthcare continuum. Happify Health is a health tech company. We deliver digital therapeutics and innovative care delivery models to improve mental and physical health. Our roots are in direct consumer business, initially from the video game industry, and then we ported that into the medical and healthcare community. And as such, we have an uncompromising patient-centric focus. We believe in the power of a single end-to-end patient-facing platform in delivering superior results. We also have very much a systems approach, and we deliver system value. Our platform generates patient outcomes while delivering invaluable insights to improve patient outcomes across large-scale populations and health challenges. So at our core, we have a digital platform. We have this single digital platform that we use for all products, services, and solutions that we deliver to patients across all different types of channels. So the challenge we have is, with this digital platform, how do we get this into the hands of the patient at the point of the journey when it's most appropriate for them. Because patients are on a journey where some need nothing more than a wellness product, others need a management product, others need a treatment product. And so we need to meet the patient where they are in their journey. So after we launched our business initially as a direct-to-consumer business to test and validate that the therapies worked, we then started our first healthcare business. And this is our Happify Enterprise DTX business. Here we're focused on the meta condition, which is Happify's word or description of anxiety and depression, and then how that also impacts chronic diseases. So here we deliver general mental health and general chronic disease management solutions that are now provided by the largest payers in the United States, as well as many of the largest employers. Our next business was our Happify Specialty DTX. This is focused primarily on the pharma industry, where we provide therapies for the meta condition, as well as for specific diseases that address both the meta condition and the symptoms of the physical disease in a single product. And we have DTX products, which are offered through patient support programs, as well as PDT products, which are prescribed by physicians and delivered to patients to treat medical conditions. And then our third business that we started this year is COPA. It's a direct-to-consumer business. We're focused on specific diseases. Our first specific disease with COPA is in psoriasis, and this next year we'll be adding several more. And this is a direct-to-consumer channel that we're using there. So these are the 5 channels that we use to get access to patients on their journey to deliver therapeutic solutions. As we think about these 3 businesses, we're looking at them from the perspective of where they deliver services across the entire care continuum, from wellness and prevention all the way through treatment, diagnosis, monitoring, management, referring, and coordination. So with the Happify Enterprise business, we're focused on health plans and employers. It's general mental health and general chronic diseases. We can also give these same patients, though, access to COPA for free, so they can get access to more care services. These products have claims associated with managing specific medical conditions. There's tracking tools, AI coaching, and then Happify Connect is a product that we have that's used to triage patients so that we can direct them to the right level of in-person telemedicine or digital care or therapy. With Happify Specialty DTX, we're focused on the pharma industry, providing products through their patient support program or through physicians as prescription digital therapies that treat specific medical conditions. These patients can also get access to COPA for additional care services. We have HCP tools, so healthcare professional tools, that are associated with our prescription digital therapies, or PDTs, that enable physicians to monitor and manage these patients. We also provide tracking tools and AI coaching there. And then through COPA, these are disease-specific communities with experts and disease content that enable patients to better manage their own care. Through COPA, you can also get access to prescription digital therapies, as well as telemedicine and RX medications. There are tracking tools and AI coaching and personalized care plans, as well as access to telemedicine. So these 3 businesses we actually view as not being separate businesses, but actually businesses that support one another, leveraging this common digital platform to provide care to patients through a number of different means. So let's start with COPA. So with COPA, we're accessing these patients through Facebook, Instagram, and other social media channels. We're looking for chronic populations with specific diseases that are high acuity. We then take them into our digital care delivery solution that is disease specific. So our first one, as I mentioned, is in psoriasis. We're looking at cancer, MS, and many others to add. And from COPA, they then can get access to a Happify Direct product for mental health, as well as RX and OTC products that pharma companies currently manufacture. And they can also get access to disease-specific prescription digital therapies. For each one of these different products, there are different business models. A Happify Direct product is free. A pharma product has advertising, conversion fees, other fees, sponsored content, clinical trial revenues associated with it, and disease-specific PDTs are reimbursed. For Happify Enterprise, we're accessing these patients through employers and health plans. This is broad population health. The patients are employees and members. We're dealing with all acuity levels, all diseases. Many of these patients would benefit from some disease-specific COPA care delivery solutions, and so they can get access to COPA for free. And then our products that we deliver to these patients are general mental health and general chronic disease products. The business model for that is a multi-year PEPM or PMPM or a case rate or a utilization rate. For Happify Specialty DTX, we have our products that are offered through patient support programs, and this is for high acuity chronic diseases. We also have products offered through physicians that are prescribed. Most of these patients would actually benefit from a COPA solution as well, because they have these high acuity chronic diseases that need more care than just a single pharmacological product or a digital therapeutic product. And so through the patient support programs, we provide disease-specific DTX, whereas through the healthcare professionals, we provide disease-specific PDTs. And the revenue models for the PDTs is normally a partnership with a pharma company. There's licensing, development fees, milestone fees, royalties, and reimbursement. And for disease-specific solutions, we have multi-year licenses. So through these three different solutions or businesses on a single digital platform, we can then offer digital therapeutic and RX therapeutic solutions to help patients better manage their health and well-being.
Presentation, and to Happify for being there for us. Now, by 2050, 25% of the world's population will come from Africa. And yet, this is the continent that allocates the least resources to basic healthcare services. Efforts to increase access to quality universal healthcare cannot keep up in both of infrastructure and capacity building. The stark reality is that while one part of the world is now talking about petaflops and quantum computing, 1.3 billion people in the world do not have access to electricity. That is equivalent to Latin and North America altogether and a bit more. That access obviously translates into lack of access to healthcare services as well. So here, the fragmentation our breakers are addressing is not so much about interoperability amongst the systems, but about addressing the divide between the North and the South, the haves and the have-nots, and filling those gaps. Yet, this is not the narrative that we want to take to you today on the table. What many people might not know is that Africa is also thriving with innovation, and they're developing their own solutions to their very own local problems. They're even exporting those solutions to the rest of the world. Africans also happen to be avid adopters of digital innovations. And a lot of companies are actually launching in Africa first and then in the rest of the world because of that. Our two breakers today are answering to two of Africa's biggest challenges. Number one, capacity. With 20% of the world's population, only 3% of the doctors come from Africa. That number is even smaller because of the brain drain. So how can we actually bridge that gap by using digital health technologies? Number two, safety, especially in the medication supply chain because of counterfeit issues. How can we ingeniously use and engineer technology to keep people safe? So coming up next, our next speaker is Funmi Adewara. She's the CEO of Mobi Health, Africa's first telehealth integrated platform. Funmi told me before that she has a dream. She has a dream of increasing access to quality healthcare via telemedicine. But I don't think she has a dream. Looking at her sheer determination and passion, Funmi has a plan. Funmi, welcome to Giant.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be here. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share some of the work that we have been doing at Mobi Health International. As a background, my name is Funmi Adewara, and I'm the founder and the CEO of Mobi Health International. I trained in Nigeria, and I left the country like most of my colleagues about 15 years ago to pursue my postgraduate training in the UK. And I saw technology as an enabler to change that poor narrative of healthcare in Africa, and that's why I founded Mobi Health. So today I'm going to be talking to you about how telemedicine can bridge access gap in healthcare in Africa, and I'm going to share from our experience the opportunities and the challenges that abound on the continent. This picture just depicts the very unfortunate situation that we have on ground in Africa. You know, we have mass exodus of doctors from the continent to the Western countries. For very different reasons, poor remuneration, the lack of access to quality training, and the rest of them. So every day, Nigeria loses thousands of doctors to the West. Africa loses thousands of doctors from the continent. We have mass exodus of doctors, and that phenomenon is called brain drain. You're well aware of various challenges, so I'm not going to bore you with the details. The various limitations that people have in trying to access basic healthcare. Could telemedicine really help Africa to leapfrog these healthcare challenges? From the shortage of doctors, like I said, Africa bears 25% of the global disease burden, but is serviced by only 2% of world doctors. 50 to 70% of doctors who train in Africa leave the continent in search of greener pasture. Then you have the long distance travel. You have the exposure to counterfeit medicine, all in a continent where more than 95% of people lack access to basic healthcare and health insurance. Telemedicine simply means the use of modern day technology to provide clinical care to patients remotely. It involves ability to be able to diagnose a patient, treat them, monitor them, and provide care to them. And it is a very old innovation, I would say, because it's been existing for decades. But the difference now is that digital revolution is now fast-tracking the adoption of telemedicine. One of the silver lining of COVID-19 is the fact that it has accelerated the adoption of telemedicine. And as research has shown, more than 60% of medical problems can actually be resolved through telemedicine. The way you're now doing your mobile banking, flight booking, I mean, you could easily see a doctor from the comfort of your home on a smartphone and get the consultations that you need. For us at Mobi Health, it is beyond just provision of care to those who can afford it, the elitists. It is actually, our platform is actually catering for all spectrum of patients, and I'm going to come to that down the line. The global telehealth market is growing exponentially. It's estimated to reach about $130 billion by 2025, and Africa and Middle East will account for 5.4 billion of that market, growing at a CAGR of 20%. And there's a unique opportunity in Africa because 95% of people do not have health insurance. And this is a continent where mobile technology adoption is growing exponentially. We have over 500 million mobile subscribers in Africa, 30% smartphone penetration, and a 3G and a 4G network that can easily rival the US and the UK. The ability of telehealth services and products to reach out to the rural communities is now making it more admirable and increasing the demand across the world. For us, I started Mobi Health November 2017. After doing my master's in Cambridge in bioscience enterprise, I just saw that unique opportunity that I could leverage technology to change that core narrative. And I started to look for products on the market that can easily fit into that, but I couldn't find a cut and paste solution. So what we had to do was to build our own electronic medical record from ground up. And then we launched the product commercially January this year. Then COVID started. And we have seen remarkable increase in the adoption of telemedicine by over 1,000 percentage points across the world. And in Africa, between 300 to 500 percentage increase in adoption of telehealth. There are quite a number of factors that are serving as enablers for the adoption of telemedicine growth, from, like I mentioned, the explosive mobile technology adoption, COVID-19, definitely an accelerator. And then you now find that in Africa, we have over 40,000 applications that are being developed, from drones that deliver medication to blood delivery drones. And then you have SMS locker system for drug dispensary for those who have chronic diseases. You have an app that has been developed to diagnose eye conditions in rural Africa, and that can be fast forwarded to a doctor anywhere in the world. And then you have this remarkable counterfeit medicine detector, the first type of it in the world, RxAll, that can actually tell you in real time if a medication is fake. So all these are serving as enablers for telehealth. Then you now have the EMR solutions, like what we are doing, Mobi Health, where we have created an integrated telehealth solution that can help to bridge the end-to-end need, healthcare need of a user. Our platform is, like I said, an integrated telehealth EMR that has a video software that can operate within a very low bandwidth. And we provide a one-stop solution that includes that a doctor can easily do consultation, generate a prescription, diagnostics, referrals, home health, home delivery of medication. So this is a simple tool that can help to change this poor narrative, particularly when it comes to access to care in remote areas where people have no access to doctors at all. The doctor to patient population ratio, doctor to population ratio in Africa is between 1 to 5,000 at best, to 1 to 25,000 in very remote areas. Now, the beauty of our platform is that we are easily integrated into primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, and tertiary healthcare. It is interoperable, because this is very critical in a continent where there are no electronic medical record, no data. So we have built this platform that is secure, HIPAA compliant, that would enable a doctor anywhere in the world to consult with a patient anywhere in the world. The platform is designed in a way that can ensure last mile delivery. So we have the mobile app, which launched initially this year. Then we have the second phase, which is the telehealth clinic solution that comes with solar power and SATCOM that can easily be deployed to anywhere, rural communities, public institutions, schools. Then we have the toll-free lines where people who do not have smartphones can easily call in to speak to a doctor, and then they can be connected to a telehealth clinic if they need to, or they can easily be connected to a diagnostic center to go for diagnostic test or to pick up their prescription. A patient can speak to a doctor who speaks their language. So we have no language barrier, and we are also addressing the shortage of doctors as well as distance barrier. Our business model is a SaaS model, a B2B, B2C, and B2G. So we have a subscription-based model that is targeted at two different markets. We have the mass market and we have the premium market. For the premium market, you're looking at corporate organizations, you're looking at individuals, you're looking at diaspora community. Nigerians in the diaspora alone are over 17 million people. And they are responsible most of the time for funding the healthcare needs of their family back home. The remittances from the diaspora community was in excess of $5 billion, $25 billion in 2018. And 10 to 20% of that was used for the healthcare needs of their family. So that's the big market that we are focused on. And then we have the mass market where we provide this service as an integrated model with the state health insurance scheme and the national health insurance scheme. We hope to reach about 10 million subscribers by end of 2024. And when you look at our footprint on the market, today we have signed MOU with over 50,000 farmers to provide this service to them. We have over 500,000 in release at different stages of conclusion. We have recently partnered with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to roll out our telehealth clinic pilot across some 3 states in Nigeria to be able to demonstrate how telehealth services can improve access to primary health care for maternal and child health, for nutrition, for reproductive health. We've been able to touch over 50,000 lives to date, offering health education, preventative care and screening. We partnered with Sanofi, a biopharmaceutical company, to provide diabetes and hypertension screening during the last World Diabetes Day just last week. We have won several awards and endorsement globally. Prominent among them is the recent World Bank Award, SDG Award. We have also won the Sanofi Award, as well as the Africa versus Virus Challenge. I'd like to mention that when COVID started, we deployed our platform to provide free teleconsultation, but also to help to mitigate the impact of the pandemic by launching the first do-it-yourself tele-guided swab test. Because we saw the frustration, we saw that people did not want to go to the test centers. They were afraid of contracting COVID. They were being turned down by hospitals, and there were no enough PPEs. So we launched our platform so that people could use that to do a self-swab test. What are the challenges that you were likely to confront when you come to Africa? Well, we have seen that the lack of a cohesive digital health policy served as a huge barrier to investment, because no investor wants to put their money where there are no clear guidelines. Currently, there's no cohesive policy for the adoption of telehealth in Africa. And that is why as Mobi Health, we're working with various organizations and for instance, we're working with the Africa Development Bank, Africa Development Institute, to try and shape in the policies and guidelines that will help in the adoption of telehealth and digital health solutions. Because telehealth and digital health has the potential of transforming unsustainable healthcare models to sustainable ones. We have the lack of governmental buy-in, the slow, as you know, bureaucratic red tapes. What should be the policies around data security, patient security, privacy and confidentiality, the licensing and regulation of the doctors who are going to be providing this care. Then you have the limitation from the lack of or the prohibitive cost from the use of physical examination tools, because one of the barriers to early adoption, during the early adoption of telemedicine, one of the critical barriers to adoption was the lack of physical examination tools. Now we have them, but they are cost prohibitive. So how do we make this less expensive so that it can become more available and help to enhance the quality of diagnosis? The lack of course, internet, the quality, you know that Africans pay about 4 times the price of 1 gigabyte compared to anywhere else in the world. We need policies that will help to liberalize that will help to make internet connectivity, quality internet connectivity possible. And that's what we have done in Mobi Health, partnering with global telecom company to make rural internet connectivity possible. So in conclusion, I would just like to say that telemedicine presents a unique opportunity for Africa to leapfrog its healthcare challenges. And given that more than 60% of medical problems can be resolved through telemedicine, it is definitely important that government and stakeholders come to the table to take advantage of this opportunity by leveraging on the explosive mobile technology growth across the continent, putting policies, cohesive digital health policies in place, helping to bridge the digital education divide, particularly amongst women, because with every new innovation comes a new level of inequality. So the digital health policies need to be very intentional to ensure that the existing inequality does not get bigger and wider. We need definitely local content adaptation, because you find out that most of the apps that are being developed are developed in economically dominant languages, English, French, Chinese. We need to have apps that are representative of the local content, the local market. And of course, investment in digital infrastructure will drive frontier technologies to the last mile. Thank you. I welcome any questions. I'll be available on the chat.
Fulmi, for such a great presentation. I loved your statement that with every new innovation comes a new inequality. Our next speaker also has a statement. They believe that ensuring safe medications is tough, but possible with technology. How that is 1.5 billion times possible, that's the amount of pharma retail packs that Empedigree, our next speaker, has verified since 2010. A big warm welcome to Eugene Wadu.
Hi everyone, my name is Eugene Kweku Buedu, Director of Corporate Affairs here at Empedigree, joining you from our offices in Accra, Ghana, West Africa. I am honored and exceedingly glad to be participating in and speaking at this year's Giant Health Conference. We share very deeply in the bid to improve healthcare systems around the world for all people, a need that has been echoed very strongly by the COVID-19 crisis, which has devastated our world and brought suffering to many. Pedigree is a social enterprise that builds technologies for the purposes of fighting counterfeit products, with a huge emphasis on counterfeit medicines. We find our work and the whole idea of social enterprising really to be a form of activism, and we see it as our contribution to helping create that close to a perfect world we all yearn for. In my presentation today, I'll be sharing some of the ideas that underpin our work and some of the insights that we have generated in the over a decade in which we have been at the forefront of the fight against counterfeit medicines. After my presentation, you would get to ask me a few questions and we can have some interaction at the end of it. So if you're excited as I am, let us begin. My talk today is on the topic, the quest to build robust public healthcare systems, innovations from Africa to the world. Now, the counterfeiting problem is a huge global menace. Some experts currently indicate that its worth is close to $1 trillion globally. Some of the statistics indicate that in Africa, for instance, 1/3 of all antimalarials that are sold and used are faked. And similar statistics pertain to other parts of the world. Now, when we speak of statistics, sometimes they can be impersonal because they sound like they are numbers and it's just the data being recited. But in practice, especially when the talk is of counterfeit medicines, these statistics represent people, the suffering and the misery that millions of people around the world must go through and must endure. In your shot right now is the image of a loved Nigerian artist that died last year owing to the ingestion of some anti-malarial medicines that were later found to be counterfeited. Counterfeiters undercut legitimate brands. They produce under the most ridiculous of circumstances. They use warehouses that do not meet regulatory standards. You can see some of the images, very, very unhygienic standards. They use ingredients that are not wholesome, and thereby they are able to produce the same product at just a fraction of the actual market cost. Owing to the prevalence of technologies, various branding technologies, they can also effectively mimic any product. So in your shot right now are two products. One is an original brand, the other is a counterfeit product. And the consumer typically has a few seconds to determine which one is original. Now, even trained public officials cannot tell simply by physical examination which product is original and which one is fake. The effects on the supply chain are also very dire. By undercutting legitimate producers, they take jobs from these companies, they take resources that should go to these companies, and by extension, they also cut out government taxation. And to make it even worse, some of the United Nations data indicate that proceeds from counterfeit medicines have been linked to other illicit activities such as the financing of terrorism. When the counterfeiting issue came to the fore for global discussion, some solutions were proposed, such as the holograms, the RFID technology, and some ideas around how producers can constantly change their packaging. All these solutions, however, were not quite compatible at scale for either inconveniences around production or cost compatibility issues with medicines, especially for third world countries where incomes are already low. Pedigree conceived of a solution that would not be reactive but proactive. We figured that if we could serialize all packs of medicines and make it possible for consumers to use those serial numbers to authenticate the specific pack of product they have bought, then the consumers themselves can become the vanguards and be able to sift out the counterfeit version from the original product. This solution sort of reverse engineer the whole thinking around how to solve the counterfeit medicine problem. Because instead of beefing up regulatory standards, we this time around place consumers right at the center of the fight. That's when a consumer buys a product, all they have to do is to look out for the serial code, identify it, scratch to reveal it, and text it to a short code. Typically in all the markets in which we work, the consumer does this at no cost. And then within seconds, they receive a message confirming the authenticity or otherwise of the specific pack they have bought. And so telling them whether the medicine is safe for consumption, giving them other important information such as the active ingredients, the expiry date, and so on. So the consumer can just compare the information they have received with the one that is on the pack. The system works at many levels. It works for regulators because it gives them insight into the market. It works for consumers, as I have described. They can tell which medicine is original and which one is fake. And it works for the government as well. Government can use the tool to regulate the manufacturers and ensure that they are all complying by these standards. In Nigeria, around 2008, the incidence of fake anti-malarials, for instance, was deemed to be at a high level of 60% amongst the medicines in circulation. After some 6-7 years of using our technology, it fell to 12% and fell further to 6% and still currently falling. This is a huge instance in which we believe the solution has been validated at scale in a market as tough and as difficult as the Nigerian market. And we believe that it could be made a standard for economies just about everywhere so that families and consumers can be protected from the scourge and the menace of fake products. The advantages are many. Governments can use it to check their taxation, manufacturers can use it to protect their brands, and consumers can use it to ensure that all quality compliance measures are adhered to by manufacturers, and they can confirm this simply by sending a code right from the comfort of their homes. The system has value on so many levels. It has been discovered in the Nigerian market and other markets in which we operate that manufacturers can use the same platform to reach out, to run surveys, to ask questions, and to seek feedback from the consumers who buy their products. The system has been tried. We started out in Ghana, went to Nigeria, and have since spread to over 24 countries, doing business with many governments and many regulators and many telecom operators in Africa and in Asia. So for our work around the world, we have seen that a number of organizations have given us quite a number of awards. We've won quite a number of awards. The latest of which was the SCOLE Award, which conferred, a SCOLE status on us in 2019, last year. We believe that ensuring safe medication for all in today's difficult, challenging world is tough, but it is possible through the adoption of technology such as the one that Pedigree has pioneered. Especially during this difficult time of a COVID-19 crisis, people need their medicines. They need the medicines to reach them in conditions that are safe and that are efficacious. And Pedigree is eager to work with all to make this solution available to as many people around the world as possible. Thank you very much.
Jean, I really love the fact that you called yourselves activists. That's in true Breakers style. Kudos. Now, moving on to the last session of the day before the panel discussion, we are going to talk about trust. Trust is essential in healthcare. Yet, in our quest to increase access through digital health solutions, do we have to compromise on safety, on quality, on privacy? Not according to our next guest, Ada Health. Dubbed by some as the silent giant of Europe, what many people don't know is that every second somebody makes a search in Ada, and with close to 11 million users worldwide, is one of the largest, if not the largest, digital front door globally. Dr. Matthew Fenech, medical safety lead of Ada, is going to share with us how you can build smarter and safer digital front doors. Matthew, welcome to our track.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to present today. I'm Matthew Fennick. I'm a medical safety lead at Ada Health. We're a global health company whose goal is to make accurate, relevant, and accessible medical information available to everyone so that they can make better decisions about their health, better informed decisions about their health. And what I want to talk to you about today is an approach to building safe digital front doors and building them smarter, faster, and better. But I suppose the first question we should ask is, why should we be talking about digital front doors? Why do we need them? And in fact, what are we talking about with digital front doors? As became clear in the preparation for this session, there are multiple different definitions. But what I'm talking about is that stage in the users, patients, member of the public's healthcare journey where they think that there might be something wrong with them or with a loved one, and they are thinking of accessing healthcare in some way, but before doing so, they would appreciate some information about what might be causing their symptoms and which healthcare facility may be best for them. And in terms of the need for this service, well, a lot has already been said about how the pandemic has accelerated the need for this service. There's a real incentive to make sure that people don't attend healthcare institutions unnecessarily, both for them in terms of the risk of infection, but also in the context of increased demands at the moment on healthcare systems. So that trend with respect to the pandemic has been talked about a lot. But another trend, which I think is very relevant here and which we don't talk about enough, is that as patients, as users become more empowered, become more digitally savvy, have more access to healthcare information, the way they access healthcare, the front door, is not going to be necessarily at the front door of a hospital, the front door of a GP surgery, but in the various other ways that people are becoming more used to accessing information. And as an example of this, I'm just presenting the landing page of a partnership we have with P&G Health. If somebody is searching for information to do with peripheral neuropathy, which is a condition of the nerve endings, and they come across in their search P&G's social media pages talking about, with information about this, they are given the option on this page to click on that big green button and perform an ADA assessment to see whether the symptoms they're experiencing might be related to peripheral neuropathy, and if they are, some potential care options related to that. So again, what I want to get across here is that a really nice thing about digital front doors is that we can take the access to healthcare to where patients and users are, and not necessarily have them necessarily come to us and bricks and mortar institutions. Now, this is not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. We're not under any illusions about this. Determining where and how patients are best seen, indeed, if they need to attend a healthcare facility at all, is a difficult task. It's difficult for human operators, let alone for digital healthcare companies. And I'll just quote a study that was published recently in an observational trial of a triage system, a telephone triage system in Belgium, when 1,000 telephone triage interactions with human operators were assessed. Only 71% of these were appropriate. In 17% of these interactions, the advice given was too lenient. It was not safe. People were being advised to go to their GP when they should have been advised to attend the emergency department. So this is a difficult task. How might we build these tools safe? Well, I want to suggest that there's an approach that rests on these three aspects. I won't speak very much about regulation and policy at the moment. We can go into it in more detail in the Q&A if you'd like. But I will say that there's two aspects to regulation and policy. One aspect is that there's already a lot of regulation in the space. This idea that digital healthcare is unregulated is simply untrue. We welcome the fact that there is good, strong regulation in the context of medical device regulation, for example. But equally, there are certain aspects where there are gaps in regulation, especially with novel technologies like artificial intelligence. How do we address those gaps? Well, one thing I'd like to say is about culture. And if there are gaps, if it is not clear what you should do, if you have the right culture, if your values are right, then you have something to anchor yourself to. And at ADA, we talk about, just like in any other healthcare setting, first do no harm, but also we place great value on listening to your users. So, for example, our medical culture is such, we're co-founded by a clinician. We have many medical experts throughout the company. I'm one of these medical experts, are embedded within different teams. We're not added on as an afterthought, but we're integral to the design and development of new features and products from the very beginning. And the same with safety. Safety is part of everything we do. It's not something we think about, at the end of the development process and we start to think about post-market surveillance, but really we're thinking about it from day zero of design, development, and deployment. We support openness and transparency, and we have a robust medical governance structure, very much mirrored along the lines of healthcare medical governance structures. As an example, I chair a medical safety board where we discuss difficult ethical, difficult safety issues before they become a problem, and take the appropriate action in that way via a risk-based approach. From the point of view of listening to your users, it's almost a truism to say that the needs of for a digital front door in Germany, in the United Kingdom, are going to be very different from those in sub-Saharan Africa. However, you do need to, it's not only enough to recognize that, you need to go out and do the work, you need to do the research, you need to speak to your prospective users. And one way we're doing that, for example, we work in Tanzania. Our Global Health Initiative is working closely with partners in Dar es Salaam at the Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences in order to really understand what the needs are over there. Apart from culture, we also need to get collaboration right. The whole field is new, the whole field is learning a lot, and we need to learn and work together. And I'll talk about two initiatives in this regard. My colleagues at ADA are topic drivers in the AI for Health Focus Group, which is an ITU-WHO joint initiative around developing standards, benchmarks for the use of AI for health. And I have been deeply involved in a World Economic Forum initiative to develop strong guidelines and operationalization principles around the use of chatbots in healthcare. And what is similar about these two initiatives is that they involved all stakeholders, regulators, healthcare users, healthcare providers, but also digital health companies like us, including we were on the same table with our competitors, and we work together because ultimately we all need to level up as a field in order to develop safe products. One other quick point to mention about the front door is that just getting the front door aspect right is not sufficient. We can't just assume our responsibility ends when the user or patient's virtual foot steps through that front door. We need to make sure that what we're providing integrates more widely into the healthcare system. And that speaks very much to the idea that I've put across earlier around speaking to your users, really understanding their needs. In this case, the user, of course, being the healthcare system, the healthcare providers, healthcare professionals, and really understanding where this fits most well into existing healthcare systems. Now, we're not perfect. I'm not in any way suggesting that our approach is the right approach to take, but I believe, and we believe at ADA, that we're taking the right approach by prioritizing medical quality and medical safety. And how do we know this? Well, we're very excited that we've had research we performed in collaboration with academic partners accepted for publication following the robust peer review. And what this shows is that ADA has a number of significant performance advantages over other similar apps. For example, in terms of condition coverage, that is the breadth of conditions that ADA can provide advice on, can provide condition suggestions on, and ongoing care advice, and that is higher for ADA than for other apps. In terms of accuracy of condition suggestions, ADA is closest to GPs and is significantly higher than other similar apps. And the other area, which is very close to my heart in terms of where I work, our safety of advice was 97%, which is the same as when compared to GPs and higher than other apps. So we believe that our approach is delivering medical quality and safety, which is ultimately what we want, but what our users, be they patients, members of the public, and healthcare systems need. Thank you very much, and I'll be very happy to take questions.
Matthew, thanks so much for the presentation. With this, we have arrived to the end of the sessions from the breakout track. Now we will move from one digital door to another, the one leading to our second panel, which I will moderate. Please join us. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We are now launching the second panel of the day with the breakers. For those of you who just joined, my name is Pilar Fernandez Hermida, and I'm the founder of iExpand. Our main focus is to help digital health companies expand globally, so some of the topics that we're going to discuss today are quite familiar to us. Without further delay, I would like to invite our experts who are in the studio to introduce themselves before we launch the panel discussion. So, Matthew, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thank you very much. And thanks again for the opportunity to participate today. So I'm Matt Fenech. I'm a medical safety lead at Ada Health. I'm here in Berlin, where our head office is. We're a global digital health company whose mission is to make relevant and accurate medical information accessible and available to everyone so they can make better informed decisions about their healthcare. And as such, we make a variety of different products with that in mind. My role specifically is twofold. There's a sort of hard regulatory role, which is about taking care of aspects like post-market surveillance, the issues around the regulation of the safety of our products, which are medical devices, but also thinking more broadly about how we bake safety into the development of the product. My own background is medical, so along with other medical experts within the company, we bring a medical focus by working with our engineering colleagues, our development colleagues, to really think about safety from day zero of development.
Welcome. Fumi?
Hello, thank you, Pilar, for having me here. I'm very delighted to be part of the panel. My name is Fumi Adewara. I'm the founder and the CEO of Mobi Health International. We are a leading African integrated telehealth platform, and our focus is to make quality, affordable healthcare a reality for millions of people across Africa and the rest of the world by leveraging on technology. So as a background, I'm a medic. I trained in Nigeria and moved over to the UK over 15 years ago. I have a master's degree from Cambridge in Bioscience Enterprise, and that fueled my passion for leveraging technology to try and change the poor narrative of healthcare in Africa.
Welcome, Fumi.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much, Pilar, for having me here today. I'm delighted to be part of this panel. So my name is Khalid Al-Wadi, and I'm the head of Etisalat Digital Healthcare Industry here in Dubai. Etisalat Digital is the business unit within Etisalat company, which is the largest telecom operator in the region, in Middle East and North of Africa. We are operating in 16 countries. My background is in the healthcare industry. I have been engaged within the same industry for the last 20 years. And my role was to come to set up a mini vertical within a telco, with an operator, to use the assets of a telco as an operator in order to support the healthcare industry and to contribute of transforming healthcare services within the digital space for the government and for enterprises. So the team is very passionate about the healthcare, and it's all coming from the healthcare background, and with the mission, to find a way how we can disrupt, or accelerate, the adoption of the healthcare services using our reachability as an operator. And thank you very much.
Welcome. Chris, would you like to go next?
Sure. My name is Chris Wasden. I lead the digital therapeutics business at Happify Health. Happify Health is an 8-year-old digital therapy and care delivery company. We're located in New York City. We have had about 4 million people use our therapy around the world. We have one business called COPA that delivers digital care to patients with chronic diseases. We have another, which is our employer health plan business, which provides general chronic and mental health condition therapies. And then the business that I lead is the digital therapeutic business focused on the pharma industry, where we help pharma companies by delivering them digital therapies they can offer through patient support programs or as prescription digital therapies through physicians that get paid by third-party payers.
Welcome. Last but not least, Eugene.
Thank you very much, Pilar. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be participating in this panel. My name is Eugene Kweku Buedu. I'm Director of Corporate Affairs at Empedigree. Empedigree is a social enterprise that is devoted to building technologies for the purposes of fighting counterfeit products, with a huge emphasis on counterfeit medicines. We empower patients, governments, and regulators around the world, especially in third world markets where regulations are pretty porous and infrastructure is challenged, to be able to sift out original medicines from the fake versions. Personally, my background is in economics and political science, and I've been working in the tech health space for close to a decade now. And thank you very much. I'm excited to be here.
Excited to be surrounded by such talent. And also, I have to say, this is a very good sample of how diverse the health tech market can be. Because if each of you technically represent a different touch point with the patient. So it's all different, but to structure a bit this, I'm looking at the commonalities that you all have. And what I like is you all have demonstrated an impact in the market. You all have generated sales traction, and all of you have a very strong patient-centric approach, which leads, to needs for localization. But it also means then that all of you are facing on your day-to-day fragmentation issues that we have covered in this track. So my questions at the moment for the next topic would be around addressing fragmentation. Which are the challenges that are preventing you for further uptake and adoption? And if there is one in particular that is a big block, highlighted as well. So I would like to go first with Chris Wasden from Happy Five, because I was looking at your session and I really like how you guys have structured the digital therapeutics go-to-market strategy, very well-defined reimbursement paths, segments. But I wanted to ask you exactly about this, is like, what are your main challenges that you're experiencing, if any, in the US market or globally to increase uptake and adoption?
Yeah.
In particular as well, how can you convince also physicians to start prescribing Happy Five?
Yeah. So we look at this challenge of how do you have a single digital therapeutic platform that can offer products of varying potency, so varying efficacy, to patients depending on where they are in their journey, right? So some patients might be early in their journey, just discovering what their problems are, maybe having mild symptoms, while others might have a chronic disease with major symptoms. But the digital therapeutic product can be actually offered in different forms to patients across that entire journey. So when we look at it, we're trying to find patients on a consumer level that are looking to come up with their own therapeutic options, okay? This is where people start with Dr. Google, and then from Dr. Google go to find somebody like us. Then we have some that are employees of companies where the employer is concerned about their mental health because it can impact suicidality, it can impact productivity, absenteeism, presenteeism. And so employers become a channel to patients. We have health plans, which are customers, because health plans have millions of members that have these problems that they have a channel or direct access to, and they want to offer a more comprehensive suite of solutions to members of their health plan. Then we have pharma companies who already have millions of patients that are taking their drugs, and they know these patients have symptoms beyond just the specific symptoms of the disease. Let's take something like rheumatoid arthritis, right? they have all the pain and joint and inflammation issues of rheumatoid arthritis, but they also have anxiety and depression, which are associated with the disease and also exacerbate or make that disease worse as well. And so they realize that they don't have anything to address those comorbid conditions, but through a digital therapeutic offered through a patient support program, they can. And then finally, we get to the one that you also mentioned, which is physicians, the practice of medicine, prescribing a digital therapy. And that is the most difficult of all, because there you've got to convince a physician that the therapy is safe and effective. And you normally do that by getting a clearance by a regulatory body. In the United States, that would be the FDA. And so that helps the physician realize it can be safe and effective. But then you have to get someone to pay for it because the physician can't provide it for free. And so you have to convince the payers, the health plans, that it's not just safe and effective, but it's actually can decrease their overall medical costs. So they're looking for an economic ROI by paying for this digital therapy. And then you have to do it in such a way that a patient's going to like the therapy enough that they come back and use it again and again. Because you could satisfy the first two conditions, but then have a product a patient never uses, which could be the equivalent of giving them a drug that tastes so awful that they would never take the drug, or have such terrible side effects they would never take the drug, right? And so that's what we focus on, is one platform that can deliver through multiple channels, products on the patient journey, no matter where they are, all the way to the point where the physician can be involved in prescribing and treating.
Thank you so much. And then, yeah, this is sometimes the physicians is the biggest block, not even the patient, because the patient by themselves, they have a big driver to actually get better. But since you mentioned regulation, you mentioned physicians, I would like to pass the ball now to Matthew Fenech, because something that struck me, something I really like in your presentation is how strong the ethos of ADA Health is around regulatory safety, efficacy, because in the end of the day, it's not about compromising on that just to get better access. But also something that really surprised me gladly is that you said you really love regulation, which is not something that we come across very often. So I don't
quite remember myself saying that, but,
say that.
But I take the point.
So I will pick up because, and then you said it's not a problem, even when there is lack of regulation. So I'd just like to, coming from one of the countries originally that has the most stringent interpretation of regulations around patient data, for instance, and since you are global already in your go-to-market, how did you go around reconciling the different legislations and the different interpretations around patient safety so that you can integrate further into the health systems?
So yeah, that's a great question. So before I get onto that, I just quickly wanted to pick up on Chris's point around physicians and trust, and it's something that we've found certainly, and something that when I look back at my previous role, for example, developing policy for a think tank in London, I think patients in many cases were ahead of policymakers in terms of where we are for trusting digital healthcare tools. And patients are digitally engaged, users, people who may not identify themselves as patients, but consumers of healthcare are, as I say, digitally engaged, are looking for alternative sources of information. So I think sometimes the trust barrier needs to be overcome with physicians, with healthcare providers. And on that, leading to the point of regulation, the point is that it's true we're in an environment, in a market in Europe, which has very strong data protection regulations, as many other places in the world do. The current move towards the medical device regulation, which has been postponed from this year to next year, but with much stronger emphasis on, for example, post-market surveillance and various other patient safety aspects. The truth is that even if there are gaps maybe in regulation in different parts of the world, the right thing to do is to hold yourself to the highest standard. And that's what we do. So we are holding ourselves to the highest standard possible. We think it would be completely unfair to say that our users in Europe get a high standard of regulation, our users in some other place where there is lower standard of regulation, no, that's fine. Everybody should be treated equally. Everybody should get the same access to the best standard of healthcare. The very last thing we want, which is a risk that everybody in digital healthcare should recognize, is to create some sort of two-tier system where some people have access to fantastic digital healthcare products and some people have access to less safe, less regulated digital products. And that's what we don't want to do. You know, everybody has, in my personal view, healthcare is a human right, and getting the best standard of healthcare is what we should all be going for. Now, again, I don't remember saying that we love regulation, but certainly what we do welcome is good, smart regulation, because ultimately regulation is one way of leveling the playing field. We do recognize, of course, that there are certain issues with how regulation is delivered. We know that although, for example, regulation is very strong in the context of the medical device space, there are gaps when it comes to the development of regulation in novel technologies, for example, continuous update, dynamic online learning of artificial intelligence technologies, artificial intelligence tools. But in those situations, the approach we take, which is what I refer to in my presentation, is a collaborative one. Regulators, healthcare providers, healthcare users, healthcare tool developers like us need to collaborate in order to make sure that we develop regulation guidance standards that work for everybody, but predominantly keep the user in mind.
Thank you, Matt. And I mean, regulation is key also to build the trust that we mentioned. And by all means, it's like we should not increase the divide of the haves and the have-nots by using technology for that. But anyway, going now to Eugene, I wanted to take the question from a slightly different angle. Eugene, and Pedigree, you guys come from the IoT, supply chain side. And I just wanted to ask you to share with us is, how was the transition into the healthcare? What barriers did you experience when you entered that market that really surprised you? And what are the barriers that you're facing now?
Thank you, Pilar. I think the thing that was and has been definitive about our work has been the social enterprising idea that has been quite fundamental to our commitment. And so when we realized that the sort of technologies that we have assembled with some tweaking could solve a problem as dramatic as counterfeiting of medicines, the team was very excited. In fact, the thing that really got us jolted was an incident in Nigeria that involved infants, I think about a dozen of them, who had been exposed to some medicine that had caused quite a number of them to die. So that was the story that sort of got us thinking. It gripped the whole West African region, and it got us thinking about what we could do as a social enterprise, as a technology company, as a business that was in the supply chain segment of the market. And so I think that the definitive thing about us has been the social enterprise and idea, and how we can continuously add value, how we can drive social impact with the technologies that we have. So the transition from that point of commitment was not that difficult. We quickly studied the market, we quickly studied the components, we quickly looked at the challenges that there are, and we were excited to learn that it wasn't going to take too much to tweak what we had to fit into the medicinal supply chain. The barriers, however, were real. You know, the usual ones. You need to operate in a regulatory environment. You need a legal backing. You need a government that is eager and that is enthusiastic about technology in the first place and about problem solving with technology. But I would say that perhaps the most daunting barrier was getting the market itself to be ready. You have to bear in mind that we started off in the third world markets, where level of the penetration of technology itself is quite limited as compared to other much more developed markets. And so the extent to which ordinary people accept technology as a conduit to problem solving is itself an issue. So you have to get the market ready. You have to, drive sensitization programs. Elsewhere, that sort of social infrastructure already exists, and you just plug in as an organization and focus on doing what you do and doing it well. We had a very, different challenge. We had to expend energies to prepare the market itself as groundbreakers and as people who were pace setters in this area. We had to prepare the market itself. And then decision makers and government persons and regulators, who themselves are also part of the social strata, themselves were also suspicious of technology as a tool for solving problems. They were used to much more manual, much more traditional approaches to regulation and a top-down approach, as opposed to a technology solution that was promising to empower consumers, to involve patients in the conversation and the fight around counterfeiting. So I would say that the major barrier for us was that transition, was that readying the market itself. Before we could start talking about our solution, we had to ready their minds and prepare them that technology was the way to go. And that for me was the most challenging aspect.
And thank you for sharing that, because something that's often overlooked, because sometimes it's a given, but I think one of the biggest barriers is educating the market, we call digital gap, but also the culture. You mentioned the aspects of the culture, the government culture, the society, and these are considered sometimes soft barriers, but sometimes they're the biggest barriers, certainly for those of you who work launching new solutions, but also for those of you who work with workflow, the workforce as well. How do they adopt that? We didn't cover that, in the case of Ada or anybody who integrates with workflow, but it's a very, very important point. And that takes me, the education and the capacity part to FUMNI, because FUMNI, Mobi Health is trying to bridge the gap, the capacity gap, through telemedicine and telehealth. And one question I had, and of course, please feel free to share any other barriers that you might come across, is like, how do you build capacity when I guess one big barrier for you is to find capacity, to find talent, to find the clinicians, the nurses, the people that are going to fuel Mobi Health. So could you just shed a bit of light on that and share your journey with us, please?
Thank you, Pilar. Yes, as you have rightly mentioned, the problem for developing countries are quite different from what we have in the West, given that, for instance, Africa bears 25% of the global disease burden, but we have only 2% of world doctors. And if you then look at the challenges that we have with the shortages of doctors and the mass exodus of healthcare professionals from the continent to the West, that again compounds the problem when it comes to the supply side. So we have, according to the WHO, the ratio of the doctor to the population is supposed to be 1 to 600. What we have in Africa and Nigeria, for instance, at best is 1 to 5,000. And in many cases, you have 1 to 25,000. So what Mobi Health is doing is to try and leverage technology to harness this human resources from all over the world and bring them to the continent. And that's because Africa is one of the fastest growing markets in mobile technology adoption. We have nearly 500 million mobile subscribers who are on a 3G and a 4G network that could easily rival the Western countries. Nigerians, for instance, spend over $600 million every month on airtime and data. That's in excess of $8.8 billion every year on airtime and data. And this is a country where more than 95% of people do not have health insurance and have no access to healthcare. So what we have done is to then build an app that would enable the patient to consult with the doctor and give them access, because like for many other systems, we know that healthcare is at the front burner for many countries. But again, the issue of accessibility, affordability, availability, acceptability have to be put into context when you're developing any solution. And for us, what we have done is to develop a solution that is going to be acceptable from the user perspective, given again the digital divide that exists in Africa between the haves and the haves not, and also between the educated and the illiterate population. And with every new technology, there's still going to be some inequality because we're now in the fourth industrial revolution. Those who were able to use smartphone before will not be able to use some of the new technologies that have been developed. So how do we bridge this gap? How do we make sure that what the product that we have developed reaches the last mile? So what we have done is to use this platform to source for doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals from all around the world. We check them with their various regulators and then onboard them onto our system, train them in the use of telemedicine. When we started off, when I go for presentations and I ask in the room how many doctors have practiced telemedicine, it's usually less than 2% of the room. But now, thanks to COVID, a blessing in disguise, there has been a massive adoption of telemedicine across the world, but also in Africa, we have seen tremendous progress and increase in the adoption of telemedicine. We still have a very long way to go, but I think we're a bit, a step in the right direction right now.
Thank you so much, Femini. And that list, because you did mention in your presentation, but also here is slightly about the affordability aspect of that. What many people don't know is that sometimes, data is 4 times more expensive than here in Europe. So that's a big factor as well in uptake also of digital health solutions. And that takes us to Khalid, our next speaker, who has 2 hats because he's a breaker, but he's a shaker as well, comes from the telco. And well, Khalid, I have 2 questions also linking to Funmi. I mean, first is like, well, actually it's linked, to your strategy. I mean, Etisalat covers Middle East and Africa. Etisalat Digital, with its platform approach, smart hospitals. At the moment it's in GCC, but you are launching as well across Africa and other low resource environments, so to speak, yeah? So how are you concocting the strategy to take into account this diversity, and what are the main barriers you're experiencing? And then my question from me to you, which is to be unfair, how could you make data more affordable? Is that a question of you? Is a question of the government?
Great, thank you, Pilar. Very keen question, actually. I liked actually the different views of seeing, I mean, the challenges from different perspective, right? From regulation, from, I will say, standards, regulation and rules. I see it as well from clinical side and as well adoption. And in my opinion is that we need someone to bring the bridges sometimes. And one of the key challenges that we got for the adoption is to find the right business model. It's to find the right business model that actually make that service affordable. So for instance, for me, she explained very well. I mean, we need to think wherever we are launching any service or any digital healthcare solution about the affordability, accessibility, and those are keys. Why sometimes where we build a certain technology and we take it to a region or we take it to a population or a segment, we find challenges on the adoption. We find challenges on the adoption. It's not because the people doesn't want to use the technology. In fact, Matthew, he mentioned that before, and I take his word on that, is that, yes, patients, they want to use the technology, but sometimes it's not affordable. Why it's not affordable? Because they need to pay for many other services and not only the software to use it, right? So for instance, if we pick up the telehealth, they need the smartphone, they need the video call service maybe that they have to pay to the telco and the data, in addition to the subscription, in addition to maybe to the consultation. If you put all of this, then it's a challenge itself for a patient. Unless insurance comes on the picture and say, yes, this is because it's gonna produce some, some reduction in my costs, then I will be actually supporting the program. And this is what most of the technology enablers have been trying to bring another party or another stakeholders in the ecosystem like the insurance. And this is where we come as a telco or as an operator. I don't like coming to frame ourselves as a telco because we in at least in the digital health we don't offer telco services to make it happen. But what we try to do is to we are ecosystem builders. Okay, why? Because there is a trust. Because it's usually we are like a semi-government entities or semi-government companies that we deal with larger enterprises, either it is governments or private sector. So if we need, for example, to launch a telehealth service, that's for example for me, or digital therapeutic, how we can accelerate it? Because the success is the adoption, is accelerating the adoption. Believe me, I don't see honestly that for example, regulation is a barrier. I disagree. It's my opinion. Why? We have seen during COVID-19 that, for example, for instance, in all of this region, everybody was waiting for telehealth and for remote monitoring. However, with COVID-19, I have seen all the regulator in this country, they brought actually the regulation and the framework in a matter of weeks, not months, weeks. And they just approve it and they just accelerate it and they just ask companies to come to the country and to launch digital healthcare solution, video call service and all of that. So regulation, it's not a barrier. It's a barrier where there is other interests, but the regulation is to support initiatives for a better healthcare access. That's why the regulator is there. So that's why the point of the operator, or at least like Etisalat or operators, they need to come with a different business model to help companies like telehealth companies or like OGN, for example, company and all of that, to take these services to a major population. Why? The equation is that there is actually, we are a master in the adoption, and that's why that we use that service.
Thank you so much. And you provided already a very nice insight into the next topic line, which is partnerships. But before that, I'd like to say, I do really agree with what you say. I don't see regulation or even clinical validation as the biggest barriers because they're foreseeable. There's a plan for that. We know what to do. For that uptake and adoption, all these cultural, bureaucratic, the other type of barriers are the ones that normally are the hardest for any startup, but also for any established business. But since you mentioned business models as one door to solve those problems of uptake, affordability, fragmentation, I would like to open the second part of the topic, which is partnerships. All of you are partnering in your different business models. And sometimes when we look at barriers, that's why we started with the barriers, we can then look always at partnerships as a way of overcoming some of those barriers. Or in your case, since you all are so patient-centric, to localize, to be relevant and meaningful for the markets that you're targeting, which is probably the hardest part of the whole, in the creation of that. So I would like to focus this second part around the lines of using partnerships for the areas of co-innovation, localization is part of that, and commercialization, which at the end of the day, that's what sums up, the go-to-market. So I'll change the order. I'll start now with Eugene, if I may. And I like a lot, in your presentation that you recruited the most underused partner or asset, in healthcare. You recruited the consumers, the patients, who has not, the ones who had the biggest vested interest not to use fake drugs were the ones trying pedigree, testing pedigree, and actually improving the product of pedigree, which is fantastic. It was like a virtual circle. So in the same line, in this co-innovation, that's obviously extremely patient-centric, I know you are doing things in the area of with biotechnology and in the cold chain, environment for vaccines, which now everybody's talking about. So adopting the same model as you have done with pedigree, with cold chain, how are you bringing that frugal extremely patient-centric model into life in the biotech sector.
Thank you very much, Pilar. So one of the exciting things about where we've gotten to is that having done about a decade's work, working with consumers, working with medicine manufacturers and regulators, we have come to learn a whole lot. The sort of position in which we are has enabled us to develop very unique insights about how the market operates over time and about what you can expect and what you shouldn't expect. And we have sort of brought all that insight into developing cold chain. Now, the central idea of cold chain is quite similar to what we have done for over-the-counter and prescription medicines. This time around for vaccines and for other biomedical products that are temperature sensitive. So we really have woven the technology around the same idea, which is to involve the parent or the consumer in cases of vaccination for children, for instance, which is still a big issue, to involve the parent or the guardian in the entire process, getting them to understand the purpose of the vaccination and getting them to participate in solving a big problem, which is ensuring that the last mile of the vaccination process is completed. Often when vaccinations come in 2 or 3 folds, you would have many people going for the first phase, but then they do not remember to go for the second one. So with smart technologies, all you simply have to do to take the contact details of the guardian or the patient, and then reminders can be set and they can be prompted to come within the appropriate time for the second phase of the vaccination. So with cold chain, I would say that we are seeing quicker progress, mainly because we are bringing a decade's worth of insight from solving a similar problem. And we have seen our work grow over the last few years to assume heights that we thought would take us much longer to achieve, because we are bringing this insight. But I was also happy that you mentioned the word, the frugality of our solution, because that's a very important part for us. I mean, you are working primarily in third world economies where incomes are low. And the last thing you want to do is to build a solution that is so expensive that it impacts the pricing. Because obviously what industry actors are going to do is to push the pricing onto the end consumer. And these are people whose incomes are low and you want to add value, and you really want to come from a social impact driven perspective. And so what we do typically is to try very hard to ensure that the pricing of the technology does not go beyond, stays within as much as 5% of the cost of the product. And we've successfully seen that in markets such as Nigeria, for instance, when we launched, for the first 3 to 4 years, the prices of the product did not rise. What that indicates very simply is that industry was able to absorb the pricing. So we are very, very sensitive about that. We have, because of our social impact commitment, we really want the technology to get to the grounds where it impacts lives and impacts families and impacts people. And so we try very hard to reduce the cost of the technology so it can be compatible with household incomes in these markets in which we work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's like, it's very interesting to see the different perspectives. Now I would like to move to Matt. Since we're talking about localization and co-creation, you have, let's say, 2 angles, if I get it right, being the digital front door. On the one hand, you have those contents, localized contents that you get through partnerships like P&G. And on the other hand, you have the other partners, which are the clinicians, that you need to integrate with. So how do you glue all that together? I mean, how do you partner with them to co-create? I mean, can you give us some snapshot?
Sure. I mean, ultimately, we find that in practice, our incentives, our goals are usually very much aligned, developing something as Eugene put extremely well, something that is impactful, something that's going to make a difference to the end user. Now, the end user of a particular tool can be a clinician, but ultimately the person whose difference, whose life is going to make a difference is going to be a patient, a healthcare seeker, the consumer. So keeping those things in mind, keeping at the point of design a real sense of what is the problem we're trying to solve here. Is technology, taking a very meta view of it, is technology the best way to approach that problem? And, always reflecting on that aspect has helped us very much in terms of designing. I mean, from my point of view, I'm not, I'm tangentially involved in the partnership side and the business side. One thing that I can say is something that I refer to in my talk, and which Chris put very well and Funmi put very well, is that we need to think more broadly about how healthcare is delivered nowadays. And Chris put out sort of all the different touch points in a patient's journey and all the different ways in which people interact with healthcare. Funmi made the point that, different requirements or different circumstances in different countries, we cannot just develop tools in Europe and parachute them in sub-Saharan Africa. We need to take the specific requirements there. All in all, the real beauty of digital healthcare is the scalability, is this adaptability, is this idea that we can take access to healthcare to where people are, be it on social media, on the internet, in places where healthcare practitioners may be in even shorter supply than the rest of the world, and deliver something which is very targeted to their needs, and then scale it very quickly. And from where I come in from a safety point of view is learn very quickly, iterate very rapidly, release a product, but then have really tight monitoring processes and feedback processes and feedback loops so that you can pick up problems quickly and quickly fix them. And this is going to be, if there's something about the speed of technology that we can use, is the speed to improve things.
That is very good. And also, yeah, technology is just neutral. It's what we do with the technology. So we should always improve the processes with technology. You cannot digitalize something that doesn't work. But speaking of delivery, which is something that is underlying here in the provisioning of the healthcare services, I would like now to pass the ball to Funmi, because in your business model, localization is key because of what you do and how you do it. And who do you partner with, and how do you deal with the last mile services, part of the services, which I guess if you are in Abuja or in Lagos, it's okay, but when you go to the remote areas, how do you bridge that gap? Who do you partner with to do that? We cannot hear you, sorry.
Sorry, I muted myself. So yes, partnership is very central to what we do and how we deliver our services. As you know, telemedicine does not necessarily address all medical problems, but we can address more than 60% of medical problems through telemedicine. And access to primary healthcare is a fundamental bedrock for any healthcare system. Unfortunately, in Africa, what we find is that most of the primary health centers are in obsolete, dilapidated states. So people defer to the secondary and the tertiary centers. And that, again, leads to wastage of resources, increases the pressure on the already strained healthcare workers and system. So our model is to, we deliver our model through 3 delivery channels to be able to reach the last mile, but our focus is actually primary healthcare, because that's where we know that we can make the greatest impact. 70% of medical problems can be resolved through that primary healthcare. So what we do is we've created an integrated model, because we found out that most of the healthcare services are all in different fragmented silos. And how do we bring this together, leveraging technology to make it more accessible and user-friendly and affordable? And so through our platform, we have partnerships with hospitals, pharmacies, diagnostic centers. We have partnership with telecom companies. We're just talking about Etisalat here. Etisalat in Nigeria is now known as Mobile, and that's one of our partners. And like you mentioned earlier, the high cost of internet is a major barrier to access. And what we have done is to make sure that our app is zero integrated so that patients do not bear the cost of the data. And so, because the last thing you want when you're doing a consultation is that patient runs out of data and then it gets disrupted. So we absorb that cost in our subscription-based model. Now, when you're talking about, so we have partnerships, so from the demand side and on the supply side. On the supply side, we have partnership, of course, with these doctors who are global doctors who speak different languages across various specialties and across different parts of the world, who are carefully selected. Now, somebody's going to ask me, how do you deal with the regulatory nightmare? Well, that again comes back to the point the first speaker said about regulatory barriers to access. I quite really agree with him, because when you look at whether it is in terms of the reimbursement or in organizational structure or even the partnership that we're talking about, it all boils down to having cohesive digital strategy. If you don't have a cohesive digital health policy, it will affect how you partner with people, because doctors are going to be very, very fearful about medical legal issues when there are no regulatory framework around how they deliver telehealth. You know, the patient and the users, when there's no public policy around patient confidentiality and their confidentiality and patient safety, they are going to be very reluctant to adopt telemedicine. And then when you talk about the lack of organizational structure, leadership, how do you, so these are the areas, the sticking point. And for every frontier technology, you do need the government buy-in, because government will drive policy formulation that will drive the last mile adoption. And when you talk about digital infrastructure, who else is going to do that? You need a PPP. So there's a very critical role for government, and investment will only come when there are cohesive digital health policies that will drive this to the last mile. So what we have done, of course, is to go to be proactive in our approach, to approach the regulators, to approach the from at both regional and national level, to try and bring the policymakers to the table. Unfortunately, it isn't as fast as you spoke about the other time, the TISALAT. You spoke about that you can get that done. For telecom, it's possible. For finance, it's possible. For digital health, it's not as fast, I'm afraid, because, you know, healthcare is a state problem. And people see healthcare as the government's responsibility. I just spoke about how much people spend on airtime and data. That's because they live on the internet. We all live on the internet. You know what it means for you to be out of data or out of when your phone is not with you. It's like oxygen. But people don't pay the same premium to healthcare. And that is a problem, that the consumer behavior towards healthcare is quite different. And also, unfortunately, so it is with the government, that we need to prioritize healthcare. So back to the question about how we partner with all this organization, despite all the barriers, what we have done is, again, to continue to advocate, to continue to create awareness, increase awareness, increase education for both the supply side as well as the demand side. We work with hospitals, we work with pharmacies, diagnostic centers, and also partner with the regulators to try and bring them to the table to bring these policies to bear.
Thank you, Fumi. It's really like a very good description of the whole ecosystem that you deal with, and you have raising very interesting points. Staying on the same theme of delivery of healthcare, I would like now to go to Chris from Happify. And you have for your go-to-market or commercialization, you have a very well-orchestrated strategy, as we saw before, with the verticals. But actually, I wanted to ask you, in terms of partnerships, and since you are so patient or consumer-focused, looking at your background, how do you partner with the horizontals? By horizontals, I mean the other guys who might overlap slightly with you, but they're also owning, let's say, these continuums, because you're operating a stack that also could be incorporated on the other stack. So if you could shed some light on that, please.
Sure. The partnering is a complicated dance, right? Because you're only partnering because you have something the partner needs and they have something you need. And if you didn't have this mutual dependence, you wouldn't partner, right? When we look at pharma partners as an example, you know, they have spent hundreds of millions of dollars to try to develop digital capability. And I would argue that most of that money has been wasted. They really haven't developed much in the way of digital capabilities. And there's lots of reasons for that. But the bottom line is that after spending all this money, they realize that they need something that we have, which is this innate digital capability to create engaging experiences for patients that they'll use that develop and deliver health outcomes. But then they have things that we need, right? They have access to patients. They have an ability to raise capital very easily to fund these types of things. And so they can be an important source of capital to develop these things. When you look at the health plans, it's a similar sort of situation. When we partner with them, they also have spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to develop this stuff themselves and realize that they just can't do it as well. And so in all these situations, we're really coming in after other organizations have tried to do what we do and have failed. And because they know they can't do it, they're now turning to us to partner. It's not as though some people look at them and partnering with us and say, well, what happens when they decide to do it themselves? Well, they've already tried that and that didn't work. So I think that's part of what we look at is how do we continue to stay ahead of them, continue to add value so they continue to be dependent upon us for partnering. There's two other points I would make. So one has to do with being patient-centric. So we as a company at our core are not partner-centric, but patient-centric, okay? And what that means is that there are things that we will not do that our partners want us to do because we think that violates the patient-centric principles that our company, our therapies, our business is based upon. And there are pharma companies that we have decided not to move forward with because they wanted to do something that would violate our patient-centric approach, okay? So we're not here to partner with a pharma company at any cost, no matter what. It's only on the terms that allow us to be patient-centric. And in another example, a pharma company wanted us to partner in a certain way that we were not comfortable with. And so instead, we created a whole new division that enabled us to work with a partner in a way that was more patient-centric, okay? The third point I would make is that, and I haven't heard anyone mention this, but you know, we can't take for granted that just because of COVID and the fact that regulators have changed regulations and changed policies to enable more healthcare in COVID, that this will continue in the future. We're already seeing in the United States, where as the COVID crisis abates, some of these special things that regulators have put in place, they've taken away. And we've also seen that physicians are no longer using telemedicine as much as they did before. And a lot of this is really driven, at least in the United States, is driven by money, right? That they will pay a higher rate for an in-person visit than they will for a telemedicine visit. Therefore, any rational physician is going to prefer in-person visits over telemedicine visits because they get paid more money, okay? Now, I realize not every healthcare system is the same as the United States, and others maybe don't have that dysfunction. But in the United States, we do. And because of that, we have seen a substantial decrease in telemedicine as the pandemic has gotten less severe, okay? The other thing that we find with regulators, and this is a real problem for digital, is that they demand and expect more from digital than they do from analog. And what I mean by that is the following. When we talk to governments and we talk to health plans about paying for a digital therapy, we say, we are just as effective as the drug. And so we want to be paid the same as you would pay for a drug. And they say, we won't pay you the same as a drug. We expect you to be 5 times better than the drug. You've got to gather more data than the drug gathers, which is 0. You've got to deliver better long-term outcomes than the drug delivers, which is 0. And they keep on putting these things on digital that they never put on a drug, but they place on us and expect from us before they'll pay us. And even after we deliver all that, they still said they won't pay us the same they pay for a drug.
Yeah, no, I mean, I really love that you raised the points, and yeah, it is a battle horse, that one, you know, the reimbursement, but also you raised something that links, you know, a bit with what Fulmi is saying, everybody for the matter, the incentivization sometimes to drive those changes has to come from the government, Yeah, there has to be a framework that's going to rationalize how the decision making is made. But anyway, moving next to Khalid, and just to wrap up, because here I like you to use your two, hats, as a breaker and a shaker, because you are an ecosystem builder. And we have heard here the issues that some companies experience for uptake, integration, and my question in the area of is how do you support this collaborative environment? How do you help the smaller guys to get to the bigger guys, governments or whoever? And likewise, what should health tech companies expect, from brokers of ecosystems like yourselves to do or not to do? Yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. Very interesting. So yeah, we as a telco, and regardless of the digital health, so in the nature of the model of operator, they partner with everybody, right? So, and why? There is an objective behind it, is to accelerate the adoption, regardless it is digital health or it is phone or it is internet or 5G or whatever. They want to go big and they want to go fast and they want to increase the adoption using the capabilities. Either it is financial strength or being part of the government and so on and so forth. So in the digital health, what we have done is that we envision some principles that we believe that everyone should have access to best quality of care, regardless of where they are, who we are, and we aim to improve the people's life. And for that, what we have done, we built our value proposition, which is to combine the strength of the telco, the financial strength, the trust that the telco has in front of government and enterprises, because our company is for a large term, and we bring partners to the ecosystems, startups, companies that they want to launch, that they have innovative service. We are not going to rebuild the wheel. We know that there are people expert on the fields that it take them years and years, to build intelligence and smart solution in a specific segment, right? So we are not going to pretend ourselves that we're going to build the same, but no, what we do is that we onboard those companies and we tell them, okay, our customers, regardless, patients or healthcare providers, what they need an end-to-end service. They don't need to bear with the hustle of infrastructure or the cloud or data or all of that stuff. They want to have an end-to-end service. They want to have one-stop shop, and they want to have it affordable. How to make it affordable? Imagine a customer if he has to buy, first of all, the infrastructure to launch any kind of initiative, digital therapeutic, for example. All right, so they need to have, for instance, a lot of infrastructure. They need to have a lot of services around it in order to launch the initiative itself and to make it happen. So they have to do some capex. They have to do some investments. But if you bring all of that and you deliver it in a service model, okay, you are helping that customer. Either it is patient or it is a healthcare provider or whatever, right? So what we have done in our partnerships, going back to your question, is that we created accelerators specialized on the digital healthcare space, where we launch initiatives. We bring enablers that they help us actually to pick up, the right startups and the companies, and they help us in the due diligence. They help us as well to know in terms of, and then we have our own experts. In the Etisalat, we do have doctors, we have emergency doctors, we have enterprise architects, we have consultants specialized. So regulations, legal team, contract team, finance team. So this is all a cocktail of human brain to comes up, with something affordable and easy, and the most important is increasing the adoption and to make it fast. That's the most important. So this is how we do, is that create an accelerator. This is one. Second, we give as well to those partners as another options, is that in order to deliver these services, how the telco actually sell. It's a co-sell. It's not that we onboard them in a company and then we sell their software, a license, and all of that, adding a marginal. No, it's not that. We create an incentive model to other people that they can take that fast to the community. So as the operator, what they do, they have around them an ecosystem of partners, and we call them channel partners around the world. So for example, in Africa, we have a lot of channel partners that they co-sell services of Etisalat. In order to accelerate the adoption is the same objective, and we incentivize them. So this is the two ways that so far we have identified as a formula, or the right formula, to help small to become big, or at least to take their technology to the community.
And with this, a reflection that it has to be a collaborative approach amongst the different stakeholders. Nobody can do it all alone. We need to collaborate with competitors. We need to collaborate with big guys, small guys. I will leave it here. We are slightly over time, but didn't want to actually stop its intervention because I think each of you have so much to offer to the table. There is not a lot of time to summarize, but I did select some of the most mentioned words in this panel. And if you're curious to know which ones they are, trust, not only from the patient, from the application point of view, but also trust the partners, very, very important. Education, education, education. Not only patients, not only consumers, not only workforce, but also we need to educate our governments to provide the frameworks that we need. Like Chris mentioned digital therapeutics, Fumi mentioned, in her environment, we need to help them help us, yeah? And then obviously collaboration as well. But if there is something that really has a lot of stars here is patient centricity. You are a very, very patient-centric group of innovators. And I think it's quite obvious that we need to bring to market affordable, well-conceived, safe, and adapted solutions to the environment. Otherwise, the uptake will not happen at the scale. Just as a final reflection, comparing to the conclusions from the previous panel, the three words that they mentioned the most, these are the shakers, the one, at the policy level or the industry level. They concluded with three words that also overlap yours, because it's trust, partnership, and education. And with that, I think there is hope, because the solution to the uptake, about, improving the impact, of digital health solutions lies in the intersection between the shakers and the breakers and anything in between. But with this, I would like to conclude. Thank you so much to our speakers and for the sessions, and also for this participation in the panel. And really look forward for the live Q&A in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
The last 3 hours have been quite a journey, a global one where we heard from multiple perspectives. Thanks so much to our speakers and our attendees for staying with us. As conclusion, I'd like to leave with 3 reflections based on what we've seen today. Number 1, we need to start addressing fragmentation beyond technology and look at the other systemic factors that sometimes play a bigger role. I'm referring here to bureaucracy, education, capacity, and cultural issues that can be bigger blocks. Number 2, I'm quoting the DG of WHO, collaboration is the path, impact is the final destination. If we are to realize the vision of virtual care models and move the needle towards personalized medicine, we need to do it together. Nobody can do it alone. Private sector and public sector, but also global north and global south. Because underlying the spirit of this session lies my third reflection, which is the following. Do we want to use technology to build a better, healthier society and world? Or on the contrary, will it help increase the divide between the haves and the have-nots? With this reflection, I leave you and I conclude today's session. Thanks so much for your attention, and breakers and shakers, shakers and breakers, meet you in 2021. Thank you.